Well, good morning, everyone. We are going to get started here. It's nice to see a full courtroom this morning. We'll call us to order at this time and ask all of you, please, to rise for invocation. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flags. Would anybody like, it doesn't have to be us if there is somebody who would like to provide invocation. If not, I'll call on Commissioner Chesney today. I'd like to rotate it. Thank you, sir.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we are so grateful for all that you have given us and all that you have blessed us with. We are especially gracious and grateful for your Son, Jesus Christ. And we ask you today to watch over all of those of us here in the room and that are out working so very hard to serve the people of Nueces County. We ask that you will please, Lord, continue to help eradicate COVID and let us get back at some point to a life that is whatever the new normal is. Lord, we again are so grateful for everything that you've done for us, for everything that you have meant to us. We ask all of these things, and we ask you to continue to bless us and continue to watch over us. In your Son, Jesus' name, we ask these things and pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay. For our clerk this morning, it's 9:07 a.m., and I do note that all commissioners are present. Commissioner Hernandez is present virtually today. We can see him on our screen, and for our audience, we do have that ability for anybody at home also to participate with us here in Commissioners Court. And the rest of the commissioners are also here, so I do certify that a quorum is present. The date is October 27th, 2021, and we are at Commissioner's Courtroom, 3rd floor, Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard, here in Corpus Christi, Texas. At this moment, I'll ask Rebecca to give us a safety briefing and ask all of you to please give her your attention.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and attendees. Our safety briefing for today, October 27th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the 3rd floor atrium, past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom, and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the atrium area. Bleed control stations are on every floor. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participant for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. Participants CPR certified in attendance will be Dale, but remember, anyone can render aid. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on the LaPan Street side of the courthouse and assemble in the parking lot across the street. It is important to stay together. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or any other law enforcement agencies. Our guest sanitizer for the day will be Michael. Our safety topic for the month of October is Halloween safety during trick-or-treat hours for motorists. Watch for children walking on roadways, mediums, and curbs. Enter and exit driveways and alleys carefully. At twilight and later in the evening, watch for children in dark clothing. Discourage new, inexperienced drivers from driving on Halloween. Costume safety. All costumes, wigs, and accessories should be fire resistant. Fasten reflective tape to their costumes and bags or give them glow sticks. Choose non-toxic Halloween makeup over masks, which can obscure vision. Remove all makeup before children go to bed to prevent skin and eye irritation. An adult should accompany young children on the neighborhood rounds. If your older children are going alone, plan and review a route acceptable to you. Agree on a specific time your child should return home. Teach your children never to enter a stranger's home or car. Instruct children to travel only in familiar, well-lit areas and stick with their friends. Tell your children not to eat any treats until they return home. Children and adults are reminded to put electronic devices down. Keep heads up and walk. Don't run across the street. Children are more than twice as likely to be hit by a car and killed on Halloween than on any other day of the year. Low lighting at night creates lack of visibility, resulting in accidents. Stay alert, drivers, and be safe. You do not want to be a scary statistic. By working together, we can enjoy a safer Halloween and protect our own health, as well as the health needs of our family and friends, but also remember to follow the Center for Disease Control protocol safely. And this concludes our risk management safety briefing for today.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll move straight into public comment, and then, Commissioners, just to create some awareness, we do have some very special guests from our military installations, and so I will be advancing the item 3A1 as soon as we go through public comment. And if somebody might just give them a little bit of heads up that we have to do public comment first, because it's noticed that way, and the public does expect the timeliness. So I'll call on Miss Julie Rogers at this time. Actually, it looks like you're here. Would you like to do it now, or would you like to wait for the agenda item?
We'll go ahead now, if that's all right.
Go ahead, absolutely.
Thank you. This is for you all. I'm going to give this to you to hand out. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Judge, just as a reminder, since it's being done in public comment, we can't respond to anything during public comment. So I just want to make sure nobody thinks we're being rude and not responding to it. So go ahead.
No, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
The court is run very well, and we appreciate that. My name is Julie Rogers, and I'm advocating for fair maps for Nueces County. I'm giving you a handout. It has some guidelines that I'm proposing, and also a proposed timeline, because we're on a very short timeline, as we know, to redistrict. A dozen or more people from Nueces County, including myself, spent the last months or even over a year dedicating ourselves to trying to achieve fair redistricting maps for Texas. We learned a lot, I think, so I wanted to offer some suggestions for an inclusive redistricting process for Nueces County. These guidelines are based on our collective advocacy for the right to fair representation for all Texans. They are also informed by past redistricting experiences and best practices implemented in Texas and throughout the United States. First, all districts must comply with the United States Constitution and the Voting Rights Act. All districts should maintain geographic integrity and reflect our communities of interest. Second, Nueces County's redistricting process must follow a timeline that allows for meaningful public comment and participation. While the delay in the release of the census data has altered the typical timeline, Nueces County can and should establish a timeline that allows for robust public input like the proposed timeline I am submitting to you. It starts October 29th with a press conference announcing the plans and timeline for redistricting and goes to November 12th, so you can comply with the state mandate of finishing maps by November 13th or 15th at the latest. Genuine and meaningful opportunities for public comment must be provided. For example, provide a simple government website for all redistricting information, like the one we have for Bob Hall Pier. Allow public access and comment on draft and revised maps, permitting written and oral public comment, and hold accessible public hearings. In closing, I ask that you please ensure transparency throughout the redistricting process, and I trust that you will. Perform all map drawing and revising in public view. Ensure quality video and audio broadcasts in public meetings. Disclose all third parties engaging in redistricting. I appreciate that you put the Independent Redistricting Commission on the agenda, but with the timeline that you have, you might not be able to pull that off in 2 weeks. So this is a suggestion to be able to do what you have to do. Please look over the guidelines and timeline that I have submitted for more information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have Timothy Dowling, Karen Bryant, Catherine Oler, Christy Stockman, all speaking on the same. You'll be be able to speak in that order. And so we'll call on Timothy right now.
Good morning, everybody. When I was last here before you on October 18th, I didn't know what we now know, that you basically have to draw a map in 12 more workdays. So I don't think an independent redistricting commission is going to work in that timetable, but I agree 100% with everything Ms. Rogers just said. So you're going to draw your maps, and one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to be happy with them or you're not, and the public will be the same. So what I asked you to do is to put on your agenda in late January or early February to think about this and say, are we happy that we're these maps that we just had to draw in a great hurry back in the middle of November? Do we want to keep them for the next 10 years? What's the public think? And if you're happy with them, that's great. If you're not happy with them, then you need to implement an IRC for going forward. And the legal question that was raised last time when I was here with you is, well, could we do that? Could we do one for 2022 and then redraw them for 2024 and later? And the clear answer to that is yes. In the memorandum that Ms. Sands has handed to you, that I emailed to you yesterday, that's part of the memorandum that I addressed. It's a very clear answer that you can do that. But let's assume you are happy with the maps that you draw in the middle of November. What should you do then? Should you forget about it like the last court did 10 years ago? Or should you have a procedure? We didn't have a procedure this year. And of course, this court is very busy with COVID and other things. And we're in this incredible time crunch to get a map drawn. So even if you're happy with the maps, what I recommend that you do is you basically start the process now and adopt legislation that would become effective in April of 2030 so that you have your IRC in place. You will get the census in April 2031, and then that'll give the IRC in 2031 plenty of time to get the maps drawn by the mid-November of 2031 for the next election in 2032. And to make this happen, I've spent a lot of time on this in the last year up in the legislature and elsewhere. I would be happy to draw for you proposed legislation taking what El Paso's done, Dallas has done, and Austin has done. And if I learn about anybody else, happy to consider that. And then draft it up, get some direction from you on some important things like how many people do we want on it? How do we want to select them? And then I would be happy to draw it up, give it to your redistricting council, Ms. Dorsey as well, if you like, both, whatever you direct me to do. And then you would have some proposed legislation in front of you, and then either adopt it or not, make changes to it. But at least when the 2031 redistricting rolls around, that court won't be in the unfortunate spot this one was in, not having a procedure at all. And had that been done 10 years ago, we wouldn't be in the spot we're in now. So even if you are happy with the lines, I urge you please to adopt an independent redistricting commission for the next time. But please, the first thing to do is put it on your agenda late January, first part of February, and decide, are we happy with what we got? And even if we are, let's adopt some procedures going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Karen Bryant.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Karen Bryant, and I represent myself. I reside in Precinct 1. I live on Austin Street, and I'm a recently retired school counselor after 32 years with Corpus Christi Independent School District. And I'm here to add my voice to the overwhelming majority of Nueces County residents that are asking for a fair and transparent redistricting process. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak here today, but we know that we need that next step. And we're asking that the Commissioners Court take that next step and develop a real framework where the public can give real substantive input, and so that individuals and community groups actually do have a hand in drawing the precinct lines. Nueces County has a dark history of diluting and muting minority votes. 10 years ago, the Department of Justice found that Hispanic groups had been intentionally excluded in a closed, secretive process. The attempt was to make the very foundation of our election systems to be based on racial and ethnic voter discrimination. We must do better. Ordinary people like me are really worried about our fragile democracy. We are seeing in real time the damage done to our democratic process when the electoral power of communities is intentionally minimized. We're respectfully asking this court to authentically engage public participation and input and use a process that restores and protects all of our communities and that to ensure that our communities of color have fair representation. This can be a tipping point or a turning point in our democracy in Nueces County. We ask that you do please take the next steps to develop the Independent Redistricting Commission, but until then, we do ask that you implement a fair and transparent process that incorporates public input so that our diverse community can fairly elect officials who will address their needs. Election integrity begins with fair maps. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I'll call upon Catherine Oler. Christy Stockman, you will follow.
Good morning, Judge Canales, Commissioners Hernandez, Gonzalez, Mares, and Chesney. Thank you for this opportunity to speak again to the Nueces County Commissioners Court. My name is Catherine Oler, President, League of Women Voters, Corpus Christi area. As you are well aware, fair redistricting is fundamental to our representative democracy, and a transparent process is crucial to upholding public confidence in our system of government. But for this process to be truly fair and transparent, it must be inclusive, such that all community members have a genuine opportunity to view this process and be heard, regardless of race, ability, or socioeconomic status. A truly participatory and transparent redistricting process will contribute to better maps, engage citizens, and improve public trust and confidence in our democracy. I, on behalf of the League of Women Voters, Corpus Christi area, as well as individual citizens of Nueces County, have submitted outlines for an inclusive, transparent, and fair redistricting process. You have already heard this morning that implementing a short-term timeline for the March 2022 midterm elections that allows informed and impactful public comment is doable, as is the potential for subsequent long-term redistricting for the remainder of this decennial elections. We have already heard this morning that public comment is how we exercise our participation in government, how we ensure that our voices are heard, how we learn about one another, how we strive to become that more perfect union, a more perfect democracy. Steps to make public input accessible are not beyond our reach. During the last nearly 2 years, we have discovered that we can stay in touch with each other, that we can use a wide range of options for having conversations, attending meetings, and presenting testimony, especially when participation is simple and easily accessed, either in person, virtually, or both. And in inclusivity and transparency are just matters of engaging in open collaborative efforts to inform all of the citizens of Nueces County. Redistricting can be timely, inclusive, fair, and transparent if we do 3 things. Implement a redistricting timeline that allows informed and impactful public comment, provide genuine and meaningful opportunities for public comment, ensure transparency throughout the redistricting process. The redistricting process is only as hasty, exclusive, unfair, and opaque as we make it. Remember, the districts you draw this year may shape Nueces County for the next decade. Only with these successive rounds of meaningful public input can the people of Nueces County view the 2021 redistricting process as one that is timely, fair, inclusive, and transparent. Let me leave you with this. We do not want to repeat the closed, secretive redistricting process of 2011. We want to be, excuse me for this, we want to be the Houston Astros, who have learned their lesson from that 2017 scandalous season, who have risen to the top once again this season by playing fair and square. We want to be at the top of our game for timely, fair, inclusive, and transparent redistricting process. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from Christy Stockman. And just to keep it all in order, even though it's not in the numbered order, I have one more for this particular item, and that's Sylvia Whitworth. And when the door opened, I thought I saw her. We don't have our deputy. Barbie, would you be so nice as to see if she's... Sylvia, you'll follow Christy. was it your intention to speak on, okay, you'll be next. Thank you. Christy, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Judge.
morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I come to speak about item number 3 on the agenda. It's very important that this process be open and transparent to the public with adequate time for town halls and opportunities for the public to have input into the process. This did not happen at the state level. Deals were made behind closed doors and at the last minute without giving the public time to consider the proposed maps, much less have time to comment or make alternative proposals. I know I tried to participate in the process and was shut out. Commissioner Chesney has recently spoken in favor of appointing the committee. I hope that all the commissioners will openly state their reasons for supporting or opposing the appointment of the committee and give the public a chance to consider the wisdom of the action, or at least to be well informed so that they can judge that the work is done fairly. If the commissioners should decide to appoint a committee, I hope each commissioner will appoint people from the neighborhoods and from every ethnicity and class. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Sylvia Whitworth.
Just briefly, I do agree with everything she said. And just to remind you, not only is this a fairness issue, but it will be for better governments. And remember, the state swings back and forth. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I have public comment on the item that I said I was going to advance, but there is one more individual, and for this, I would really like it if, would you, I don't know where we lost our deputy to, but yeah, I would like for the Captain Chris Jason to come on in.
Judge, could I just, while we're waiting, make a request? Based on the research I've done also and what Mr. Dowling has said, I don't think we can consider at this particular time, so I was going to propose that we table the
Yeah.
agenda item for the IRC, but to also put on the agenda for our next meeting, a public hearing, put that on there for redistricting
Yes.
specifically, because as
Yes.
Mr. Dowling has indicated, we just don't have time
Yes.
to do an IRC, so I would like to make a motion that we tabled that agenda item.
I'll
I guess
go ahead and take that as a
indefinitely
motion.
at this point, but,
As
or
a
maybe till January. We'll table it till January to bring it back so that it's not indefinite, and I don't think I'm trying to, do anything other than that.
I'll take
So-
that as a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
And a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And that
Yes.
included the redistricting public hearing on the next Commissioners Court
I
meeting. That was
believe it's
part of that
November 3rd.
motion. Right,
I think that's November 3rd.
right, which would be next week.
Okay.
So if that can just make sure and get on the agenda, please.
Okay. And Captain Jason, as I say, I pulled a little bit of a fast one. You are next, except for that there's a gentleman here that I thought it would be really important for you guys to hear while you're here representing our naval air station, and that's Mr. Lázaro Camarillo. Actually, Commander Camarillo is here, and I've signed myself up. He is also signed up for public comment. But I would like to explain why I thought it would be appropriate for you to be in the room. You see, he is a brother of yours. The Department of Texas Military Order of the Purple Heart has selected Lázaro O. Camarillo III, who is also known throughout the country as simply Airborne, a combat wounded Vietnam Army veteran, as the Texas Department Commander for 2021-2022, and he is here with us today in the back of the courtroom. Commander Camarillo hails from Brownsville, Texas, and as an Army Sergeant, an E5, Lázaro was wounded during his service in Vietnam. For his valor, Lázaro received the Bronze Star and received a Purple Heart for his actions on April 5th, 1969, at the Chao Valley, Vietnam. Lázaro Camarillo spent 122 days in the Chao Valley and fought at Hill 654, Airborne Hill, Hamburger Hill, the DMZ, and through the entire Chao Valley. Lázaro was forced to go to hand-to-hand combat twice on Airborne Hill and again on Hamburger Hill. Now perhaps you understand why they call him simply Airborne. His stories of valor are well, and as a matter of fact, there is an incredible film called Stories of Valor. And in the November 2019 edition, the United States Army veteran and our hometown hero, Lázaro Camarillo, describes his experiences while serving in the jungles of Vietnam, as well as his appreciation for the Department of Veterans Affairs. There are so many distinctions to really mention here today, but I will suffice it to say that after leaving military service, he married the love of his life, Molly. They've been married for over 20 years. They have 4 grown children, and his wife is an associate member also of the Military Order of the Purple Heart. Patriot Camarillo served as a sergeant at arms for Chapter 3077. He has worked so hard on the Military Order of the Purple Heart, the Department of Texas. He has served in so many capacities, including the Deputy Chief of Staff in 2017, the Chief of Staff in 2018, the Vice Commander in 2019, the Senior Vice Commander in 2020, the Department Commander in 21 and 22. And this is so important. Lázaro was selected as the Department of Texas Patriot of the Year for Region 5, which is composed of 5 different states. In November 2019, he was the focus, as I said, of that amazing documentary for the VA. And this is why I thought it was so important to share the beauty of his life and his dedication to public service, is that he was recently inducted to the National Purple Heart Hall of Honor in Windsor, New York. He represents the state of Texas so well. He's just returned from West Point Academy, where he toured and brought to the court. And I do say this, even though he brought it to my office, we wash very well, but we share coffee mugs. And Commander, you are not one to look for the glory or the limelight. But it's my duty and obligation to celebrate you and all that you represent for all of those that have the Purple Heart. It's an honor to know you. It's an honor to have you living in Nueces County, to being our commander. And I just thought that it was important for our commander of our Naval Air Station, who's here with us on another matter, by coincidence. I wanted him to know you, sir, and to join me in really just recognizing your achievements. We're so proud to have you as our Hall of Honor member.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
As I said, he's a man of few words, but I think the court can do that, yeah.
Camarillo, we salute you, sir.
I just want to say that this is the first time, County Judge Barbara Canales, thank you for inviting me. The first time I put a package because on your behalf. I never done it before. The first time I put pictures, everything that I done from the beginning to the end. We went to serve our country, came back, and continue serving our community. I've been serving our veterans for 40 plus years. I've been volunteering with the VA since 1979. As long as my health permits me, I want to continue doing that. And it's an honor and a privilege to be here. I want to say something about your Commissioner Joe Gonzalez. He always helps us out. He's a Marine too.
Number 5.
And I like to say this, remember please, on your prayers, always say something about your veterans. The only thing we ask, just say thanks. That's all I gotta say. Thank you for your service. Thank you again for allowing me to be here. It's not about me, it's about our veterans. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Airborne.
Airborne.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm glad that we could be joined here today with so many, as I said, of your brothers and sisters. Connie Morgan, who is running our audio and video here today, is a proud veteran as well. So let us move to a little bit of out of order and business. that's incredibly important, and it's going to be located on your agenda as item 3A1. 3A1, discuss and consider approval of the intergovernmental support agreement with Naval Air Station Corpus Christi and authorize the Nueces County Judge to execute such agreement. First, we'll hear from several people who signed up for public comment. And Steve, would that be your pleasure to do the public comment first? Would you like the presentation to be first?
I would recommend you do public.
That's what I was,
Captain Jason
And-
has to get back to.
for his time, I agree.
And just real quickly, if you can just confirm there was none online for
Yes,
public
thank
comment
you.
and formally close it
I
out.
appreciate that. Well, we're going to hear from them. They are still in public comment, but there are, if there are any, is there anybody online that would like to make public comment? This would be your opportunity to raise your virtual hand online. Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to those that I have still listed here. And the first is Captain Christopher Jason, NAS Corpus Christi. Welcome, sir.
Is this the spot, Judge?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for introducing us.
Judge, and are we on 3A1 public comment or on public comment? I'm just making sure I'm clear.
Well,
3A1.
we're 3A1 now.
This is 3A1, so
Yeah.
this is just comment on this item?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks, sorry. Apologize, Captain.
No worries, but thank you for this introduction. It is an honor to be here in your presence, sir. I have two niece and a nephew at West Point, so I thank you for visiting them. The service goes in my family quite a bit. But I just wanted to mention something that, as a child, I grew up in awe of Vietnam veterans. That's something my older brother taught me. After the recent events in Afghanistan where I served, we became connected in a new way, and now we call each other brothers, and that means a lot. So thank you for being here today. But I'm here to provide comment on the Intergovernmental Support Agreement, or IGSA, and I'll use that term from here on out. It's something the Navy is very, very supportive of, and I'm all in on it myself. So I just want to kind of give you a little bit of background on it. I was first introduced to this when I took over the job. I went through Region to get my indoctrination from my first one-star boss, and he said, "You will complete one of these before your tour is over." There was no other task given other than do a good job and don't mess up from Admiral Mays. This is a Commander Naval Installations Command priority. That's my boss's boss. He's actually coming to visit on November 2nd, Admiral Lindsay, and is very interested in the broad category of non-traditional funding sources, and this is one of them. And the reason why is because the shore enterprise, or our installation side of the Navy, is essentially making some sacrifices in order to fund the at-sea portion of the Navy. And those sacrifices hit hard in our infrastructure. There's a lot of attention in this from the Secretariat as well. Secretary Balaki, who's our Secretary for Installations, Energy, and Environment, this is a huge priority for Secretary Balaki. It's such a priority for my three-star Admiral Lindsay that he told my one-star, how come other bases aren't at the level of Corpus Christi in developing these agreements? You need them to get moving. So that meant a lot to me, and I'm glad that we're leading the way for the region. So, you know, I just want to give an example of why this is incredibly important to us and to me, because I'm personally fully invested in the success of my base. So we have a sustainment budget. That's the funds that we use to make repairs to infrastructure on the base. So this isn't new construction or anything. It's basically, think of a building as a car. It's your oil change money. It's your transmission fluid change money. And when you don't fund that building's sustainment the way you need to, then the building starts to suffer. And we all know it's a lot cheaper to do your oil changes on time than it is to have to buy a whole new engine. And that's what I'm trying to prevent, but it's challenging. So when I look at the projects that I have to look at for any given year, the cut line that we have to draw across that list of projects is approximately halfway through the list. And if you consider that and you look at the projects towards the bottom of the list, and you would think, well, maybe those just aren't as important. Well, I'm telling you that the projects just below that cut line are incredibly important, and it's agonizing to have to tell those tenants or those commanders that you're not going to get your project this year. And I'll give you an example of the conversation I had with my public works team, and they came here today because it's important to them. And this was in September, end of the fiscal year, and they came to me and said, we need to make a choice between our hangar bay doors. Our hangars were the same hangars George H.W. Bush trained in, so from 1941. The hangar bay doors have electric mechanisms to open and close, and those electric mechanisms do not work. And the electrical conduits above the hangar doors are rusted out and are in danger of falling and hitting people. So right now, the procedure is they use a little tow tractor for towing aircraft. They tie a heavy cable and they force the doors open and close during heavy weather. We need to keep them open for ventilation, and then we need to close them when there's heavy weather that could affect the aircraft and the maintenance inside. So it's not something we can avoid, but we have to take the risk of towing them. We've got all these mitigations in place, yet still with those, we still had a metal object fall from that during that process and hit a contractor in the back. And then the other project was the kennel. Our working dogs are a huge force multiplier for security. They're a weapon system in every way. And right now, our kennel is not in compliance with the Navy standards for kennels. And so we've got a project in the works to try to bring it up to standards. We're talking in the hundreds of thousands here. We're not talking millions for both of these projects. But I had to call Air Ops and the security officer and try to figure out which one of them wasn't going to get funded. And ultimately, we made our decision and had to defer the kennel for the working dogs in favor of the safety issue associated with the doors. An IGSA basically restores money into our pockets through the enhanced purchasing power. So the one that's in design right now essentially increases our purchasing power for potable water line maintenance by 250%. So if I can do that more widely, and this is just the beginning, because if we can start saving that kind of money in other infrastructure and utility repairs, then essentially that cut line starts to migrate down the list. And instead of losing half the things I need to fix this year, maybe it's a quarter, maybe it's 10%. And ideally, there is no cut line. Everything that's broken gets fixed. Right now, I'm telling you that cut line is not in a good place. I'm very excited to share this IGSA with my chain of command. I'm very excited to celebrate this as it continues to move forward. It's an incredibly important aspect to the mission capability and operational readiness, and ultimately the not only for the base but for the fleet. Our base trains Coast Guard pilots, Marine pilots. It trains Navy pilots. It trains foreign pilots. It repairs helicopters for the Army. There's so much that we do, and it's a vital national security mission, and the IGSA I see as a vital component to that success. So I appreciate your time. And
Thank you, Captain.
that's it.
Thank you so much. And now we'll hear from Creston Cook. Creston is the Executive Director of the South Texas Military Task Force.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you for having me here today. Creston Cook, Director of South Texas Military Task Force. Our task force is made up of elected officials, business leaders, area community people that are interested in preserving, promoting, and protecting our area military installations. They're important to us for so many reasons, not only the defense of our nation, but the local economy, providing jobs in our area, and thank you also for your support to this group. Since we are here to preserve, promote, protect our area military installations, one of the things that really we need to do is be sure they're up and operational. And as Captain Jason just mentioned, he has many needs in many areas. We're here to absolutely promote the intergovernment support agreement and urge that you approve this as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Creston. Now, Steve, I have you down because you're going to give a presentation. And while you're queuing that up, I just want to let the commissioners know that I literally just came into town less than an hour ago. I have been in Washington, D.C. with the military task force and the chairman. And it was an incredible 48 hours, and we were able to meet Steve and Captain with not only members of the Armed Services Committee to brief them on the IGSA, but more importantly, we were also able to meet with Secretary Balaki, as well as the Army Assistant Secretary for Installations, Mr. Paschke, and, well, actually, he's the acting, and then the assistant is Carla Colson. And all of those individuals, both from the Army and the Navy, were sending to all of us their support and their excitement, enthusiasm for this particular agreement. Steve has just completed one for Fort Bliss and El Paso just a week ago. I think they signed their agreement, so we wanted to be second, but it looks like we hopefully will be number 3. But the whole concept is that the Navy needs optionality, and we've been working for a year and a half to properly, document and bring to court this agreement that will make such an impact to our base, which is over a $3 billion impact. And every day I'm reminded the value of all of the people that are working there at CCAD and all of the contributions that having these military installations in our backyard have been for the decades. But it is our obligation to help any way we can, and in this way, they're helping us too. And Steve, tell us how.
Good morning, Judge. Thank you. As we're queuing up the presentation, I'll just add that the captain mentioned Admiral Lindsay. You mentioned Mr. Balaki. They will both be in San Antonio next week attending the Association of Defense Communities meeting. Ms. Colson with the Army will be there. And one of the very first things on the agenda is the very successful IGSA that we've put in between the Alamo Area Council of Governments and Joint Base San Antonio, and we'll be celebrating that success. As well as, yes, you mentioned the El Paso Water, Fort Bliss IGSA, and the many others that exist. Commissioners, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present. You have seen a lot of this information before, so I won't take up too much of your time. And I will move through this presentation very rapidly. Just for the edification of the general public, what is an IGSA, or Intergovernmental Support Agreement? It is an agreement between a military installation and a state or local government entity that allows that state or local government entity to provide any type of service that it purchases for itself to the military. And to do so outside of the federal acquisition regulations, which greatly simplifies the process and reduces the cost for the military. It also produces great benefits, though, for the local government as well, as we'll discuss. You've seen this slide before. The Navy has the option of going to their traditional contracting way. This gives them a new option of working through you, and you have the option of providing the service through your vendors, or you can do it through an organic capability. Doing it through the vendors extends the benefits of this to the business community. And hopefully local small business will be the biggest benefactors from this IGSA through you. So it's a true public-private partnership. The way it will be structured, what the concept is the installation and maintenance of potable water infrastructure. This is a pilot. If this pilot works, the Navy has already expressed interest in exploring something like the blanket intergovernmental support agreement that exists up in San Antonio that would allow for addressing the kennel issue that the captain mentioned directly. We will generate, as you heard from the captain, I believe his number was 250% greater buying power. It's easily going to be well above 50% cost savings for the Navy. It will enable, in fact, the predecessor of Commander Lampert is in the room. He's the public works officer at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. His predecessor put together a plan that said, hey, I can recapitalize all of my water infrastructure under this program, which would be a great enhancement to the mission resilience of the base and make it more competitive for the kind of mission growth that Mr. Cook was talking about, and opening the aperture for local small business. So,
Steve, if
yes,
you'll go
ma'am.
back one, I don't want this to get lost on everybody. There's revenue for the county as
Right.
well. And that's part of that, the win-win, is that we're doing something that's incredibly powerful to help our Navy and its mission, but we're also going to benefit as a county, particularly over time. Is that correct?
That's correct, and this is the same analysis that you've seen in the past, only updated because the benefits for the county are actually increased as we have completed the negotiation of this intergovernmental support agreement. This shows you that on a typical Navy project, and this is taken directly from an actual performance work statement that the Navy provided, you will incur costs of about $14,300 and you'll generate revenue of a little over $15,000. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot until you start thinking about what are the multiplier effects. Okay, what else is going to be going on? And as you all will recall, your CPA, Mr. Ernest Garza, helped with the development of this analysis. And long-term, over this 10-year agreement, we see a return on investment for you on this water utility installation and maintenance alone, with the Navy's stated intention of working on steadily recapitalizing their water system over time, of over $1.6 million for the county. And again, this is a pilot that if we open the door then to other services like roads, like HVAC, like hangar doors, like building kennels, we can truly broaden the services and get you to the point where you're generating the kind of revenue that is being generated up in San Antonio now, which is just over $1 million a year for the Council of Governments up there right now.
And Steve, while you're talking about return on investment, can you just kind of explain a little bit? You and I visited yesterday, and I think you visited with everybody, and I appreciate that opportunity to do that, because I think there were there were several concerns of which I'm going to judge just suggest that as we move forward. I think Ms. Schutz, who's been working on this, is available to talk to us at 2 o'clock, after 2 o'clock this afternoon. I want to get her just to come on and visit with that. I'm not doing that in any way, shape, or form to delay it. I'm ready to move forward on this, but I just want her to kind of put her her legal seal of approval on it. But the one thing that we talked about yesterday was that the county engineer had, because you talk about return of investment, our investment really is going to be some time and of course your cost. But we talked about how you had dealt with some of the concerns that the county engineer had, and I think those are important to, you may be getting to that, but we're talking about return on investment, and it just was kind of when I jumped in, maybe I jumped in too early, but I just, this, again, this is a great proposal. You've done really good work. I really appreciate the military's participation, and I just want to talk a few things out, but I'm still very much in favor of this.
Yes, sir. There were some issues that we wanted to make sure that we drilled down on, and we've spent a lot of time with staff. The county engineer's been a part of this working group. Your purchasing director, a part of the working group, of course, the county attorney and others. One of the concerns that the engineer expressed was a lack of capacity in his staff to be able to provide the necessary oversight to these projects. Now, and one of your opportunities here for bringing small business in will be to go to a local business, an architectural engineering firm or a project manager of some type, to bring them in to represent you as working hand in glove with Commander Lampert and his staff in developing the statements of work for these projects, and then providing the execution oversight, the quality assurance, and quality control. Now, that's going to raise the cost for the Navy slightly, but it's not going to be a major impact on that savings that you'll be generating for there. And it's not going to impact your return on investment, because you're going to recover 100% of all of those direct costs of any staff time that's spent directly overseeing the project, the time for that project manager, and of course the vendor themselves. Plus, you're going to recover all of your indirect costs, which are calculated as whatever percentage of time the members of the court, senior staff, others, the electricity in this building and the like, all of those sunk costs. You would cover all of those, plus, and let me go back to the terms and conditions, plus a 7% administrative fee. And we were very pleased and appreciative that the Navy offered this 7% fee, because this is frankly a higher percentage than the Army is offering any of their community partners. And is, in my experience, and I've been doing this since literally day one when Congress passed this law, is the highest administrative fee being offered anywhere in the country today.
And
So-
that's greatly appreciated, and I think that's really important point to hammer in is how the Navy has done this, and we appreciate that, and how we've dealt with the fact that, you know, that issue has been been raised by the court about the liability and not not overdoing it for our county engineer who is up to his eyes as it is. So I appreciate you addressing that and just wanted to kind of point that out as you went along. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir, my pleasure. Just kind of an overview of the terms and conditions. Of course, you've got the specific agreement in your review package for this meeting. Your representatives will work with the Navy to develop the scopes of work and the statements. This will be limited to, on the Navy side, they will be able to spend up to $1 million a year on this agreement. As I said just a moment ago, all direct and indirect costs you will recover, plus that administrative fee. The concept is to provide the actual materials and installation service through your purchasing agent going to one of your buy board opportunities. You will provide oversight through a local program management firm. We'll also manage risk by requiring all of those contractors to carry their insurance and performance bonds. You will be, as I said, reimbursed. This will be similar to federal grants, only with other federal grants, you don't get a 7% kicker. Kind of a nice
And
deal.
often
Yes,
you
sir.
don't get your indirects.
I have a question. It's a good project. I'm still not sold on the whole thing here. I keep hearing different things. In fact, the commander said a while ago that, you know, people get hurt out there, something fell on somebody, you know, and I'm concerned about liabilities, you know, when somebody gets hurt, say one of the contractors, I know they're gonna have liability, but is that gonna come back to the county also? I mean, see, we hired these people, we put them out there to work. So basically, we're gonna be part of that contract, right? The other thing is that, you know, but really, we keep saying $1 million. Does that $1 million include everything? The 10%, the vendor's cost?
Yes, sir.
The everything?
Yes,
So it's not very much, $1 million, when you start getting 7%, you know, and then the vendor's cost and for, you know, and for the construction, it's not a very much money. So I don't know how much I'm gonna make out of the $1 million.
Well-
Maybe 100,000, maybe, or maybe 500,000, or.
Yeah, let me remind you though, sir, that this is a pilot.
No,
You know, so-
you don't have to remind me that. I know exactly what it is. I'm just asking you because we talked about this, you know, and my questions are still the same because I don't feel like they were answered. But I'm really concerned about the liability. I'm really concerned about the reimbursement. And I know that the military takes time to reimburse what they owe sometimes. And, you know, you said that they reimburse in 2 weeks. So I don't know, maybe the commander can clarify that. I mean, will you reimburse the money in 2 weeks, Commander? Or Captain?
Typically, our process is to make payment in 30 days.
I can't hear you.
If you
Can
don't
you
mind,
On the mic.
just on the mic.
I just want to clarify that because I was told that you would reimburse the money in 2 weeks.
The typical standard agreement is to make payment in 30 days once the invoice is provided to the government. That's the standard process. And we can also, in our IGSA, we've made an allowance for partial payment for projects or requirements of greater duration. So we can identify a potential division to make payment for those services that are rendered at the time.
So it's not 2 weeks, so it's really, okay. And the other thing that, when you ask you about, where did you compare this, you know, apples to apples? And I know you all did it with Cindy Park. We did 4.5 miles of water pipe there in Cindy Park. And you have to remember one thing at Cindy Park, it was 4.5 miles of dirt. Nothing was, no obstacles there, it was all dirt. So it's easy to go through land that's not being used instead of going through concrete and having to do all those other obstacles. So the cost is gonna be higher than what you're figuring here. I mean, what we paid at Cindy Park, I guarantee you almost 3 times the value now, 3 times what it's gonna cost.
So, sir, granted, your unit cost here that was calculated off of your Cindy Park project and then with Mr. Garza adjusted for inflation to current cost, even if you multiply that threefold, okay, call it $50 a linear foot, multiply it 3 times to $150 a linear foot. Commander Lampert would be able to confirm for you that the projects that we compared this to, the Navy was paying approximately $865 a linear foot.
And I agree with it. I mean, they always pay 3 more than anybody else, but I'm just saying, the figures are not gonna be what we're talking about. I mean, it's gonna be higher for them and less for us, probably. That's what
You are going to be recovering 100% of your costs, sir.
okay. And what if we don't recover 100% of costs?
Then, in that case, we have put dispute resolution processes into your IGSA. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not qualified to give you advice about your liability, but one of the things I did do on your behalf and on behalf of all the local governments in Texas this year is coordinate an effort with the legislature
You did a good job. You did a good job.
specifically grant you the authority to be able to enter into these. And as I understand it, I would defer to the county attorney to be able to actually give you advice on it. But as I understand it, that extends your governmental immunity liability coverage.
And I have one more question, and probably to the commander, if you don't mind, Commander. When we have a contractor that we hire to put on work at the base, I mean, you all require background checks, right? You all require to give history background checks, anybody goes onto the base?
That's correct. So they'll have to get checked to provide perform work on the base.
So there's something I guess we need to tell the contractors.
Yes, sir.
So make sure that everybody that goes in there has to be a background check.
Yes, sir. That's baked into not only within the IGSA itself, but we are also, within the work group, putting together a standard operating procedures guide that will give specific step-by-step instructions on how to handle all of those kinds of issues.
Okay, this is my concern. I just want the county attorney to make sure we're touching on all those issues that, at the end of the day, it's still gonna come back and sue the county, that, but, everybody does, so. But, I just wanna make sure, and I'm not, like I said, I'm just not, it's a good project. I'm not just sold on it yet, but,
So one of the things I wanted to bring up for the record is that in the year and a half that we've had our working groups, all the good questions that have been brought forth this morning have been addressed thoroughly. In fact, we made a decision that as a court that we would bring in Welder Leshen because they had an attorney on staff that could provide expert legal advice in this arena. So you don't have to rely on Mr. Bonner's advice. You don't have to rely on the fact that Joint Base San Antonio and all of the counties that make up the COG in and around Joint Base San Antonio already, 13 counties already vetted it. You don't even have to rely on the fact that the governor's office already vetted it and made it their top 10. You don't even have to even rely on the fact that Jacksonville and the Navy have already vetted it. We got our own expert, and she has already stated that she believes that the clauses that were placed in the agreement, ready for execution, do protect the county sufficiently. As far as the money goes, it is important to understand that it doesn't matter if this is off by, as Steve said, 3 times, which it won't be, but even if it were extremely off, the ability to provide value, not only to Nueces County, but to the Navy is there. And that's why a year and a half worth of work was done to get us to this point. The 7% administrative fee is above the cost, so you get 100% back. And in the realm of the possible, is it possible that something would go wrong? Maybe, but that's why we have a document that's been vetted by both sides to protect our interest and to as they say, don't lose the forest through the trees.
My last question, Judge, I wanted to ask. Out of those 13 that have been vetted, any of them have any problems?
No, sir.
They're all working?
No, sir.
None of them have problems?
None that I'm aware of. They've never mentioned any problems. We just held a working group on Monday in San Antonio with Joint Base San Antonio and identified the next tranche of projects to address. So we'll be looking at things like medical waste. We'll be looking at.
Just asking, did none of them have problems that
No, and in fact, as I said,
Appreciate it.
I represent to the court and to those people that are here in the audience, as well as those that are at home listening, what an unbelievable feeling it was to have, I mean, you have your Navy secretaries, right? You have your Army secretaries, and then they have deputy assistant secretaries for different measures, and the ones that covered this particular, they called them IGSAs. You know,
That's what the
they call
Army
them IGSAs.
calls- that's the acronym,
And
yes,
they
ma'am.
have their assistant, deputy secretary, Secretary Balaki. He basically, this is what the Pentagon wants to see. This is the enthusiasm for our future. There is no way to protect our base without this type of mechanism. We are going to be doing a great service to our country. We already are a very proud military community, but sometimes we have to show it. This is a mechanism that actually does both help them and help us. And when you can recover all of your direct costs, your indirect costs, and make 7% on top and strengthen your base, I find it very hard to invent a reason, not to do it. The liability was a concern, and it was addressed over a year's period of time. And I feel confident after visiting with the lawyers and her managing partner, who I visited with this morning, that we are good to go and ready to execute. Commissioner Modis, I thought maybe you were moving your mic.
Thank you, Judge. Like the judge said, and you said, we've been working on this for quite a while.
Yes, sir.
We're definitely not the first, but we're at the leading edge of all of this being done, so.
This is actually historic from the Navy's viewpoint,
Right.
because this will be the first one that they've done in their entire southeastern region.
And so I love that we've shored up the idea of direct costs, 100% will be recovered. I think that's a big deal. And I agree, the 7% administrative fee, that also is a big deal. I think over the year and a half or so that we've been working on this, there've been a lot of questions, concerns, and I think you've aired them out. The fact that I think we have stamp of approval, and the captain and the commander here, along with yourself and your service to our country, and the work that you've been doing in Washington, D.C. has all been to really pave the way for all the installations you're working with, but especially for us here, NES Corpus Christi and with Nueces County. And so I want to give a resounding yes in my support to this. I have no question or doubt that this has been totally vetted. I understand that there's always going to be concerns, but the fact that you all have included also a dispute resolution, that, there will be, I agree with that question, has everything been working? And maybe it has to this point, right? But if we do have any hiccups, that we can work it out. And
There are always going to be hiccups.
Sure.
I've
Sure.
never worked on a single contract in my entire, almost 40-year career now, that there wasn't something that happened. But if you've got people of goodwill working together on both sides for each other's benefit, which this is, you can work through those things.
And this just makes good sense. I mean, taxpayers, they pay taxes and they don't care or understand most of the time where the money goes to the federal government or somewhere in between or down to the local government. They just know they pay to the government. They want it to be run efficiently. And I think that this program allows for that. It definitely allows for that. And it strengthens our ties. So hopefully, God forbid, we don't have another BRAC, but if for when we do, we show the strength and the innovation that's already been included. And I think that sends a strong message to Congressman Cloud and to our senators that we're working in tandem together, and we only want to do what we can because, just as a casual observer over the years, when we've had BRAC hits, we've lost maybe it was an air wing here or, different personnel here or there, and it kind of chips away, and it's scary. It's scary when you're working in public policy and working on representing the people that you don't want to lose that. And so every opportunity we have to strengthen our resolve and ensure that we're connected, I think goes much longer, much further than the actual savings and benefits that we'll see either way on the financial side and project side. So that to me is bigger scope, and that means so much more. So I thank you all for your work, and I'm sure there's probably still some more data or information to cover, but I appreciate working out all those questions over all this time that we've had you on since right around the start of COVID, right before it, but you've been doing a tremendous job, and I appreciate you being available to me and my questions and just helping me learn a little bit more about this process. But it looks good, and I think that this is definitely the way to go.
Yes, sir.
Can I, just a couple more questions, Steve?
Yes.
Were you done, John? I apologize if I interrupted you, I'm sorry. The direct cost, how's that defined? In other words, what we don't want to get into, because, you don't want to get into any battles with your partners, right? That's not a good thing. So I guess, is it pretty specifically defined? Because we would want to make sure that those direct costs have been approved, I guess, in concept by the Navy, meaning these are costs that will be allowed specifically, and these are costs that we wouldn't consider, direct costs. So I guess that's pretty well defined.
Yes, sir. So direct cost, let me just go back up here, and you'll see a little bit easier to see maybe. Of course, it's all the materials.
Right.
Okay? It's the cost of actually paying the contractor to do the work of installing.
It's the program management
Okay?
fees.
It's the program management fees. Direct costs for you in the county, for county staff, will be things like Mr. Robinson's time as your purchasing director, actually working through and bringing that contract to you all for your approval and award for that vendor then to actually go out and do the work.
So using him as an example, and that's a good one, he would keep a timesheet separate on
Yes,
any
sir.
of the things he works on, and then he would submit and say, it took me 24 hours of my time, and my hourly rate, if you annualize that hourly rate, is X, and we would submit that, and unless the Navy says, well, that's excessive, or that's not appropriate, then that would be something that would be reimbursed too. Because I think it's, again, we need to flesh this out, because to me, I'm looking for, we're all looking for the best deal for our entities, right? But to me, this sounds like it should be, and I get it, it sounds kind of nirvana, but it should be a zero cost basis to the county if this is done right, because even our employees' time will be reimbursed under this contract.
I like to say that this is partnership that pays for itself.
Right.
Mr. Atchley and his staff have been involved in the working group, and we have already addressed the need for that type of timesheet tracking and other cost tracking. He is working to put his procedures in place to be able to track that. And I've also will work with he and his staff on how to submit billing into the DOD system to make sure that when you put in your invoices, you've got all the right information in the right order, and you do get those timely payments. And Commander Lampert was exactly right. The standard is not more than 30 days. In my experience as a federal contractor, I get paid at about a 2-week turn there. So that's where that number came from, sir.
So, okay, and that's good to know. And then I think I saw, and you went through it, and I apologize, I left my hard copy, where it said 7% up to $1 million a year. So let's say, for example, and I'm just kind of curious as to, excuse me, as to that, why would that be limited? Like, if they do $100 million 1 year, in construction, why wouldn't we get, and maybe it's a sliding scale, or why would we not get more than that million on the 7%?
Actually, we could have gone to a higher level of approval. The Navy has delegated authority down to Captain Jason to approve these types of agreements up to $1 million a year. That's where that number comes from.
So, and I guess that's the only thing that kind of caught my eye after all these discussions, and I apologize for not asking you this when we talked, because it just caught my eye. I guess the question would be like, what do we anticipate? I mean, are we going to get short? It's not the right word. I'm not trying to be. Are we going to end up on the short end of that stick potentially if they do if they, and I know they wouldn't do it on purpose, right? But it's all about where you get your appropriations and where the money's available. So if they've got $100 million to do something one year and zero one year, I wouldn't want to get, shorted because we piled it all in one year. And I know that's maybe too hard to predict, but I'm just kind of curious. And you said they've delegated up to $1 million, so maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Captain Jason's going to
sure, I'm just
explain
trying to
that
figure out
there is
Yeah.
highs,
What
there is
the-
a cap that's congressional.
Yeah, so let me answer that. So the $1 million is a line that's drawn by the government for my approval. And as a pilot, we can take this to 10 million if we want to go through region in the future, but this is a starting point. And that is because the Navy's not going to spend more than $1 million in potable water infrastructure year to year. We just don't have it. So I don't anticipate any more than that. So the cap works for this type of project.
Okay.
And so just realize, I think, and maybe not for your benefit, but for others, because these are a bit confusing instruments, is the bottom line is the Navy is going to spend money on a project, whatever. Let's say this linear footage here, right here, we're going to replace it. So we're going to do it. And it's either going to cost me $2 million if I do it through my own contracting vehicles, or I'm hoping that I can work with you to make the cost lower.
Right.
But either way, I'm paying for it. We cut the check. And so the work is done by us. And the fact is, if I approach you for that and I say, this year's the year, 1 million for this chunk of square footage or linear footage of pipe, and you say this is not good for us this year, then you say no. Because the IGSA doesn't bind you to do that. And if I'm broke next year and I say I'm not investing anything in potable water this year, then I'm not obligated to do a project just for your benefit. So we both have a veto every single year. But if I come up with a project and I have the money for it, maybe it's $500,000 next year, and you look at it and you're based on all what you can do, you say this works for us. We like this. We like the percentage we're going to make. This works. Then we shake hands on it, and then the next year we review another one. Gotcha. So it's the IGSA itself, and I don't know if I can speak the legalese on this, so I'm going to defer to Steve. But just if you can comment on the degree to which it does or does not bind the county, I think that would put a lot of folks at ease.
Well, it sounds like we have an out clause, and that's why I was going to kind of ask the lawyer who just wasn't available this morning at this time, and I think Belinda's been trying to get a hold of her to see if she can, weigh in later. Again, won't delay me. I just have some liability questions, and I think it sounds like they've been covered. I just like to get everything on the record, and her putting herself on the record to say, here's why we recommend this, and here's the answers to your questions. It's just more the lawyer and me. So sorry, I'm not trying to be, because again, I think this is a positive thing, and the hope would be really is this is a pilot project. The hope would be it goes so well that we do others that we have a higher cap, so that we have the ability to
That's
help you
right.
more and help help us more. So this is kind of
And that's
to me,
what
this is
they're
kind of a
actually,
baby step, right?
that's
It's a
exactly, you're
start.
echoing exactly what was stated yesterday with the deputy secretary, and they're actually looking for advocacy from, congressional districts, and thank you for Congressman Cloud's representative, Luis Buentello, to be here today. They're looking for opportunities in the future to make that 10 million, go up higher and or extend, into the future. Right now, this one just reflects the right amount for the service that would be provided. It doesn't mean that it's a cap on what's available out there in the realm of the possible.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. I know you have more slides, but I know we've all
Actually,
seen
no,
all the
Judge,
slides. Okay, good.
That last slide about why the
Right.
county should do this,
Right.
I can summarize very easily. One, this is an economic development investment on your part that's actually pays for itself. So by lowering the cost of doing business for the Navy here at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, you're going to make this base more competitive for future missions and future job growth. You're contributing to our national defense by helping Captain Jason and Commander Lampert make their base more resilient so that they can definitely launch the vital national defense missions that occur out there, and they keep CCAD working full speed. And it's a plus for you on your budget because it creates new non-tax revenue for the county. And yes, it's a small amount to begin with, but that's
But
what
it has
pilots do.
Great potential.
Yes. So
It has
thank you
great
very
upward
much for your
mobility.
time. If you've
Thank
got any
you.
other questions, I'm happy to
Thank
stay.
you. No. Well, what I'd like to do at this time is make a motion contingent upon Ms. Schutz answering the questions that I know she's going to answer to the comfort level, because as I said, we've already had these discussions over time. I'd like to make a motion to approve the intergovernmental.
Juan wants to say something.
Yeah, Judge, Commissioners, good morning. I just got a question, and I know this was addressed in the previous Commissioners Court, that Public Works would have no involvement in this project, and I know it was discussed in that last Commissioners Court. I think Commissioner Hernandez had discussed this, and what's the, on my end as a county engineer?
I
got a
remember us
quick
saying
question.
that you wouldn't have any involvement. I thought we were trying to, because I don't have any problem with you having involvement. We just want to make sure that we
Yes,
log
sir.
your time and we get reimbursed
Right.
for whatever.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
and that's correct,
You don't want to
Commissioner,
be involved, but I
But
didn't-
as my license under the Texas Board of Professional Engineers, I'm umbrellaed under the county, and if I start doing work for another entity, then that's a separate task that's not involved in my job description. So, and not only that, but also my staff, because I know we're gonna end up having to do additional paperwork, and my staff right now is overwhelmed. And as y'all all know, we've all get calls from the residents out in our county rural areas complaining about drainage and roads and how far we're behind with our staff. And if we're short on staff right now, and now we're gonna be doing work outside of our county right-of-ways, you know, it's gonna diminish. I just wanna make sure y'all know that we're gonna be getting more calls. And those calls, I mean, are gonna come to us, and hopefully, you know, understand that if our roads start getting, not being taken care of, and our ditches not being taken care of, because now we're concentrating on another entity.
I thought this was gonna eliminate your staff. I thought you were going
Yes, sir.
strictly through contract.
Yes, sir, well, I understand that,
That was
but
my understanding.
I just wanna make sure that my license is not
Your
also
license will
covered.
not be impacted or affected
So
under
you'll have it,
this.
so, okay,
That's
I
correct,
just wanna
sir.
make sure, so we're
That's
not,
correct.
so if, because, I mean, I don't wanna have any.
I think we,
Judge and Commissioners, I don't wanna have any involvement in this.
we
If you don't, that's-
understand.
And I think that's fine, Juan. I mean, I just didn't want you to think that we said you wouldn't be involved. I thought you'd said you wanted to limit your involvement, which is totally
Yes, sir.
fine, because we would then hire
Yes, sir.
an outside program manager that could be reimbursed. I want to make sure you're involved or not involved, whatever you want to be, right? I
Yes,
get
yes,
it.
sir, I just wanna make sure my license is not into.
We understand.
Okay.
And
Thank
my
you so
staff.
much.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
what-
as I said-
Hold on one second. So Juan, what you're saying is you would prefer that your department have limited to no involvement in this?
That's correct,
Okay, I
Commissioner.
want to make sure, that's
Thank-
fine.
thank you,
We can-
Commissioner.
We'll structure it that way, because I don't want to make it uncomfortable for you or overload what y'all are doing. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Excuse me, Judge?
Yes.
I thought on the last Commissioners Court meeting that we had, I had a motion that Public Works would have no involvement in this.
Yes, I think we're just echoing that, Commissioner.
Okay.
We agree with you. He's restating it for the record. You're restating it. We all agree.
I also have a question or a concern. I've heard talks, and everybody's concerned about the money, okay? My concern is about the contractors that we're gonna get through the state bid board. And you know, my feeling about that. I don't think we've had very good luck with getting, contractors to do good work from the state bid board. So that's my concern, number one. And, yes, I used to do work for the government, maintaining government buildings, and it takes 30 days to get paid, you know. So, I just, you know, the money, the money's very minimal, but we're gonna make if we make any money at all, okay? And if we don't have any accidents or anything like that, that's gonna hamper on us getting any monies or like, going into courts back and forth. But that's my concern. My concern is, you know, the type of contractors that we have to work with. And that's
Well, those
what I'm
will
saying.
be, I understand, and you will have an opportunity when those contracts are brought to court to make that decision. So
And so
you
how
don't
would-
have to worry that they don't meet with your specification because you'll be asked to select them here in court. So I think that's important to note. And again, the money that we will make, the 7% administrative fee may look minimal, but every dollar to a taxpayer is priceless. And, excuse me, I'll get right to you.
Okay.
I think that the most important thing to note is this is a matter of keeping our military bases strong. We repair every rotary blade helicopter in the world here. We have just been tasked with doing over 700 retrofit of the Victor for our reserve teams in our country at a savings of $13 million per helicopter. If you do the math, that's probably $8 billion, $9 billion worth of savings that we're going to be giving to our country. If we can't fix water lines and potholes and getting barracks right, that is a mismatch. We have a real obligation here. This is a red, white, and blue opportunity to have your county support your military bases that support our ad valorem and our economy. That's what we're talking about here. We have thousands of contracts that come through the county every year. I wish we could put them all under the microscope the way we're doing this one. The most important thing to remember here is this one has been under 10 microscopes, and it's also been vetted for over a year and a half. And you as a court, we as a court, get to have that final decision-making as to who we contract with. Remember, just listen to the words. It's intergovernmental, right? It's a pass-through. We're not doing the work. Juan's not going to do the work. This is a pass-through to let a local contractor do the work. This is about as much about them and providing local jobs, which we're always echoing here. Local jobs, supporting our local economy, and our military bases are strengthened by it. It may never see the buy board, or it may. It just depends what the work authorization is and what kind of request for proposals are issued and what types of bids we get back. But we as a court will get to make sure that it's the type of contractor that you think is appropriate. And of course, they'll meet all the specifications, just like we always do for all of our contracts.
And they'll be appropriately insured and have performance
Right.
bonds.
Absolutely.
I was just going to add one thing, and then Sal was seconding. I want to second your motion, was all
Yeah,
I was
thank
trying to
you.
do. And then I was just going to add to your, when the procurement happens, that would run through our procurement department.
Yes, sir.
So at that point, we would have a selection committee. I would just like to offer, since the base is in my precinct, and to be on that selection committee on those projects. And that was all I was going to add.
I would
and-
second that.
And just to have, because that way I can be involved and want to make sure, because I really want to do what I can do to help this project along and make sure we get the right folks. And because I get it, I mean, and Ms. Schutz has confirmed, just for everybody's edification, that she will be available at 2:00 today to answer all the legal questions. And so I think the judge's motions, which I second, it was subject to those conversations,
Excuse-
but to move
Yeah.
it forward.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Judge, I have another
Thank you.
From what I understood from Mr. Robinson from purchasing, since I've been there, that we don't get to pick the buy board. They pick them because it's the cheapest ones they can get, and it's the most cost-effective way to do it. So that's, my concern, and I don't think we should be, well, at least I don't feel, be putting out that, make it seem like we're not supporting our people at the base. We are supporting people, we do support the people at the base. The people at the base, the Red Mac and everywhere else around that area, have been awarded numerous awards for doing great jobs. So I think, they're doing great work, and I just don't want the public to believe that if we don't do this, we're setting plans for the base to leave Corpus Christi, and I don't think that's the case.
We appreciate your perspective.
Well, thank you.
All right, so I'll call for the question. I think we've had some really good discussion.
I'm gonna say something just before I vote.
All right,
And this is for the record, I mean, like I said, I like the project, I really think that, I have a lot of questions that I had, and I wanna help the captain do something before he leaves, you know? You know, he said he had to do one of these before he left, so this is it, Captain, so take advantage of it, you know, and the commander, but you know, I'm gonna hold back what I've been hearing here 3 times, and it's for the record, that when we do these contracts, we said local people, local community, local agencies, small business, veterans and women's owned businesses should be our priority to jobs. That's why I'm voting for it. I'm supporting it, because I think that should be our priority.
thank you, sir. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye,
And Judge, I think
No.
you, oh, sorry.
forgive me.
I think you had included, if there's a selection committee, that could be a
I'm going to
second.
add that as
That's
well. Michael was in the room. Michael's sitting down. Sorry, I've got Steve blocking your hair. Michael Robinson, our procurement, if you would just make note that when we get to that point, you usually, when you bring that authority to procure, you always usually attach a selection committee. I think you've heard the will of the court that for the commissioner for this particular one, that you would please add Commissioner Chesney as the base falls in his precinct.
Sure, Judge. Just so the court knows, we're following our normal processes. Nothing
Correct.
is, Commissioner Chesney, nothing is different about this process than when we bring a normal request to go out for bid. And we have multiple different ways that we can address projects that come up. We would like to utilize a co-op if necessary because it speeds up the approval process, right? It's less than the 60-day window that we have when we go out for bids. But if we do request to go out for an RFP, we always come to court and request permission to go out for RFP, and in that request, we have an order attached which lists the committee members, and so the court has an opportunity every time I bring one of those up here to add or take away or whatever from the list of people that are on that committee. So you'll have that opportunity then, and then once you're on the committee, of course, you'll participate in all the selection activities.
I think when,
I think the only difference there is, for this one, if it comes up, we've already done it as a motion that I'm on that
Yeah.
committee, so just include it on this particular one. And then I think if we're going to use the buy board, I'm not offended by that. I just think because we're all getting used to this, it would be advantageous for all of that to be kind of, you know, put up front before
Yeah.
we use it, and just to make sure it's clean and clear and.
Right, and definitely,
That's
you know,
it.
this is our very first one.
Yeah, we're almost
And
ner-
so
nervous.
on that first one, we may have some steps that we add in terms of
Yeah.
doing some checks with the court just to make sure that y'all are okay with me coming forward on a
I even
co-op
think,
selection.
yeah, I even think it's a good idea to have even if it's not a.
Even if it's a workshop or something.
Yeah, or even if it's not a need to have a committee, have the committee. In other words, let's just create it so that we can all learn, because the more we're empowered, we're gonna learn and be able to bring back,
Right,
more
but-
information.
Yeah,
so.
because frankly, the court has this opportunity every time. I don't bring anything that y'all don't vote on. So-
Right,
So
I
there's I don't want there to be a myth out there that the court doesn't have a say in what we do. Y'all have a complete say
Exactly.
in every time we bring
Right.
something.
Okay, super, Michael, thanks, and thanks for the volunteering, Commissioner Chesney. I think it's gonna be a great project for your precinct, and
Agree.
again, we're sort of blessed to have, sometimes this coincidence happens and sometimes it doesn't, but we've got a lot of really great people in the room, from veterans. I hope that this gets taken back to our veterans organizations, Commander, because it's really good information. And here representing Corpus Christi Army Depot as well. I mean, we think that there's room here for opportunity and needs that have been unmet. I mean, I don't even know what that line looks like, Captain Jason, but I can imagine it. I can see it. And right below it are the ones that you just wish you could do. Our goal is to see if we can move those to the top of bring them up above that water line, no pun intended. Well, thank you and congratulations to all of us for embarking in this historic moment. Creston, my particular thanks to the South Texas Military Task Force. If you'd let Keith Graff know, Steve, that we were able to move forward here today, and this afternoon, we'll make it final when we visit with everybody again. Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back into regular order. I really want to thank those that are on patient for those resolutions. I'm going to wait for our general information report until we do our resolutions, because I know many have been online waiting. I'll move right now to G1. It's recognition of the month of October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and would ask Belinda to come forward. And then we'll do item number 2, and our friends from Senecor, I believe, are here with us. I saw, oh, yes, I see you, April.
And Judge, just to confirm, I don't know if anybody was online. Can you?
Yes, let me make certain, is there anybody maybe from either Susan G. Komen, American Cancer Society, the Pink Divas? If not, I'll allow you to read the resolution, and I'll just remind everybody to mute. If you wouldn't mind, please muting your phones online. It'll help us here. But it would be my honor to take it to the American Cancer Society later this afternoon.
Whereas Making Strides Against Breast Cancer program is the largest network of breast cancer awareness events in the nation, uniting nearly 300 communities with a shared determination to finish the fight against breast cancer. And whereas funds raised through the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer of Corpus Christi enable the American Cancer Society to save lives from breast cancer by funding groundbreaking breast cancer research, providing free, comprehensive information and support to those touched by breast cancer, and helping people reduce their breast cancer risk or find it early when it's most treatable. Where participants of the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer of Corpus Christi join together to celebrate breast cancer survivors, pay tribute to those lost to the disease, and raise funds to end breast cancer once and for all. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, does here proclaim October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and October 30th as Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Day in Nueces County, and further urges all citizens of Nueces County to finish the fight against breast cancer by participating in the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer of Corpus Christi's event at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi on Saturday, October 30th.
Thank you, Belinda. Is there a motion to approve such recognition? And a second? Motion and a second. And of course, this is the month where we go pink for the ladies, and I'm reminded, I love the story every year when we tell it, that because of the love of a sister, the Susan G. Komen Foundation was initiated in Dallas probably over 40 years ago. And really, because of that one effort, the whole world goes pink now in October. And I know major strides have been made, but no greater stride is that in prevention. And so while we remember breast cancer, please remember to get your mammogram and to make certain that you are doing those yearly checks. I thank all the men also for always wearing pink in honor of the ladies. I see a couple of pink ties, pink ribbons. Well, I thought that was a ribbon, but anyway, we appreciate it, and it's not too late to get into the action. There's still another week left in October. So again, is there a motion and a second? We already did that, right?
Yes.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, wonderful. I'll be sure and take that. Will you proceed to the recognition of Senecor's 55th year milestone? And we have representatives of Senecor here with us that I know would probably like to accept that resolution and maybe make a few comments. Go ahead.
Whereas Senecor has been dedicated to helping those in need since 1967, this year Senecor has reached its 55th year milestone, and whereas Senecor operates as a 501c3 nonprofit organization that provides treatment and recovery services for those who suffer from alcohol and drug addiction. It offers substance abuse and behavioral health services for both adults and adolescents. And whereas Senecor's focus is to provide high-quality, affordable services to the clients and the communities it proudly serves, and whereas in 2020, Senecor's Corpus Christi location served over 2,000 people, providing inpatient and outpatient detox, short-term residential, sober living, and recovery services, And whereas Cenacor's commitment to following its core values of health, wellness, faith, work, recovery, respect, accountability, and education is a commitment to providing our citizens a future they deserve. And now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas hereby recognizes and commends Cenacor for its dedication and compassion to the citizens of Nueces County and congratulates them for their 55th year milestone, and further urges the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in recognition of their 55 years of service.
That's a
So
long
moved.
time to be helping so many people. I'll make a second for that motion. And April, would you like to say a few words on behalf of Cenacor today?
So really, I just want to tell the Commissioners Court, thank you. Previously, we were Charlie's Place here in Corpus Christi. We merged with Cenacor in 2018. And as Charlie's Place, we received a similar acknowledgement and proclamation. And so now as Cenacor, I just want to say thank you. You continue to assist us in any and which way possible. And so I just want to say thank you to the Commissioners Court to aid our mission into continuing to serve others, the homeless population, and especially our veterans. So it's just a big thank you from Cenacor to the Commissioners Court. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you. Well, as they say, right back at you, all the dedicated individuals that make up all of the, group that is called Cenacor, all of your service on the opioid task force, your jail diversion involvement, and really just overall community involvement. It's not just about the work you're doing. You're trying to make sure that when folks leave your facility, that they have housing, and you just really go above and beyond to make sure that those voices are heard. So I'm just so glad to know you, and thank you for being here today to represent your organization.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to move on to, I want to do the board appointments, and then I just want to double check. We have a judge on the line.
You did.
Hi,
Judge.
Okay,
Judge Wharton was
hi,
on.
Judge. Hang on one second. Kara, I'll do it again in case I didn't.
First and second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It's fine. It's good. Okay, great. So, Judge Huerta, hang on to just a second. I was just double checking that you're on the line. And I'm going to move to board appointments and then come right in, back to you, Judge Huerta. Nueces County Animal Services Advisory Committee, and the Airport Advisory Board, and Appraisal District Board of Directors all have board appointments. Belinda, will you go through each of them and so that we could take appropriate action?
Certainly. So the court did open up applications on October 7th, and they closed on October 21st. Unfortunately, we did not receive any applications. There are currently 3 members their term is up, and my understanding is that one has already indicated they would not be reapplying. And since then, there's also been 1 resignation. And their term, that was Kimberly Kemp, and their term isn't up until 2022. But now we're going to have 4 vacancies.
Wow.
So at this time, we're recommending that you allow us to go ahead and repost until positions are filled.
Okay, so let me stop there. Let's make that motion. I'd like to make a motion that we repost and would look for a second until such time as the vacancies are filled. I've
Second.
got a motion and a second. Is there any other further discussion or questions for Belinda? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. So that take care of all of our action that you feel like?
One is the Nueces County Airport Advisory Board. And in that one, actually, all seven members are up because they all expired on September 30th, 2021. We did post for that one. We did get 2 applications. One is Kenneth Shores, which is from Precinct 1, and also Robert Gonzalez, which is Precinct 3. So
Okay.
we would
Motion
ask-
to reappoint.
I'll take that as a motion and I'll second.
Are you just doing specific
Just
ones?
those 2?
Yeah,
Those are only 2 we got
Yes.
letters on.
Motion to reappoint Gonzalez and appoint Shores.
I think Shores is a reappoint also.
That's
Is it-
correct.
Oh, sorry,
Okay, so-
reappoint both
So let's
Gonzalez
do
and
that
Shores.
piece of it
I would
first.
like to put on for Mr. Shores, please.
What'd you say?
Okay,
Couldn't hear.
well, we're going to allow you to vote right now. I've got a motion
Well,
on the
thank-
floor and a
Thank you,
second.
Judge.
I couldn't hear what he said.
Yeah, he just
was
wants to
voting-
vote for him.
Oh, for Mr. Shore, okay. Gotcha.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And Judge, I need to repost because the precinct 4 representative moved out of town, and I'm going to reach out to a couple of people
Okay.
on that one. Is there a reason we couldn't just reappoint the rest of them subject to their interest?
Oh, hold on one
Or-
second, Commissioner
Yeah,
Modis.
I was going to ask something
was gonna
similar.
ask
I mean,
similar.
well, one, we have two boards now that there's a lot of incumbents that have not shown interest either way, either sent a letter or said that they didn't want. So is that something internal we need to work on? Is that something that our liaisons on staff need to help us with? Or what did we miss out? Because normally we're on the ball and we know whether they want it or whether they don't. And for the animal services and now this one, we didn't get anyone for reappointment for animal services. And they all expired, or most of them expired, I think. And now for airport, they're all up. I thought it was staggered for airport, and they're not. Animal services is, but airport, they're all up. And they already passed in September 30th. So whatever we need to do, I mean, it doesn't matter, but it's just a little concerning on that. And also, you know, Chairman Dalton did such an amazing job. I would like for us to recognize him,
I think it's
even
a
with
great
just
idea.
a proclamation, just a thank you. I didn't know he had
Great
moved.
idea.
And, but he has done great work for the county and for the airport all
really
these
has.
years.
We can do that. We
appreciate
can
that.
direct that for next court.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the issue
Or
at hand,
maybe
which is we only, our
Two courts.
protocols,
Maybe we can do
we've
two
got the
courts away,
two.
Judge, so we, just to
How about we
get a hold of
repost?
him and all that. Sorry for the,
Would you like a motion to repost?
We're gonna nominate those two there, and
well, that's what I'm wondering, do we,
Well, they have to send a letter. If they're an incumbent, our processes require them to say. So
done
we need to
in-
repost and get on the phone and urge them to make certain that if they would like to serve, they need to send us an email. It's very quick, very easy. They can
And they
literally
could- they
say,
could
we
have
want
just
to be
missed it or-
reconsidered.
those two
Right.
didn't get letters either?
only got letters from Shores and Gonzalez.
So I think what we'll do is, how about if we repost for a week's period?
Well, I vote for
A motion
Gonzalez.
to repost.
I vote for Gonzalez right now.
No,
We already did
We
that while
Gonzalez
you
and
stepped
Shores.
out.
Well, put me down on my.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Our next meeting is November 3rd, so did y'all want to repost starting
no.
today through November 2nd?
Yeah,
Or anything that says that we couldn't just call the ones that are incumbents and just
Yes.
ask them if they just missed this? Because a lot
Well-
of times in the past too, we picked up the phone
yeah.
and
So
called.
Tara actually writes them a letter. Have they all been given the opportunity to be have we contacted all of them?
So what we do, my understanding of the boards and commissions, and I could have been wrong this whole time, what we do is we send the notice to the board contacts, and the board contacts are supposed to reach out to the board members so that we remain impartial.
That's correct.
Wait, who's the board contact?
Well,
So
like
the
an
board-
executive director, like John Cox, for example,
Right,
would be
John
for the
Cox is
airport.
for the board contact for airport.
I thought we
it's
sent
meant
stuff
to
that just
avoid a
said you're up for
conflict.
reappointment. Do you want to be appointed or not? I don't,
I think they also get individual letters, everybody gets it, so.
I don't know. I guess you need to ask Mr. Coxton if he asked them all because
Right.
I don't know.
And animal
What's the-
services, I know.
What's the standard procedure for doing this?
We just reiterated it. You give it to the contact so that, to avoid conflicts or
I guess
impartiality.
What I'm asking, Judge, is, these people that are on the board now, is this their first time around, or have they been renominated before?
Have been
Do
nominated.
Yes.
they know?
Most of them have.
Most of them understand the process. I think our best solution for right now is we're very fortunate, and we have another meeting next week. I would like to make a motion to repost so that they can be contacted. You, as individuals, can contact them, and we'll contact John, if you don't mind, Tara,
Yeah, definitely.
and let him know that we only received 2 letters, and we want to make sure that's accurate. But then you can open it up as well to prospective folks.
And I just wanted to clarify, John Cox did contact them and he did let them know.
Okay,
So I
thank
don't know
you
if
so
it was a
much.
matter that they missed it or something, but Mr.
Thank
Cox
you.
did contact them.
Very good, very good info.
Also, the Airport Advisory Board, usually the terms are staggered. I think the at-large ones are every 4 years, the precinct ones are every 3 years, but it just so happened that this is the 12-year time
Right.
where they
Greatest
align.
common factor.
Well, same
Okay.
place.
Okay, so how about that if we repost for a week, for November 3rd? I've got that motion on the table. How about a second?
Second.
All right, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, and then how about the Appraisal District Board of Directors, Belinda?
So that one is only one member, and again, we posted and closed on the 21st. We did not receive a letter of interest for reappointment. After it closed, our current incumbent, Gabrielle Hillpold, did send an email this week indicating she was interested. So we were going to ask if we could repost until November 2nd, so y'all
Okay.
can do an appointment on the 3rd.
Perfect. All right, I'll move to, and let her know, please, that that's the timetable. I'll motion to repost for 1 week till
Second.
November the 2nd. And a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay,
So Belinda, on these ones that we're going, or I guess Gabby was the only one, did she need to send another indication, or is that indication good enough that she wants to reapply? Since it's-
I think that indication will be good enough, but
Okay.
we'll be also confirming with her.
Okay.
But she submitted though.
Huh?
But she submitted something.
I guess she submitted it after the deadline,
That's correct.
so, okay.
okay. All right, and although I know that, we have the consent agenda next, I do like to yield to our judiciary. And so if you would please indulge us, we've got an item under 3E1, 3E1. And with us on the line is Judge Martha Huerta. The item is discuss, good morning. The item pertains to the Family Drug Court, and in particularly the coordinator's position from Department 3150, moving from pay group 14 to 18. And welcome, would you like to introduce this for us?
Good morning. I'm Judge Huerta, and thank you very much for your time. And I just want to especially say congratulations to Senecor. You know, they do a great service, and so we know firsthand with our drug court. And commissioners, good morning. Thank you for your time, and we'll be very brief. We're requesting that this drug court position be upgraded from I guess it was a 14 to a grade 18. But the good news is that we're going to give you money. So we're not asking y'all for any more money. We're have taken a vote, and the drug board has the drug court board rather has agreed to reimburse if the commissioners do approve this, reimburse the commissioners. And I've got Nicole. Nicole, are you present with me?
Yes,
Nicole Russell is our, she is one of our attorneys with the county, but she's also a member of the drug court board. And she has been instrumental in helping this to happen. So I'm going to yield to her to give you the figures, and then I'll come back and talk
good
more.
morning. Yes, good morning. Basically, the numbers break down into, it was pay group 14 at $14.91 an hour. That was previously approved by Commissioners Court, and we are thankful for that. The Nueces County Family Drug Treatment Court has a board of directors because it's also a nonprofit that works with the position and with the court. We had some money left over from a grant last year for personnel and upgrades. And the board has approved the new pay group, which would be $17.20 an hour. We would be reimbursing the county $4,763.20 for salary and $1,000.27 for benefits. That's a total of $5,763.47.
So with the reason, if I might cut in real quick, we're trying to attract qualified candidates. It's a very challenging job. We had just a tiny bit of money left. This is almost going to exhaust what we had, but we felt that this was important enough to add it to this salary so that we can, we can attract people who are qualified, and also we can compensate them as well.
And if I may just jump in, this is particularly important. We used to have a drug court coordinator position that was funded at part-time, which was about $20 and some odd cents an hour. And we're just trying to make it more in line with the other positions in the area that have these qualifications. Our previous coordinator was a licensed chemical dependency counselor. People who have experience in these areas are sought after, and we're wanting to be competitive in trying to attract somebody who can work with us in our court.
And I'll reiterate, it is a very challenging position. As you know, this court is a very challenging court to work in. And so we will do whatever we need to do to keep our people or attract people that can help our community.
You got it, Judge. It's
Thank
on the
you.
way. It's on the way. Don't move.
What's that?
I've got a motion and multiple seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Nicole, for the explanation and for the opportunity to understand that this is a huge win for everybody. Thank you, Judge, for being with us
That's
here this
right.
morning.
Judge,
Thank
Okay,
you all.
Thank you so much.
quick housekeeping, Judge.
Thank you for taking us out of order.
Of course.
And we really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Sorry, Judge, quick housekeeping. I need to move to table.
Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead, sir,
Move to
I'm
table.
listening.
That's okay. Move to table 3A4. I need to do something further on that, please. 3A4.
Okay, motion is on the floor to table. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second?
No, 2 courts.
2 courts from now,
Please.
if you don't mind, look it up.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't quite hear that.
I'm sorry.
It's a motion to
I just made a
table
motion to table 3A4.
3A4. And we're going to put it, is it November 17th?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, November 17th. Motion and a second to table to the 17th. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, great. I'm going to go back to the consent agenda to try to get us back in order. The clerk would just double check that, other than the general information report, I was going to give him a chance to come back down. If somebody, Belinda, if you might text Garrett, tell him we're going to take the consent and that he'll be up next. Okay, we're still good. No minutes this time. Yeah. So I'll take the consent agenda next, and that is, those are items, letters A through Q. Are there any commissioners that need some clarification, or do you have a concern that could be addressed
Yes, Judge, I have a concern on A.
on letter A? Are there any others, commissioners, that need to be pulled at this time?
B and C
B and C, okay?
and M.
Like Mary?
No, wait, hold on. Yeah, M and N. Yes, ma'am. Mary, Nancy.
Mary and Nancy, okay.
That's it.
And then? Any others? Okay, all right. How about a motion, please, for D through L and O, P, and Q, please?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, let's just take them in alpha order, please. And thank you, Darrell. We've got authorization of some bills. And the first is letter A, and I believe that was Commissioner Hernandez.
North Carolina, sorry. Yes, Judge, my question is on the bill of 10-15-21, meals for COVID vaccine at Richard Borchert Fairgrounds to Global Spectrum,
Yes, sir?
a bill of $1,734. I'm just wondering what lunch or how many people were fed for that amount of money?
Okay, well, typically, we had about 150 people. I'd have to look on that particular day. I'm sorry, that was October 15th. Is that right?
Yes, yes,
Well,
ma'am.
no, that's when it comes forward, but I have to look at the date. Let me turn my, if it would be helpful, we can get that to you, but we're gonna have to look it up. But typically, it's whoever is working in the operation, and we have a budget that Spectra works with, somewhere between $10 and usually $15, depending on if it's a breakfast, a lunch, or a dinner. But we've been doing this since the beginning of COVID, when we have folks out there. This might be a bill from a particular date that we can look up. Dale, I hate to put you on the spot, but would you mind finding the date, and then we could start?
Your Honor.
I guess what I'm saying to you is that we feed the folks that are working out there. It could be nurses, it could be staff. If it had to do with a vaccination site, that's usually what those meals are for.
Is that reimbursable, too?
We are
We already
we are
received the donation
submitting.
for it.
I'm sorry?
We've already received the money for it.
For that
You all
one?
received the donation for it.
Who was it?
It's
No,
already
about
been
the-
approved.
I can't,
You've
He's-
already received a donation from outside sources to pay for this.
I know we received donation for one of them, but I'm saying all the
We
rest of
received
them.
for all of it,
for the 18,000?
for all meals included.
For all 18,000, Dale?
Yes.
And who was it? Can we say who that was donated?
Well,
with?
it was a whole, my mom donated.
Big amount, I believe it came from,
David Burkett is the one that helped organize it. His wife, Marcia, was a nurse
I
out
think
there.
we should thank these people if they're donating money to pay for people's lunches, because.
Right.
I think, no, I'm being very serious. I mean, that's, I think that's a very cut, we need to
I will get the
recognize
complete
people.
list. The money actually was, David Burkett really was, and his wife Marcia really were instrumental in helping raise funds. They did it on their own, along with some other great people. I know my mom called lots of people and got some small checks. There were small checks and there were big checks. But we will get a list so that we can maybe acknowledge them.
I think we should. So again, Dale, you're saying that all of these checks that have, I think, because it was not only 1,000, it was 18,830, all of that was reimbursed by people paying for it?
yes, we received a donation in excess of over $30,000.
Okay. Then,
I
We all
know
received
that,
several months ago.
I feel like somebody gave 10,000 at once. I don't remember. And some people did not want any recognition at all.
fine. Do we have to run this through the county if the people are donating? Is that how we have to do it, Dale? Or-
Yes.
Every donation has to be received by court.
Okay,
What's
so
that?
you have to receive it, so we have to pay for it and then it.
No, they can donate in advance, but it would still have to be received by court.
No, I'm just saying it has to run through the county books, even though someone else is paying for it. What I would like to see is on here some sort of indication of that, because I wouldn't have even pulled it if I knew it was all donated. So I mean, could there be some
Market.
when you?
Market.
Yeah, market that says these funds were all covered by donations or something, so we can know that?
We could put it in a memo field of that, but the way that the checks runs, we would have to make those notifications, but at some point in time, we can do that.
Because I'm a little uncomfortable with continuing to pay for people's lunches, but I'm darn sure not uncomfortable if someone else is paying for someone else's lunches. So, boy, it would sure be nice to know that, how that's being done, please. So, just for the record, all $18,000 on here was paid for by somebody else. The county just paid it, and then we've been reimbursed, and I just want the record to reflect that, please.
Thank you. Okay,
So,
Commissioner
I'll have to come-
Hernandez.
Judge, I have to come back to that. I can't find it real quick, so
That's fine.
can we come back to this one?
Sure. Commissioner Hernandez, does that satisfy your question? Would you like to make a
Well-
motion to approve?
Were you asking me, Judge?
Yes, sir.
No, I was just wondering, how much have we paid total of all this,
Meals.
lunches that we paid? I mean, none of these lunches have been covered by P-card, have they?
No, sir?
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure, because I was told, you could never use P-card to buy food or anything like that. So,
These from Global Spectrum were from the fairgrounds. There might
I'm
have.
sorry, what now?
I'm saying to you, the ones that are on your invoice right now are for Global Spectrum, I believe, for the
Yeah.
fairgrounds lunches. There have been other lunches, but the ones that I think are being dealt with right now are from the fairgrounds. That was your question, is the fairgrounds.
Yeah, yes, it was, and I'm just wondering, I mean, I know we have other locations. Are they all treated the same way? There's lunch being paid for them by
I think
taxpayers?
Okay, so first of all, we've already discussed, I don't know if you didn't have the audio on, but we got donations to cover the lunches in excess of $30,000.
That's
And
fine.
Dale says that they've been covered, so taxpayer money did not go to pay these lunches. When there was a need, when we had volunteers, i.e. we weren't paying people, yes, we did try when they were working 10-hour days, 12-hour days. We did try to make sure that they had nourishment because we didn't have a rotating staff. We had to have people that were there all day long. And that was part of it. In cold and in rain, we made sure that they ate. That's part of
understandable, Judge.
taking care of the folks. So we, in order to make sure that when we checked, there was an opportunity to receive some donations, we did that. We actually set it up initially with the Corpus Christi Chamber Foundation, and then that, they held those checks there for us for a little while, then they brought them back to the county. And we did that. And there are some times where we do need to, make certain that people are eating, I would think.
Of course. No, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I thank all the people that donated money for that cause. I just want to make sure that maybe, things seem to be slowing down a little bit. Maybe we can get some kind of lunch rotation to where people can go to lunch, come back and, relieve one another to go to lunch.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll help them,
Right, this was for mass vaccinations, when we were doing things in mass where there was lots and lots of people. When we're at La Palmera Mall, we do not feed them every day. We don't do
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Sometimes strangers come over and buy pizzas. Sometimes I go over and buy tons of cookies or popcorn from the mall. There are people that do those things out of gratitude. That's how we do it.
Exactly.
And Judge,
Right.
I would be willing to donate to the lunch fund. I just don't want going forward, I just don't want the taxpayers to pay for it. So if there's like a
They're
lunch.
not paying for it.
No, that's what I'm saying, going forward. So if there's a lunch fund that.
There is.
For people like that, I'm happy to send some to.
Just
Someone
write the
tell me
check for Nueces
when they
County
are.
and memo it.
Right.
And then it should be directed just fine. Then you'll see it as an acceptance of the donation. We've actually had agenda items in court where we've accepted the donations of checks.
Right.
I remember that actually. So, but we appreciate you doing that. That would be great.
Be happy to.
Yes, Your Honor, the law requires all donations to be submitted to court and be approved by court to be received.
Thank you. Is there if that's it, I'll make the motion, please, to authorize the payment of the bills on item number A and would ask for a second. Thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, item number B,
And
please.
and Judge, if we could just ask the clerk to put in there that in the record that it was represented accurately that.
Excuse
all
me,
those-
Judge?
Excuse me one second.
That all those meals were reimbursed, that were on the check register today. Please.
Kara, did you hear that? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner,
Thank you, sir.
I got a question for Dale. Dale?
is
Yes.
this on item B or back
On
on
the same one
A?
we're talking about the donations.
Okay.
Dale, all these are donations, they're not coming out of the general fund, are you, when you make the payment?
Depends on how the donations are received. The donations received tells us where the funds are to be going. Majority of the time, a donation will come in for a special purposes, and then it'll go into a special revenue. Sometimes they'll say they one came in for our health, our social services department. We created a department within the general fund to receive the funds and allocated the funds to be a budget item just for that particular fund to use that. So there are some times where the donation, how it's phrased, will come to the general fund. Majority of times it'll be a special revenue.
Okay, so sometimes it will to general funds.
That's correct.
All right, sir, thank you very much, Dale.
Okay, so on item B then, who pulled B? Commissioner Chesney, did you
Oh,
pull B?
sorry. My
Did you pull
apologies.
B?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on a second. And I may have pulled that accidentally, and I think I meant to pull C. I apologize. I meant to
Okay,
pull C.
so,
Just C.
all right, how about a
Move-
motion to approve B?
So, yes, so moved.
And second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay, now we'll
Aye.
turn to you for item C.
Okay, hold on. Hang on, I gotta find it. Give me one second, I apologize.
That's fine.
Actually, the one that I had pulled was an old one too, and it was also some meals back on the October 8th. There was a bunch of meals back on that check register too, Dale, but that was a lot of meals in regards to, there was like $38,000 in contract meals from Aramark Educational Services. I just don't know if that's the same thing or what that is.
Aramark's different.
Right, I just,
What we had for our sheriff's office.
Right, that's our food service for the sheriff.
okay, so that had nothing to do with that then.
I mean, not for the sheriff, sorry
For the-
about that.
For the jail.
For the jail.
Chair did well.
The other one I had, that's not the right one. Judge, can you?
I can skip it if you'd like.
Yeah, give me a second, I can't find it. Sorry.
I'll just give you a little time here.
Yeah, I apologize, that's my bad. Well, on the meal issue, it's the same issue as long as those are being not paid for by the taxpayer. That's all I want to make sure. And then let me see if I had anything else. I think that was my question on that one. And I think that was all that I had there. Again, the Haggerty, Dale, is just a recurring payment that we make to them monthly with the invoice attached, right?
That is correct.
I think that was it. I think all mine were on meals too, so I think
Okay.
you covered it. Oh,
All
great.
righty, so how about a motion on C then? Motion to approve on C, is there a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's move to item M. M is in Mary. This is actually, Maria and Belinda maybe can cover this, but Maria's online. I'll ask her to unmute. M and N are both related, and these are requirements, and Maria can help launch these. M and N, please.
This was more just of a, I just pulled those really because I kind of wanted to talk about this because everybody talks about drainage, and I know we can't talk about drainage enough, so I just kind of wanted a brief, again, Maria, if you want to do this, as to what exactly we're doing and what this does today. It's a softball. I mean, I get it. I know what we're doing. I just
Sure.
want the public to understand what we're doing because we all hear about drainage all the time, and this is significant, and I just thought it ought to be at least pointed out a little bit more than just blowing through on the consent agenda, even though it's a consent agenda item because it's an order and a contract. But if you could just kind of give us a brief on that, Maria, that'd be great.
Sure. So this actually starts the closing process to actually receive the funds from Water Development Board to start the study. There's certain steps that we need to follow. One is, this is actually kind of cart before the horse, right? So the agreement resolution is actually needed before we get the final grant agreement. So again, this is just kind of one of the steps in the process. The grant agreement, once they send us the draft, we will send that to the county attorney's office to review. I did mention in that agenda item that back in, I think it was June, and I don't have it in front of me, sorry about that. But yeah, back in June, we actually had done an update, and that was when we found out from the Water Development Board that we were the recipient. They did vote in favor of our application. Again, this is a tri-county study, including Jim Wells, Clayburgh County, as well as Nueces County and Drainage District Number 2, and City of Driscoll. So it's a huge, huge study. It's a huge undertaking. There's a whole slew of paperwork that we need to receive the funds. So agenda item 2M is again the resolution that authorizes the county judge. It makes her the designated representative, so we can sign that grant agreement once we get it. We actually had received permission to go ahead and authorize the execution of the grant agreement documents back in June. But since this is it's a resolution, I wanted to take it back before Commissioners Court.
Thank you. And again, we have a checklist with Water Development Board, and there's certain things that come in that checklist, and these are two of the authorizing documents that we need.
And basically, the Water Development Board is funding us, and this is just the acceptance of that funding in just easy terms, right?
The agreement resolution says, we're authorizing the county judge to sign the grant agreement once we get it and after it's reviewed by the county attorney. Now, letter N requires us, so one of the requirements with Water Development Board, and we did this when we received some clean water state revolving funds, drinking water state revolving funds through Water Development Board for the Cindy Park and Banquetti Pump Station project. So the escrow agreement is just for us we have to keep the funds separate. There's going to be monthly outlays where they release the funds. So we did have to do a separate agreement called the escrow agreement to set up what they call an escrow account. And Value Bank had worked with us on the other Cindy Park and Banquetti Pump Station project. So we are going to be working with them again, for that escrow account.
Okay, I'm good, Judge, that's all.
Thank you. Would you make a motion to adopt that resolution on item M, and then also the execution of the escrow agreement?
I will make that motion. One more thing I wanted to add on that.
Okay.
I will make that motion, though. The question, or the thing I wanted to add was in regards to this study, what I've been explaining to people is we have to do these master drainage studies before we can go apply for the grants and the monies that are needed. And again, I just wanted to re-articulate that, and I think that's important. And this is not coming out of the Nueces County budget. This is a grant given to us by the Water Development Board because they also see the need for this. Every dollar is a taxpayer dollar, but it's not coming out of Nueces County's taxpayer dollars. And it's important to note because we realize, this court realizes the importance of drainage in this community and the problems that we have upstream, downstream, all over the stream. And we're trying to deal with those. And this is a first big step in doing that. And I think it's a significant big step in doing that because you have to crawl before you can walk. And unfortunately, I say unfortunately, you have to do this before you can go apply for the funds. So every day we can't apply for the funds, we're missing out. And so I think this is important. And if anything that I've said is inaccurate, I'm sure someone in the room will correct me, and I would be happy to be corrected if not. Thank you very much.
I think just,
Thank you.
Maria, you still Maria?
Yes, I'm still
Yeah,
here.
just for Commissioner Chesney, I think number N, that's the kind of the closing with Carola's group, right? That Water Development Board on the lift station there at Banquete. You know, that money is still set aside just so we can, is that still set aside just in case they need more money, or is it just an escrow?
No, so that project is actually already complete. The only thing I'm waiting on to close out that particular project for Cindy Park and the Banquetti Pump Station is the utilities conveyance agreement that's currently being reviewed by the county attorney's office.
Okay.
But those funds have been fully expended. There is a retainage that they're holding on to, but we've already sent all the closeout document for that particular project.
Yeah.
And then to add to what Commissioner Chesney said, I think when we had started this process, we had a drainage plan that just kind of wasn't very finalized back in 2009. So Chesney, you're completely right, Commissioner. This is just the first step of a kind of a long process, and I had guaranteed you, when I was appointed as grants administrator, that this is not going to be one of those plans that get put on a shelf and just collects dust. It will be our roadmap to future grants.
One more question on that. Once we close out the Cindy Park and the Banquetti, is there monies there that's still going to be sent back to us, or is it, no, there's no monies?
No, again, we've spent all those funds, and if you recall, actually, South Texas Water Authority and Nueces Water Supply Corporation provided additional funds because there wasn't enough in the Water Development Board funds. So yeah, all of that's been fully expended. Again, we're just waiting on a retainage amount that Water Development holds on. It's 5% of the total grant amount. But yeah, the project is, again, complete. So there is no other funding available for that project.
Okay, thank you.
We would have to reapply.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Maria. Commissioner Chesney?
Move passage of M and N.
Thank you. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Judge, one clarification, some information came.
Yes.
The donations we received so far has been $18,698 from those that paid. So right now we have a little bit of meals in excess of that amount, but we're all working on getting funds from other sources as well as reimbursements.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
We received $18,698 in donations for the meals. So some of the meals have been in excess of that amount. We're still working on getting other donations to come in, as well as working on the balances to either recruit them for reimbursement portions through FEMA or TDM, or as well as maybe using the unused revenue that we've lost revenue from the ARPA funds.
And I still don't think we need to, I mean, I don't think every occasion requires that we buy people food. I mean, they're getting paid to be there, and they can bring lunch, or they may take a 30-minute break, because I just don't want to get into a situation where we're using taxpayer funds for lunches, that's all.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
I think
Sounds like y'all are
we're good.
monitoring
And I
that.
think we'll also go back to the donation well, because was their intention to cover all those meals. But just so you know, this was a very different time. We're not, I mean, people are on their own lunch now. I mean, it's just not what it used to be when we were mass vaccinating, and these lunches were absolutely a part of the overall fabric of our operation. But, okay, thank you, Dale, for that. Is there a, double check, I finished all of that. I think the consent agenda is now complete. Can the clerk confirm that? I think we've got it complete, so I'm gonna move backwards. And Garrett, it is now time for F1, general information reports.
Your Honor, just one for,
Yes.
just for clarification, because there was an item asking on item A about the number of meals that were provided. We have several invoices, and we're talking about 130 meals for breakfast at $2.35 apiece, and we have talked about other vaccine sites. So we've got many invoices. I can make sure we provide you a copy of each one we have, and there's roughly, looks like 15 invoices here that cover the number of meals.
Okay, so about 130 meals at $2.35 a meal. Okay, thank you for that
So that means
clarification.
that needs to be reimbursed still?
Well, these are some of the meals that have been paid through the donations, and some of these will be needing consideration for reimbursement, correct?
And how much is that?
Total amount of the meals that we've paid so far is $96,419.
So,
So what are you saying, really, we don't get reimbursed for meals then, right?
There are most times with FEMA does not qualify for reimbursement for meals because of the way it is. However, we are working on the ARPA fund side of it, as well as other vaccine side of it, because we have funds there through TDM to make sure whether these qualify, because it was for a vaccine related to expense. So we're working with Haggerty to qualify these as reimbursable.
And I think the concern that Commissioner Hernandez brought a while ago was if we're gonna provide meals for one site, I think he was saying we have to provide meals for all the sites. I mean, and we shouldn't just be selective of one site. We should, if we're gonna provide meals for one site, we should provide meals for all the sites, if they're providing the same kind of services, right? I mean,
Right, and just so you know, my recollection is that when we were in the thick of it, we did that for as many sites as were appropriate. So if there was somebody vaccinating from 4 to 6, maybe not, but if they were there all day long and the lunch hour was there, you would see Chick-fil-A, for example, show up. So yes, there were many times where people like the Starbucks on the island.
Being done, Judge, and especially now.
Right, now, I can tell you that I don't have a recollection of anything recent in our La Palmera site, other than the goodness of people coming by and delivering food.
Dale, if you'll just
So-
come back at some point with us, to us, that shows what your plan is, so that it doesn't come out of taxpayer dollars, then that's all I'm asking for. I just don't think, and going forward, we've set that up, that's not gonna be done. I would concur that there were periods of time, especially back in 20, right, that, especially that.
Well, we
or
didn't
when
start
the mass-
vaccinating until
sorry,
21, Brent.
I stand corrected, when the mass vaccinations were ongoing, but at the same time, some of them, to me, should have been done in October and August and some of those times, but I'm just saying, going forward, we've got that set, that's gonna be done, but I do think we needed to deal with the ones that, I just don't think it ought to come out of the general fund, I don't think it ought to be taxpayer dollars, so, and I'm not gonna write you a check for $96,000, but, I'll certainly write some. Sure.
And we are working on, I know we are working on the side of it with Haggerty to determine whether we can qualify these for that advancement we received from FEMA for the vaccines location, because this was definitely a vaccine cost. And we most likely possibly could use this through the ARPA funds through the Department of Treasury through our lost revenue. So there's avenues where we can possibly fund this where it will not be taxpayer money.
Yeah, and absolutely. In fact, I signed just this morning an RFR request for reimbursement for our vaccine advance funding. And I know it had meals on there because I looked at it. So.
Yeah, Judge, if I can chime in, yeah, that total for the meals in the last, and I was gonna say there's an RFR waiting for your signature,
No,
so
I
I'll go
already
get
signed
that.
it, yeah.
So yeah, it's approximately, $79,229.80. Only because that's just the cost, related to the fairgrounds, only because we are still waiting on that scope modification. That's kind of been approved, not approved. We have to wait for that official letter, to start capturing the other vaccination cost sites. So I can share that with the
Right.
Commissioners Court. Now that the judge has signed, I can share that
But
list
that's-
of what,
that's moot.
we'll be submitting to FEMA
So.
for reimbursement.
That's meals or?
Yeah, so she,
Yes,
But that's already spent money, you're saying?
that is already spent.
Yes.
right, but
You're just
she went
submitting
so
that for
fast.
reimbursement.
Correct.
Yeah, she
Okay,
went
so-
so fast. Let me just kind of try to clarify. This is very important. So for FEMA, when we received our advance funding of $5 million approximately, we got half of it in advance. But it designated one site, the Richard Borchard Fairground site, because at the time that we got the advance funding, back in January, when we applied in 2021, that was the only site. Then subsequently, we opened up lots of smaller sites. So then we opened up what's called a FEMA project worksheet scope modification. We're in we're step 8 of 13. I checked yesterday morning, something like that. And when we get to step 13, then we'll be able to submit for those others. So sometimes things are held because they don't have the right, they haven't had the worksheet approved. It takes time. But we have put all of our vaccination sites now in the scope mod. And remember, we already have this money in our treasury. This isn't money we're waiting on, it's money that we have. So when we ask for reimbursement, it's really just deducting dollars
Well, as long
in
as-
an imaginary ledger, right?
As long
Because the
as it's
money's.
approved, I mean, as long as whoever approves that.
Absolutely.
Right. I mean,
But we
can't
do a lot of vetting and clearing and justification, and really, I mean, you might say food is, you think to yourself, well, is there a necessity or, or not? Well, it is as important as heat and water
Well, but
and
all that- I don't
bathrooms.
think all that food was for max vaccination clinics, if I remember right. Some of that was for other things, and so, right, or wasn't it? Because-
Well, it should have all been for
Rather than
vaccination.
Vaccinations.
Yeah, every single food was vaccination.
Okay, so every food of that 96,000 is during the vaccination clinics, or?
Or a clinic.
For this year, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and the clinics were in Port Aransas. And just so you know, I mean, I'll get a complete list since you want to be thankful to people, because I think that's a great idea. There was mornings where I went to pick up items myself to feed people, and they wouldn't let us pay. It was a donation and in kind. I know that Beth Owens one day gave us huge discounts in Port A. There was also, I'm trying to remember the name of the great Mexican restaurant that's there with the horse,
La Palma?
no.
Where? Wait, in Port
No, in
Aransas?
Port A.
La Playa.
La
sorry.
Playa. No, not La Playa, the other one, the one by the ferry. Well, anyway, the point is they fed breakfast. Starbucks would give free coffee in the morning. In other words, no matter where you were in our community, people wanted to pay their gratitude because there was no stopping. You couldn't stop for lunch. You had to be right there. There was no way you could leave and come back. Otherwise, our operation would be highly compromised. So again, we do all these operations, we document them, and they're very, all that justification is included when we submit these RFRs. Okay. All right, so more than you wanted to know about lunchtime activity. Garrett, would you like to transcend now to kind of the same discussion, vaccinations? Lots of news that's come out here in the last 24 hours regarding Pfizer vaccine. Would you give us the general information report relating to COVID-19 and anything else, including, we brought up drainage earlier. If you want to mention your good work in that in arena, that'd be super.
Yes, thank you, Judge, and good morning, Commissioners. Would like to start off by, I'm sorry? Speak up? Okay, will do. Want to, first of all, just remind you that we do have a cold front that will be moving through today. We should be expecting high winds gale force winds at times, and could have thunderstorms firing up along that line. We're at the southern end of that line, and so hopefully it'll pass north of us. But we are in that window, and so we need to be prepared. And I'm proud to tell you that there's a disturbance in the Atlantic that's way up the eastern seaboard, but nothing in the tropics that would impact us over the next few weeks. So that's always good news to hear. I'm excited to have with me today Louis Wilmot, who will be presenting regarding COVID issues here in just a little bit. And but before I turn it over to him, there were some things that I wanted to cover, and I will briefly go over. Judge, thank you for reminding me about my drainage issue this week. I got a call from a gentleman that lives in what I now understand is kind of jurisdictional no man's land between Robstown and Corpus, and Drainage District Number 2, the county, kind of right in an area there that, well, there's a lot going on there drainage-wise. And he had been a gentleman that had been to court. He's come and talked to you before. He feels very frustrated. And I felt like the right thing to do was to go out and just spend some time with him. And so spent about two and a half hours with him a couple of days ago. He brought a neighbor from another neighborhood nearby that also has similar issues. And we went and looked at every one of his concerns. And I want to tell you that I learned a tremendous amount about the drainage issues in Nueces County because of that. And the things that you guys stated earlier, I couldn't agree with more, that it is a large problem that needs a large approach. And I'm so thankful for the drainage study that's already being done that is going to identify all of those areas so that it could be worked on together. Because that was one of the things that he brought up, is how that he said, you know, before I would call and complain, and so like there's been several times where they would come out and clean out my ditch in front of my house, and he said it got to where that just was like spitting on my face because it didn't accomplish anything. You know, it wasn't accomplishing the drainage issues that we have upstream and the ones downstream that are creating the dam that backs water up onto our place. And so I know that's something a lot of the residents of this county feel, and I know that you are concerned about that as well. And it was good to be able to spend some time with someone out in the county and assure them that those issues are being worked on and that we are heading in a positive direction. And so I was glad to carry that message out there for you. I wanted to also talk a little bit about BCFS. My understanding is that there were some concerns and questions that y'all had and that others have had regarding why were they here and why are they gone. And so I wanted to just briefly go over some notes that I think that you will find helpful, and I'm hoping will answer any questions that you might have. First of all, I just want to remind you that the COVID-19 worldwide pandemic incident is absolutely unprecedented in its length, in its nature, in its scope, and in our time. You know, there have been other pandemics, but in our time, there's been nothing like this. The response has required decisions that have never been made before in our time. The incident has been ever-changing, and so it has required fluidity in all decisions that have been made and the thinking that led up to those decisions. When BCFS was contacted to come to provide management help, it was because, at that time, the amount of work that was being required in order to provide vaccinations to thousands of people a day was stretching everyone very, very thin. Great work was being done, I assure you, and great service was being provided to Nueces County, but it was stretching everyone very thin. This is what organizations like BCFS are for. They come in and provide support management when it's needed, but only when it's needed. Now, several months later, vaccination rates have slowed down, infection rates have slowed down, and we've learned kind of what works and what doesn't work in our efforts again in this unprecedented time in our efforts to treat, educate, and vaccinate the citizens of Nueces County. The Public Health Department at that same time had also been learning, growing, and mobilizing to take on a much larger role in the continued work to manage this very large and ongoing effort. They happened to be ready a few weeks ago to take more and more of the daily operational needs and communicated that to us. So we just simply no longer needed the service of the BCFS at this time. However, I want you to know it's important that you understand that if the situation changes due to a spike in cases or maybe another emergency that were to come in that would take focus, BCFS can be re-engaged very quickly to help manage the crisis and would be able to come back in and help us at any time if we needed them to do so. So I hope that's helpful to you. Do you have any questions about that before I turn this over to Mr. Wilmot?
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Not to be confused, Garrett, with BCFS, the state of Texas has hired to run our rapid infusion center at the Borchard Fairgrounds. That's the same company, just a different mission, paid by a different entity, the state of Texas.
That's exactly right, and a totally different group of people.
And a totally different group of people.
In fact, one didn't even know the other was there.
Right.
For several weeks until we told them, but
Right.
yeah, different group.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Judge, County Commissioners. Thanks for having me. Luis Wilmot, Assistant Director of Public Health. I did have a presentation, Ms. Tara, if you could.
I'm Ms. Connie.
Ms. Connie, I'm sorry. If not, I have it all here.
It's coming up.
So we're going to discuss these new boosters that came out and give you some updates on the vaccinations that we are conducting throughout the Corpus Christi, Nueces County area. Next slide, please. Overall, your public health district has given over 163,000 vaccinations. That's a tremendous accomplishment just for a set of 100 folks that we have working for us there. Of course, with all the help that we've received from our local partners, all our nursing students, all hands were on deck as we previously talked about Richard Borchard and our mission there. Currently, right now, the Nueces County residents of eligible population ages 12 years and up, we have a 60.5 fully vaccinated rate. That's not high enough for us. We would want that near the 80s, but right now, that's what it is. Our elders, 65 and older, they're doing a much better job. They're at 67.8%. I'd like for you to keep in mind that in the event that the vaccination for Pfizer is approved for children, that eligible population is going to increase, and theoretically that rate is going to decrease, right? So we'll have to look at those rates as soon as that comes out. Within the last week, we've given over 1,400 vaccinations at various sites. This is a good baseline. We're going to see this climb as we've already started seeing the past few days. Boosters are coming out. And so we're seeing a lot more folks at our sites, and we'll get to that in a moment. Over 4,900 vaccinations in the past 30 days at the various sites. Next slide, please. So it's important to note that this booster administration is not going to be easy. Okay, we're having to train our personnel. It's a lot of little intricate details with every single little booster, who it applies to, what's the dose, how many months after. And you're going to see now when I start talking about each individual dose. So, we have trained professionals at these sites. We are constantly updating their training. And there's a lot of things they need to consider. What we want to do is make it easy for the public to say, okay, what do I get? And we will have the folks there on site to help them make a more informed decision as to what vaccination they'll get. The Pfizer booster has been approved. It's a normal dose. It is to be taken 6 months after the completion of your 2-part series. It is for the following folks: 65 years and older, 18 to 64 that are at high risk for severe COVID-19 infections. So folks that are immunocompromised, that, hey, I have poorly controlled diabetes, I have hypertension, I have a history of a heart attack, a bunch of stents. These are the folks that need that extra protection. 18 years old to 64 years old, also the folks that are working in higher risk areas. So our people that are in congregate settings, our hospitals, our public health district, you folks, we're constantly around a bunch of folks that increases our exposure to COVID-19. So this meets the criteria. Notice that booster is not approved for anybody under 18 years old, although we can give children ages 12 to 17 the vaccine. So you see how we're already getting a little tricky here. Next slide, please. The Moderna booster was approved. This booster is going to be half the dose, okay? It's also going to be available to you 6 months after you've completed the first 2 series of the Moderna, with the same criteria of the 65 and older, the 18 to 64 for the various severe increase in risk for COVID, and the institutional and occupational hazards. This here is going to make our clinics out there right now much more busy. So the Moderna was the main vaccine we gave out at our big hubs. So we are now expecting those folks to come back and say, hey, it's my turn. I see it on the news. Give it to me, right? So that's the Moderna booster. And again, that's going to be probably our mainstay coming in on our sites very soon. The J&J booster. So this J&J booster was approved for 2 months after your first dose. So again, another little wrench in there to consider. And now it's also, it doesn't have all the little qualifiers at the end. It says it's good for 18 years old and up. So again, we're trying to simplify this for the community. We know you have a bunch of questions. We're saying each of our sites has personnel trained that we are training on a daily basis to make sure they're up to date on the latest and greatest from the FDA and the CDC so that these folks can make more informed decisions on their vaccine booster. Now let's make it a little more complicated. So they also approved the heterologous mix and match booster dose. So what does that mean? That means that I was vaccinated with Moderna and now I want to get a booster. I can really get any booster that I want. I can get the Moderna, I can get a Pfizer, I can get a J&J. If you receive the Pfizer, same rules apply. If you receive the J&J, again, same rules apply. You can get any one of them that are out there for you. So again, it's confusing. It's confusing to the people. How do I make it simple? We have the people on site to help it make it simple for them. Next slide, please. COVID vaccination clinics. We have 6 static sites in the area. La Palmera Mall has been our mainstay right now, seeing the majority of our folks during mall hours. The Greenwood Senior Center, the outlets at the Corpus Christi Bay and Physicians West, those are operating Monday through Saturday, 12 to 7, and Sunday, 11 to 6. We have already seen a spike in people going to those places. Previously, we were seeing maybe 20 folks a day at the outlets. Now we're seeing near 100. So the word's getting out. We're going to see more folks. We do have some folks, our strike team here in the Nueces County Courthouse, Monday through Friday from 9 to 4, as well as in City Hall, so that our folks have ample access to these vaccinations. And then we have, the next slide, we do have these off-site clinics that are kind of pop-ups. We have a couple of days that we're out at the Goodwill on Ayers, like Goodwill Clearance Store on Ayers. That's a Tuesday and Thursday. On Monday, we're at the RSV Legacy Event Center at those times, 11 to 6, and as well as the Fallas parking lot in Flower Bluff. We are currently trying to establish a permanent site in Flower Bluff because we know that is an underserved area, and we're trying to make a good presence there to have a daily, just like a static site like the other 6. And we are also working on another site that would also benefit another underserved area. So again, the health district is here to ensure that our residents have plenty of access to these vaccinations if they want them. And we want to make sure that they're going to make a good decision when they come and see us, and we have our staff there waiting.
And Louis,
Yes, ma'am.
maybe just address briefly how important it is for health equity to have this many sites and to really place them in really important, vulnerable, locations where there might be people who have serious vulnerabilities or social determinants like transportation issues. People ask all the time, well, if the numbers are low, do you need that many clinics? And, you know, working inside public health, I know the answer is yes. I also know that you and the county work very closely in the FEMA Health Equity Reports monthly. Maybe just touch on that for a little bit so that people here and, as they say, online can hear from you on that.
Absolutely. So we are taking into account, with the help of these partners, we have Accenture, we have even Dr. Bird from Texas A&M that have really given us some good information of where we need to target our vaccinations. You know, there are certain parts of our, even within Nueces County, that the death rate or the longevity rate of somebody living is 15 years less than another area in Nueces County. Those are the ones we need to kind of really identify and see, okay, what's happening in that area and how can we position us in that area to support them. You know, we have folks, even say at Physicians West, I mean, we get walk-ins. We have some indigent folks walking around, hey, have you been vaccinated for a vaccine? They come in, oh, I haven't been taken care of. These are the types of folks that we're not reaching. We're not reaching through social media. We're not reaching, you know, by Caller Times or TV because they don't have access to that. So we are looking at those areas and making strategically trying to put them these sites, pick up these sites in areas that will best affect them. You know.
Thank
you. Next slide, please. So the FDA committee did meet yesterday regarding pediatric doses. Preemptively, they did agree that the doses for Pfizer, children's ages 5 to 11, will be approved. It is not officially approved just yet. It still needs to get a complete approval from FDA. Then it goes to CDC in our state, and then we get the official, you know, go to work from the state. We are not there yet. However, just to make it a little more complicated, they say, well, this is going to be a third of the dose. They are going to have special pediatric kits for these children. It's not just the same vial and the same syringe that we're going to use that we're using for adults. So again, these are critical little items that we need to ensure our folks on the ground are fully trained. And so we're already starting that training. In the event it is approved and we finally get the okay from the state, we will be ready to provide these vaccinations to our children ages 5 to 11.
And we have people, I know that when you read about this, it says we're going to make sure that they're available at pharmacies and at your pediatrician's office. But I just want to remind everybody that because we understand the complexion of our community, we know we have a very high rate of uninsured. We have a very high rate of children that do not have a PCP, a primary care physician. This is the role of public health. This is why the mission that you work at every day is so vital. And that's why I like that we have, you know, these clinics everywhere where we meet people where they are and where they live.
Correct. In the next slide here, I wanted to give you guys an update. I'm not sure you were able to catch us on our virtual Ask the Expert town hall. On the 21st, this past Thursday, October 21st, the Health District did host a Ask the Expert virtual town hall with a panel of local healthcare experts from all our hospitals in the area, as well as our Health District staff. I'd like to say it was a really big success. The whole intent was to help educate the community and to resolve any unanswered questions on COVID-19 or vaccinations. Again, trying to give them the best information they have access to so they can make a more informed decision for themselves, for their kids that are about to be approved for vaccinations. Some of the topics that were covered: vaccine hesitancy. So why haven't you been vaccinated yet? What's going on? What are you afraid of? Boosters versus additional doses, the latest CDC guidelines at that time. And there was a nice question and answer segment that we were able to listen to a lot of questions from our folks that participants. And so we had really good answers from our health experts. We had a total of 8,000 residents join that town hall. That's tremendous. I mean, think about, we have a typical town hall at a small Greenwood Senior Center. You're probably not going to jam 8,000 people in that one area. And you know, this was done safely. You know, nobody had to. They're in the comfort of their own home. So it was really great. We will be organizing a second town hall, likely to address the pediatric doses that are coming out through Pfizer. We will probably look in about maybe another month or so. I have the gentleman who really organized this for me, one of our public health administrators, Denzel Ortuña here. He was instrumental in getting this town hall up and running and making sure it was all kosher with IT and we didn't have any hiccups. So really great work from Denzel. But yeah, we look forward to inviting you guys to the next town hall. If you missed this one, it's going to be great and address the pediatric doses. And pending your questions, that does conclude what I have to report to you today. So.
Okay, super. I'll just ask if there are any questions regarding the information that Dr. Wilmot's put forth. And, okay, I think if you'd like a copy of the presentation, it's going to be made available to you. I think it's the kind of information that you can step and repeat, but just as a reminder, just remember everything we know is on nuecesknows.com. Just one little thing that happened to me while I was traveling, you hear stories.
Mayor, just one question for the doctor, please.
Yes,
Hey, Doc.
would you mind if I ask him to come back to the podium and I can finish? So I'm going to,
And Judge, are you doing this under number 9?
this
Or
is
did you-
general information
General
report
information
on
report.
COVID-19.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
I just want to ask, on the 5-year-old, I heard on TV that, so they're testing it, but they're going to be sure, next week, we'll know for sure the medication's been shipped already to different locations, but.
Right. So we currently have a pre-order. They allowed us to pre-order these pediatric doses. So we've done that. We've already submitted our order. But again, it is not approved and we have not received that order just yet.
Okay. All right, thanks.
I was saying that when I was traveling, one of our residents shared with me a story, and I shared it with Dr. Wilmot, and I really appreciate you getting back to me, but I think I'm going to share it with everybody so in case this happens. So if you lose your vaccination card or you don't know your lot number, there is a way to get that replaced. And so we're going to have this available on nuecesknows.com. Your lot number refers to the actual lot or vials that were sent to us that we used on that particular day. When we were vaccinating 8,000 people a day, there might have been multiple lot numbers utilized. And so in that case, if there's a discrepancy on the website that maybe refers to 2 numbers on that day, you might want to research it a little bit more and call the health department. What I want to share with you is that the state of Texas knows exactly what lot number you got. We report that information. If you look at your card, it may not have it on there, but it is available to you through our website. And we're going to really work on making certain that anybody who needs their information for travel or for any other reason has that. So again, the holidays are coming up. People tend to move around more so. There are all kinds of different rules. I was just in DC, very different rules than Texas. And it's important to learn, where you're traveling to and what their rules are. But having that access to your vaccination card is important. So again, when you go get your booster, I wanted to ask, because I haven't gotten mine yet, I hope to go downstairs later. Will you want us to bring our card, or will you get another? Will you just address that? Because I've gotten a lot of questions about, do I need to bring my card?
Correct, yeah. It would be beneficial if you do bring your card. It would make things easier. We could see you got your first and second dose, and then actually help you make the informed decision of what do you get next.
Right.
In the event that you don't have one, we do have the ability to look you up in our Luminary system as well as our Amtrak 2. It does take a little more time, but we will do so, and then we will give you a new card if you need it with the lot number.
Right. And remember, don't laminate that card because we want that card accessible so they can stamp you again. Think of it as a passport.
Roger that.
So, okay, I just wanted to bring those items up because, that was sort of the topic of the day yesterday. Okay, thank you so much. Well, if there's no other report, again, I really appreciate Garrett and his team and Health Department. And is there anything else that you guys want to share? We're good? Okay, well, if there's no questions, we'll let you guys get going off to a good lunch. Okay, Kevin Kieschnick's here, and thanks, Kevin. I'm sorry I missed your quick text earlier. I would have snuck you in before health, but you have an important item. It's 3A2, and it's an agreement with Certified Payments to provide equipment and service for credit card processing. Will you tell us more about it and what you need here?
Yes, actually what we need, we're gonna need there's gonna be some minor changes on the contract, and just, I wanna back up and explain why we're switching vendors right now at this point in time. We are actually having some balancing issues with our current credit card vendor that's causing accounting a major nightmare.
Oh, gosh.
We've actually had several cards get double posted with some errors that are happening from the vendor. And unfortunately, we are stuck with the vendor for 45 days from the date of the notice that we've already given that vendor. So I got to deal with this for about another 30 days or so before we can really get clear. But we are moving forward and going to go with this new vendor that I think CARES office is utilizing already, and also numerous counties throughout the state and tax collectors. So I feel very confident that we'll be in good hands with this particular vendor. We've been with the prior vendor for quite some time, and I'm not really sure what's going on. I think they changed some processors or something like that, but it has been a nightmare for about the last two months, and we got to put a stop to it. So that's the purpose. So the minor changes on paragraph 1 are just going to be reflecting Nueces County, Texas as the agency, and then with my address of 901 Leopard Street, room 303, Corpus Christi, Texas 78401. And then the other change that's going to be sent in will be the American Express addendum. The agency needs to reflect Nueces County, Texas, rather than Nueces County, Texas TAC. So that's
Just some
those
small-
just little minor changes,
Okay,
but I want to
but the
make
big
sure
one is
I want to make sure everybody understands why we're doing it. Our staff is on top of it. We're trying to make sure that anybody double charged gets, we're balancing on a daily basis, and we have to have the card processor reverse those because we only have one transaction, but we notice that when we're out balancing that we've got multiple deposits, and that's the reason why it's a mess. And it's just random. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it, and the credit card companies having to fix those for us on a daily basis.
Okay, and again, I'm just assuming there's no problem with, as I say, were we month to month, there was no problem with getting out of the old agreement and into a new one?
No, we did, we're following we're following the 45 days that was required. We've
Okay.
already sent them notice
Perfect.
that we're going to terminate, so they're
Perfect.
aware of that, so.
Okay.
So it's
And,
just, it's been, we're trying to get this before we get the really high dollar amounts through property
Right.
tax and so forth, so.
And
Motion to
funding
pass.
is not an issue?
Do what?
No problems with funding with this new company?
No, the fees are paid for by the user.
By the user?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I heard a motion and I've heard a second. And so I don't think if anyone has any further questions, this will be a good time. Hearing none. All those in favor? I'm sorry, Jenny, go ahead.
Just pass subject to those changes that still need to be made, please.
Right, contingent upon the changes that,
And I've notified them, and so they're gonna send those requests, so I will send those to Jenny, and
To
so you
Jenny.
guys can sign them and.
That sounds
and have
fair.
those changes made.
okay. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Post same sign. Okay, thank you. And forgive me, but with Louis here, we do have an item that regarding Health District under B1, regarding some positions, and it's actually 16 of them, and including epidemiology specialist positions, as well as an infectious disease prevention specialist and a control unit. All of this has been comes to us through a grant, and I would love for you to present it and ask us we'd like to hear your recommendation on action.
Judge, I just have a question on this too. Since we're going to have a lengthy discussion on the health department, does this not have something to do with what the outcome of that discussion would be? And
I don't believe so. We need to act every day as it's a normal day. We can't, I do think that it's an important discussion to have later on, but right now, every day is business as usual, particularly when it comes to dishes as grants. We have to, in other words, they don't want us to stop. We have to continue to move forward. And they're aware of our
The grant we
situation.
had already, or is it?
Yes.
They were using it, the health department, or what?
This is an expansion a grant we already had in play. Actually, the Commissioners Court has already approved this grant The reason we're coming back is because the positions were not placed in that initial filing of the grant.
Why not? I mean, why not?
It was something we overlooked, Commissioner.
Was in the agenda item you overlooked it?
Yes, well, we didn't put the positions in the agenda item. We put the grant itself.
Right, we just didn't,
Yeah.
this
No,
is
but
a,
I'm
this
saying,
is a
when was this
cleanup.
approved by the Commissioners Court? I mean, when was this grant?
We did this.
We overlooked 16 positions? I mean,
No, listen, let's get the date, he's asking for
Yeah.
the date that we approved it,
Indicates that it was approved on September 8th.
right?
And so typically you'll approve the grant and then obviously they had the choice to put it on at that time, but you normally get the grant and then you come back
the
and
grant
you
was
do the
given-
implementation.
But the grant was for the health department at that time?
It was for the health district, and as y'all are aware, a lot of your grants either have the county or the city as the fiduciary. This was a county grant.
All he
As the
forgot to do
fiduciary.
was name the
You know
positions.
what, I'm gonna table this thing. I'm gonna move to table. 'Cause I need more discussion on this, and we talk about 16 positions and then 19, and, you know, I don't know, I think I need to.
Well,
my
let's
motion is to
talk
table.
about it, because he's here right now. One of the things
Sure,
that's
but still doesn't
important.
make any difference, but.
Well,
I mean-
but you're, the only person that's gonna be able to answer those questions is your Assistant Health Department right here. What I'm saying to you is that this was ministerial. What was overlooked was the verbiage the last time it came to court on September 8th. The grant is solid, it's already been accepted by the court. All we need to do is clarify that the grant's use is for these positions.
Right, we've already expensed 1.5 million of this grant previously. This is an extension to an existing grant. This grant provides disease surveillance throughout the county for not only this is for COVID, but they also do other surveillance, as well as it provides additional funding for your BSL, your LRN lab. So this is continual what we're already doing. These particular 16 employment, these FTEs that you're talking about, actually, we have these folks already on our payroll. They are state provided. They are state provided. So now the state has provided us the funds so that we can have them under our own belt and pay them through our state funds. These are DSHS funds. So those folks are already working for us. These 16 are gonna fill those spots. Their contract is gonna be ended when, with the state? How soon is it gonna be?
He's got to get on the mic.
In November, yeah, come on, Denzel. I'm sorry, this is Denzel Acuna. This is
And he works in the lab.
one of our administrators for the public health. He is the administrator over this grant. And he can go right here. Oh, she's. So he can probably give you a lot more insight on the details of it, but it's an extension of an existing grant, and we're gonna use these particular slots to have the folks that we already have working for us enter these slots.
Thank you, Denzel.
So when it comes down to this grant that's being extended, so these employees that are hired through the state, so there's data entry staff and there's contact tracing staff. The data entry staff are hired through a company called Brooksource, and they expire next January, so January 31st, 2022. While there's contact tracing staff that were hired through Maxim Health Services through the state through a STAR request, and that expires next month. It actually just got extended recently, but that expires next month on November 30th, 2021.
Yes. In other words, these folks are doing work that's critical to the mission of public health and for DSHS, particularly the epidemiology piece of it and the lab. This cannot wait. This has to be, this is, like I said, we've already done the hard part. We got the grant. This is an extension of it. We already approved the grant. This is just to make sure that the record reflects who's going to be using the grant. That's really it. This isn't a decision about bringing new people on board. These people are working for us. This is so that the government, the state of Texas, gives us the right dollars to do the right things, including the most important thing is we're one of 10 diagnostic labs in the state of Texas. So if you have a question, these are your experts here. You're not going to get any better answers anywhere else but these two folks.
So, I mean, just to clear, Doc, I'm just saying these 16 people already on board under the state umbrella, right?
That is correct.
So And we've been using this money they gave us, the $3 million it was, I guess, at one time, right? We used
It's gonna be a
1
total now of 3.5 million. We
Right.
already had the 1.5. We just gained an additional 2.1
Right.
with this extension.
Right. So that 1.5 hasn't been used yet, right? Or was it used already with the
Yes,
16
that's been
people?
used, absolutely,
That's
yes.
been- That was used.
Mhm.
So now we have 2.5 in addition to the 1.5.
We have 2.1 in addition.
So those 16 people now are gonna be not employees of the state, they're gonna be employees
That's
of the
correct.
county, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So, in the same same classifications,
Yes.
same,
Exactly the same.
benefits.
So if we do not approve this for these folks, the work stops for them, their contact tracing, their epidemiology, and disease surveillance that they're conducting right now, that stops when the expiration stops. This is
And
for
when was
them.
the when was the expiration again?
The first one is in November.
Of this year?
Of this year, and the next one is in January. There was two parts, one's a grant and one is the Brooks, the state temp service.
And all of this would have been resolved had the titles just been included. We would have already been done with it.
Absolutely. Had the
Yeah.
titles been
This would've been
included in the
done.
initial grant, when we came into Commissioner's Court, it would have been approved already.
This isn't, yeah, this is just what we call a cleanup. It's,
Okay, but
there's,
are this still part of the 40 people we have there under the county? That the county, there's 40 people there, or 48, I don't know how many are,
Mm-hmm.
they're county employees, right?
Right.
Oh, these the same people we're talking about?
No, because these are state employees.
No,
These are state
they-
employees.
So this would be additional
We have-
employees.
Right,
Okay, so this is in
Grant-funded-
addition to the 48 county
Grant-funded
employees
additional
Correct.
employees.
we have there.
right. So instead of the state paying the bill for us, they're giving you the money
Okay.
so you can pay for it through this grant.
And we already have the classifications for all these people?
Yes, sir. The job descriptions are the same, but we're just filling the slots.
And so what happens if, and that kind of goes into the next agenda item, but I don't know how else to do it, but to ask is, what happens if, depending on what happens with all this health district stuff, if we somehow have to unwind all this, and that's what I'm just
Right.
right,
confused on this.
but he's not
because-
in a position
Oh,
really
I
to
know.
answer
That's
those
why I
things.
didn't- I don't know
But
that
but the point is that today we exist, and DISHIS needs us to continue our work. This is absolutely critical. You cannot stop a lab, which is why, when we get into it, you'll see why it was a fool's errand to do what they did. But we've got to figure out what we have to do here, which is continue the work of epidemiology. When you understand public health, you'll realize that you don't get to say, oh, today I don't feel like doing it.
Right.
This lab has to be functioning, by the way, the reason the state of Texas is doing it this way is because they received COVID funding. So of course, they want to make sure they can do a pass-through so that it allows our 10 diagnostic labs to continue to do the work. And as we all learn more, I mean, we'll get to it when we get to the next agenda items, you'll see that this is one of many grants. It's not just this one. There's many, many grants. But remember, all these grants go to the health district. The fact that the county's a fiduciary or the city's a fiduciary is really just, it's a matter of duty. In other words, we have certain duties that are established. It's not the county's money, it's not the city's money, it's the health district's money. We act as a very important, well, the proper word is fiduciary, with certain obligations.
You know, and I understand that, I mean, when you get hit with short fuses like that, you just kind of, like, why didn't we lose a month ago, or why didn't we start planning to do it? And I agree, if we need to do it, we got the money, let's do it.
Right.
But I'm just saying, I mean, when you come at the tail end of it and say, we gotta do it like, 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of hard to do that, but the housing will still be the same until now, right?
Well-
So it could be the city or the county, don't make any difference, but it's still gonna be, the housing's gonna be there, right?
What do you mean housing?
Yeah.
Well, the employee's already there at the health department.
Yes, they are
Yes.
working at the health district right
okay,
now.
so that-
So at the time, say in September, when this went to council, this new developments that have recently come up, those were not existent. So, you guys would have approved this readily. So if it's making a decision now because of new information, well, that's on the court, But these are gonna stop. These duties of the county are gonna stop if we do not have these funds, these
Yeah.
disease surveillance.
This
And
is,
tell me again what the duties are?
So we're actually looking at we're not just counting COVID, but we're looking at all types of disease processes. So we had a recent case of TB, of tularemia.
West
We've had
Nile.
the West Nile encephalitis in our area. We've had several cases already in our area. So all these need to be reported within a specific time to the state. We have our back and forth from the state saying, here, this is information from the hospitals. This is the patient's information. Do you really classify this as a West Nile? Is it something else? So there's a lot of factors in play there from our staff from the hospitals to the state, back and forth to say, okay, commissioners, we do have a West Nile, official West Nile virus in our area, and how are you going to react now?
And these are statutory obligations, by the way.
This could be actually, and I don't have a problem with doctor, I mean, whatever you do is, you do a good job, but I'm just saying, if we're gonna continue this, and say, for instance, when the city, county go to the table, whatever it does, so this actually can go over to the city, because, I mean, they're gonna be the health department, they're gonna have their own health department, it's gonna be the health department, so it's all these positions will probably go to the city?
That's,
you know?
that's very presumptuous. That
I'm just-
decision,
I'm asking
but that he doesn't know, because it's,
Okay,
number
well,
one,
well,
it's a
all you
DISH's
guys say, I don't
decision.
know, all you guys say, I don't know, but I'm just saying, my concern is that, my concern is, I don't wanna continue somebody there and then say you don't have a job.
Well,
I mean, the thing is, this is why it's important that we should go to the table and say, we need to negotiate all this stuff.
I agree.
So, when we negotiate, this is some things we need to negotiate, right? I mean, because
That's
we're not
right.
sure exactly where we're going with it. But,
That's right, but the most important thing is that DISH's
No, I don't wanna stop the
makes
process.
these
I
decisions,
don't wanna stop the
right, and the
process.
county's already the fiduciary on this one, just like the city's fiduciary on many others. This one is critical, because of the work that we just said, including TB in particular, which is something, again, these are all, remember, we have duties way beyond the city limits.
Absolutely.
And that's the other thing, and that's where you see most likely these pools of, in particular, we see things like TB, typhus, encephalitis, sometimes we see Zika, St. Louis. I mean, public health is, not that this is a good thing that happened, but we're about to learn a lot more about public health, the way those that work inside of it, including myself, have felt about it for the last 2 years. You're gonna find out more that your county does for you than you've ever thought before.
Just to make it also clear, Commissioner, this is also funding your lab, your BSL LRN lab. In the event this is not happening, this is how intricate it is. We have a county asset fixed into a city property. Okay,
Correct.
so that not something you just pick up and move. It requires a lot of certifications. It is sealed. It's like, it's a biohazard lab. Nothing gets out, nothing gets in, kind of thing. So this is not something that's just created across the street in 6 months or a
And that's why I said
year.
those are the negotiations we're gonna deal with.
Right,
Right.
and those are assets that this county and their taxpayers have paid for.
Well, and I think that
So these are really, but remember, let's stick to the agenda item. The
Yeah, the
purpose
agenda
of
item
today
the
is just to get us basically with the right verbiage so that the grant can be clarified as to what did it pertain to on September 8th, right? Now you've got the positions and it's articulated what it's gonna do. And now it's good because we all know more about the positions.
So
Judge,
the
I make a
agenda
motion
item does not stop us, and I'm looking at you, County Attorney, if the agenda item does not stop us from whatever we want to do with the health district, then I'm okay with it. If this is going to further make it difficult, then I want to pause for a minute and find out why.
Yeah, Brent,
So,
it's
no,
the
no,
opposite.
Let me ask the county attorney. Go ahead. I want to ask the county attorney. Yeah.
We have
Is there a
questions.
motion to table this item?
No,
Well, there was, but there was no second, so go ahead.
there was.
We have a laundry list of questions caused by the city's move, Commissioner. This is a big one. The grant was awarded to the entity of the health department. The paperwork of the item says that. However, there is some assignment language where I have asked, but I don't, maybe Annette could answer for us, whether she's reached out to DSHS already to make sure that that assignment is in place. That's something that she will know better than we do.
Meaning, is your answer, you don't know the answer to my question?
We do not know what's gonna happen in January, and so I can't answer whether that would affect your decisions today.
Commissioner, if I may, this grant is still gonna be around in January, so you're gonna have to deal with it now or later. Then, whether we extend it or not,
But
it's
if-
still
if-
gonna be dealt
if There's
with.
assignment language that allows us, if we so chose, to assign it to the city or whatever the entity is that ends up getting formed or whatever this court does, then that would go a long way in helping me know that that doesn't stop us from doing what we may or may not do next. Because I don't know what we're gonna do next, but I don't want this to be, oh, well, y'all can't do that now because you just passed this grant.
But Brent,
right?
there's multiple grants. It's not just this
I
one.
think this
And,
is
but,
the one in front of us.
no, this one's already been approved. All this is clarifying language. We've already approved the grant. You cannot go out and
No, but I think
unapprove the grant.
Question is just, we approve it, it goes on.
It's
Something
been going
When
on.
we go to negotiation, the city's gonna take over, then this all goes to the city.
No.
I'm just saying, that's a possibility. though.
Of course, it's a possibility, but that's not what that's not the intent right now. And the reason is, and you should really focus on this piece, because your precinct is the one that needs this the most.
All the precincts do.
So
No,
my
the
question
rural
again is-
areas would
All the
not be
precincts do.
represented, all of
All the
them.
precincts
But the ones that would not be covered, first of all, there is no city health department that exists today. Zero. Doesn't exist. You can't transfer it to anything.
That's what we're gonna negotiate.
So my question is.
No, I don't think
I'm
you
still
understand
trying to get an
that.
answer to my
We need to
question
talk
on
about this.
assignment. I've just asked, because my question is on assignment. Is there an answer that anybody has on the assignment?
I do, but I need to explain it to you in a legal context from dishes.
Okay, then.
But let me just say this grant has already been approved. What we're trying to do is keep people in their jobs and keep this lab running and open. And that's the only thing we're doing today. It doesn't change all of the headaches that we have going forward with unraveling everything. Don't stop this lab from
The
running.
problem to extend it to January, to see what happens.
Well, it is. That's,
Or just adding assignment language. If someone could just tell me if there's assignment language that allows this to be assigned, then I'm good. I said that 10 minutes ago. I
well,
just need to
all
know
of
is there
them,
assignment
just,
language.
all of them, Brent, it's not that easy. All of Dishes' we have not had a chance to speak to Dishes' attorney, but that's something that I hope we can talk about, later this afternoon when we get to that item. But all of these have the potential of being,
Well, then
if you
let's
would,
just-
renegotiated.
Well, then let's just pause, and if there's legal things, if Jenny wants to go look, I just need someone to give me something that says this isn't going to screw up what we want to do going forward. I think the assignment
Well,
language would be very.
but you haven't-
Reassuring, but I mean, to hire 16 people and then.
We've
tell them they're
already
county-
hired them.
Right, but
We've
they're
already
state-
hired them.
We haven't. The
Sep-
state
Yes, we
has.
have. September the 8th, we approved
But
this
they're on the
grant.
state right now, is what you said. They're still state
They were hired
employees
before the grant.
until we unfreeze the positions. So we have not hired them because we're having to unfreeze the positions.
So
That's
you
the
want
whole
to,
reason.
you want to
I'm
make
saying
certain
before
that
we-
these people have jobs though, Brent, in November. What day is it today? October
Just asking
27th.
for some legal clarification. I'm not saying not to do it today,
Mm-hmm.
but someone ought to be able to find out if this is an assignable thing before the end of this meeting that's gonna go on for
I believe
hours.
all the grants could be brought to,
I get that you
brought
believe, I
to
just
the,
wanna know if there's
brought to
assignment
the
language. That's
forefront.
all I'm asking.
Well, I don't want to
Not an
complicate
assignment
this, but
language.
let me ask, I mean, does it matter? In the end, however this gets split up, the functions are still going to need to be there, whether it's city or county.
That is correct.
We
That's
have
what
an
I'm talking
opportunity today
Yeah.
to pass along state money, no financial impact to the county at all, taxpayers at all. It's state money that we're just saying, let's pass it on to have these positions. In the end, I don't really care where this all breaks up as far as where the dividing line is of what jobs go where. We owe it to ourselves and to the people just to approve it today.
Exactly.
I don't care. If it goes to the city, then so be it. Because all this is about public safety in the first place.
Public health, yeah.
Right? I mean, that's what this is all about. I get the concerns, and we're gonna have plenty to work through in addition to all this, but I don't have a problem approving it today, and then if it in January goes to someone else, God bless them, as long as they're still doing that job and they're protecting the community, that's all
my
that
concern
matters.
too.
We cannot
Just so you
get
know-
wrapped up
just so
in
you know,
that debate of whether it goes under county or city. These are positions we need, and that's it.
And whether an assignment language is present or not, Brent, does not prohibit dishes from transferring it. A modification can be had for any of the grants. That's what I was told.
All I'm looking for is.
Yeah, that's
give me
what I
some
was told.
That's all I'm looking for is give me some legal language that backs that up.
Yeah.
That I can look at, and that's all I'm
Right,
saying. I'm
but
not saying I'm not
but you're
doing
not
it
gonna
today.
get
I'm not saying
dishes
I'm
to
not
give you
supporting it.
that today. You're not gonna get that, but we have talked to,
Well, we ought to have something in writing that has it in the contracts or the grants that back that up, and I'm just saying, can't we just pause, and I'm not saying not to do it today, I'm just saying, can't we just pause, give the county attorney a chance to find what I need to look at, and come back to it later in the day. We're gonna be here for 5 or 6 more hours, I mean, what the heck? I mean, I'm not saying not to do it, I just have some legal questions,
it
that's
does,
all.
I mean, we can stipulate, you can stipulate that it has the ability to, I'm sure dishes would be happy to transfer. We can get Annette maybe on the telephone. We have talked about the grants, other grants. She's on. Let her address whether or not
Excuse me,
these can
Judge?
be assigned.
Judge?
Hold on 1 second. Annette, just give me 1 second. Yes, sir?
Well, all I'm concerned about is we all represent the same taxpayers. And I think we'd be doing a disservice if we rush something through that might not really work for all of us, for the taxpayers. I still make a motion that we table this and take our time discussing it, making sure who's doing what. Because once the city, if it goes to the city's probably gonna take on those folks. Either they're gonna take them on or they're gonna take them off. And then
Yeah.
who are those folks gonna rely on?
I think that the disservice, sir, is not giving certainty and surety to the Department of State and Health and Human Services. We've already passed this grant. This is nothing more than the clarification of what we did on September 8th. To do anything less does, in my opinion, not send the right message to public health. This needs to continue. If you want to, we can have Annette address this idea of assignment and whether or not dishes can make the decision to move it. I think the answer is yes, but she's the one that's spoken to Dr. Hellerstadt's folks.
And I just think.
Yes,
I think, but things have
Judge, this is
dramatic.
Annette. Can you hear me?
Hang on, Annette, 1 second. Things have dramatically changed, though, since we passed this grant. And you're right, probably if we'd have done it on September 8th, knowing what we knew, then, not knowing what we know now, we probably would have done that. But things have changed dramatically. I'm gonna be cautious because we have some large decisions to make with public health. I'm not saying I don't wanna do it. I'm saying there's things that I need to understand before I do it. And I need these county employees that are gonna be county employees. They're state employees now, because we're having to unfreeze it, so they are not county employees right now. They will be if we unfreeze the positions.
Right.
That they might then turn around, depending on what this court decides, and become city employees. So if they then become city employees based on what we decide, does that mean the city could turn around and say, make them all reapply? There's more complexities to things that are going on, that this is not what it was when we did it on September 8th.
But Brent, by the city manager's own words, he says it's business as usual until January 18th from their perspective, which that is even in the light most favorable to the city. Therefore, anything that affects us now has to be acted upon now.
I'm just asking for information. I'm willing to vote today. If someone can
Right.
give me information, I'm gonna say that again.
Well, let's let the public health director see if she can answer your question.
That'd be great.
Annette, are you available? There we
Yes.
go.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I did reach out to the state, and the director does have the discretionary authority to put those grants either through the city as the fiduciary agent or the county as the fiduciary agent. And so for our COVID grants, we have kind of equally separated them. I think everybody knows the $18 million COVID grant. We put it on the city side because they are the purchaser even for the county. And so we just wanted to do that to facilitate the process for purchasing things. But for this particular grant, and I asked the state, the Associate Commissioner of Health, David Gruber, and basically what he said was, we are an established city-county health district. And as such, we are not stepping off. We are not withdrawing from the health district. The county wants to continue to be an established health district. As such, we continue business as usual. Our grants continue to move forward. Now, the city wants to become a new health department. Normally, they would start out small. They may start out with an environmental department,
Wait.
but that's for them to establish.
Annette, can I
And
gotta ask you-
so,
Wait,
and
I gotta
that's
ask
gonna
you-
take time.
Annette,
But at
hold
this
on.
time, what the state is
Annette.
saying
Let her
is that we
finish,
need
please,
to
gentlemen.
continue to move forward.
Let her finish,
Annette.
please.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Commissioner Gonzalez?
I got a question for
I
you.
know, but let me moderate. So I understand he's looking for it, and I hear it. But what would be preferable, so that we're not talking over one another, is allow me the opportunity to let her finish and call on you. That'll make for nicer decorum. Annette, I know you can't see us. Give me just a second. Excuse me, Commissioner Gonzalez? What was your comment?
Remember that.
What was your comment?
I said, we'll remember that.
We will remember that? Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Chesney, do you have something else to say, Commissioner Gonzalez? You were mumbling?
No, I was just trying to get her attention.
Okay. Commissioner Chesney?
I've got to try to think what you said, and I was trying to, that's why I
What
was
she
trying to,
said.
what you indicated, something you said, Annette, about, and I've lost train of thought, that's why I was trying to jump in, was because you said something about, we want to continue to be a health district in the city. What did you, I was trying to get clarification. What did you say about that part?
Yeah, so we are an established city, county health district, established, the state acknowledges that we're a city, county health district. We have been for many, many years. And so basically what they've told me is that since the city has decided to try to step off of the health district, we maintain whole by maintaining our health district status and continuing our grants as such.
We maintain whole. What does that mean?
In other words, we
No, no,
stay
hold on.
still.
Wait,
Here
okay,
you
but
go, you get butting it again.
Annette, what does that mean, Annette? We maintain whole?
Yes,
Meaning,
we maintain whole. We're still a city, county health district, even though they have stepped off. There's two original members, and one of the original members is the city of Corpus Christi. The other original member is Nueces County. The two original members, make this health district. If one decides to step off, you still have a health district.
But what if-
And
what if-
so now new joining members can opt off within 90 days, giving that withdrawal provision, but not original members. And the original members the whole intent was to do health and safety for the community, for the whole community, not just for within the city limits, but for Nueces County as a whole.
so, but what if the county decides to step off as well? What if the discussion?
That hasn't been broached,
Right, and so
Commissioner. That
that's-
hasn't been broached because the only person that we heard that was stepping off was the city.
But they haven't stepped off. They've stepped off effective 90 days from the notice, so technically, we're all still on. But that's what, you confused me with what you're saying on the front end. You're saying if one steps off, which they've stepped off, but not until January, whatever, but if the county decides to step off and do it a different way as well, then where are we with all of this?
Well, and you're asking her a legal question. I don't think that she's in a position to answer, but we can talk about it with her in closed session. You're asking her to.
No, I'm asking her to explain what she just explained.
No, but
She
I think
offered
you're
the
drawing her into a legal conclusion that should not be rendered because it is a legal situation. What you're asking her is what will happen.
No, I'm
And
asking
legally,
her-
there's legal consequences to
Right,
what
but-
your question is, and she
Because
doesn't.
she rendered an opinion on what would happen.
Well,
So I
she's
was
not a
asking
lawyer, though.
follow-up question as to what her understanding was after talking to the deal, which was, she said, if the city steps off, then the county is still part of it and we are still an existing district. So I said, because she obviously asked that question and got an answer and presented an answer to me, so my question was, what if the county steps off? Her response was fair and said, that has not been broached. Therefore, my response would be to her, we need to broach that question, because if we decide to step off, does that then have an effect if we're both no longer there and it's not a health district? Those are the questions that I believe have to be answered
Of
on some
course.
of these things, and therefore could or could not affect this grant.
Right.
So this
But-
grant
But
could
this
be.
grant, but what she was telling you is when she says we're still a whole district, is that today, tomorrow, and for certain next week, all the way up until this November deadline, we are still going to act like a city, county health district. Dishes recognizes only one entity today, just one. They don't get involved in the future. They get involved with what we are today, that we're a health district, and this grant needs to move forward. It won't matter whether it's this grant or 4 other ones. there are many, many grants, including environmental water, which we didn't even talk about, that are under also state grants.
So.
Lots of work that we need to unpack, Brent. The most important thing is that all of the questions that you're interested in, that I'm interested in as well as the rest of the court, are legal questions that have not even been addressed yet. What we're trying to do is get this lab to continue running.
Right.
That doesn't change.
So Annette, when you said also the director, I assume that means you, has the ability to choose where the grants go and who's the fiduciary for that grant, correct?
That is correct.
So the other thing that could happen here is you could deem this grant, or could have deemed this grant, that it could have been, the fiduciary was the city, which you didn't for whatever reasons, and that's fine. Again, knowing what we know now, it's different than what it was. My other question to you is, could this grant be redesignated now as a city grant and let the city be the fiduciary for this grant? Are we able to do that at this point? And if you don't know, that's
You know,
okay.
well, no, I was going to say in normal circumstances, and normal being non-pandemic, the answer would be yes. In this pandemic, I believe the answer to be no, because they want us to continue doing the work. And it's going to slow the process because everything would have to go back to the state. The state would have to reissue a contract. The contract would have to come back to us. We'd have to put it through the city process. That takes weeks. And so I would say the answer at this point is no.
The answer is yes. Would that be a fair answer? You just don't think it's practical? We could do it, but your explanation of it not being practical makes more sense. I mean, legally we could do it, but it's going to delay it. It's going to be a problem we're going to miss the deadlines. That would be accurate.
Well, I don't, I'm not going to say practical because while I agree with you, I think that we could actually lose the contract, because it would be taking so many more months to actually get it approved if we did what you were asking, so.
Right, so legally we could do it, but, well, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you wouldn't advise it based on what you just explained.
That's correct. I would not advise it.
Okay.
Judge?
Again,
Hello, Judge.
yes.
These employees that you most likely want to unfreeze to become employees, that's what they'll become, right? County employees?
Yes.
And I mean, I'm just concerned, a few weeks ago, a month ago, we were having budget and we were having problems providing money for our employees, for benefits. Wouldn't this create the same problem for us? We would have
I'm
problems.
going to have Louis address that. The answer is no, but let Louis explain it to you so you can hear it from him.
Right, so these are state funds, Commissioner, that are being provided to provide these particular jobs. State
There-
funds.
Yes, Louis.
There's no
Louis.
impact to
Louis.
us.
Yes, sir.
But these are state funds while the state sees it fit to provide the funds, right? Or are they continuing funds? They'll continue.
Yes, it's an extension to an existing grant, so we've already been receiving funds to provide some of these jobs, and this is more money to provide these jobs.
But what I'm saying is, if the grant runs out and the state says we can't, fund you anymore, who's gonna fall on?
Right, so the jobs go away. Nobody follows. No funds, no jobs.
If the
to me,
state chooses not to run one of their diagnostic labs, there'll be an outcry, but it's on the state, not us. That would be that's the state's job. So the concern that you have will not
Be the county.
be the
Well, I don't see
county.
how they become state concern, seeing they're gonna be county employees
Well,
when the grant
the
goes out.
issue is that they are county employees for the duration of the grant and no more. We have many, many grants that we re-up every year, and they're all county employees. And this is
Yes,
no
and-
different. And when the grant doesn't exist, then they don't exist. And most likely, when COVID funds run out, they'll go back to being state employees. The reason this is happening, sir, is because the federal government has given our DSHS tons of money, and they are using it to help the state of Texas. This is the way that they believe that the money should be appropriated.
Well, I still feel that taxpayers would be better served if we would take our time and maybe have a workshop on this thing.
Okay,
So
but-
we can, and discuss it further.
Well, we've been at it for an hour here, but here's the thing,
Well,
the
I'm talking about a
taxpayers,
workshop.
well,
Sometimes we're at
the-
it for a day or two.
the taxpayers would be served when their lab is running during a public health emergency. To do anything else is almost reckless, to be honest with you, because this
I understand.
is ministerial. All the issues you're bringing up, we're gonna have tons of hours the rest of the evening to talk about. But what's happening right now is not helping the taxpayer. The taxpayer wants Dr. Wilmot and Denzel, who we do pay, to keep working at their lab. And that's what this is about. All it is a clearing up of what does that grant cover? That's it. It's not hard. The only thing that we need to make a decision on is what the effect of the city's intention is, which will come later in a later agenda in executive session.
Yeah, that's what we need to work on, see
Right,
where the city's gonna take us.
well, there's so many issues. That's just one of many. I mean, as you said, we have a lot to unpack, but on this grant, this is to keep us working in public health.
Judge,
That's all this
if we
is.
have some ability to, have some assignment language in this or something that in case we decide to go a different direction, I feel like based on Annette's explanation, we have to kind of do this one and move forward, because I don't want to lose it.
Well, I feel the same way about the $18 million grant, Brent, that the city is the fiduciary on, that has county intentions on it too. It's got to be a two-way street.
I'm not talking about that one. I'm just here about this one. I'm just
Right,
telling
but
you,
they're
I'm
all
ready.
the same.
No, no.
Dishes is the
Well, but
one
this
that
is
makes
the
the
only one that's-
decision.
I know, but this is the only one on the agenda. So the agenda is, I'm okay with moving forward on this based on, the explanation and making sure that we have some ability, I just want to make sure we have some ability that if we decide to go a different route, that we can assign this and move forward. And, we've got to make sure that we take care of these employees. We've got to make sure and represent to them that they could be county employees now. They might be county employees forever. They might be county employees for 15 minutes. I don't really know because we haven't really unraveled and made no decisions on any of this, but I just don't want them to think they're going to be county employees forever and not, and they might be and they might not be. I don't know where we're going. So I'm ready to move forward because I don't want to lose
Okay.
the grant and go through the bureaucracy.
Yeah.
And they understand that, right, Doc?
They understand that?
Absolutely, they do. They need direction. I mean, they're concerned just like you are concerned. So where do I go? And then that needs to be worked out by the powers that be, so.
Yeah.
All right.
That's fine.
Okay, so,
So move.
Yeah,
All right.
You did make a motion. There was a table though. to be
Motion.
taken. You want to withdraw?
a motion, and
I think he made one too though.
who wants to second it? Did you say you wanted to second it? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Who made I didn't hear it.
I think I made the motion.
Oh, I'll
Okay.
second.
All right, he made the motion.
fine.
He wants to make it. Motion and a second.
What's the
All right.
motion on, Judge?
The motion is to
Approve it.
approve the unfreezing of the positions that we listed, the grant manager, epidemiology, infectious disease prevention and control unit. And there's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks,
I'm a
guys.
no.
Okay, registered. All right,
Thank you, Doc.
thank you very much. Let me make sure I didn't have any other requests. I feel like there might be another request to advance. Give me a second here. I wrote some notes down. Do you have information prepared for your gauges today? Commissioner Gonzalez?
No, I just.
Would you like to table that till next
No, I'm
time?
gonna make a motion that we go ahead and put it in the ARPA funds. Give me an opportunity to go ahead and start working with the county attorney, Juan Pimentel and the engineer to make some plans for it.
But do we have, remember we asked how much, how many,
Well,
and
that's what I
how
want to do.
much
I want to do
the,
an assessment first, Judge, to see what we'll come up with. And work with the county attorney.
Number 6.
Item number
So I
6.
do want to make sure it's under the ARPA funds. If we need it, it's there.
Right, but I mean, what if it's $10 million? I mean, we
Well,
have to, we
I just
can't
don't-
say that it should, I mean, we all are
I don't think it'd be
supportive.
$10 million, Judge. I mean,
Well, I know, but you
but-
said you were gonna bring back
You know.
the extent, like which colonias, which areas, and how
If you want-
much?
It'd be 4 colonias. It's all, it's a
Well,
pilot
which
project.
colonias?
Well, I'm looking at Tierra Grande, I'm looking at Golden Acres, I'm looking at one at Commissioner Mata's area, and one at Hernandez.
Well, I just don't think you can designate until you actually have some finality. How about the
What-
two that you
If
want?
you want to figure on that, Judge, I'm looking probably at about 20,000.
All right, well, that's not hard. That was easy. That's what we need to know. You
20,000
you don't
total?
know,
20,000
$20,000 for
Total?
inspections.
For assessment. For assessment.
For an assessment or the inspection?
No, the assessment. Assessment.
So,
We don't know how much.
Okay, so
inspection.
you want to pay for the assessment out of ARPA funds? And you believe a cap to be about 20,000?
for the assessment.
For the assessment.
Not for the cost of
Not
what
for
it's
the
gonna
cost
be.
of doing
Right,
it.
but that's all we're doing today, is the
Right.
assessment.
Right.
Fine.
Yes.
And then what about, you want to name Tierra Grande and,
Golden Acres and one in Commissioner Mata's, whichever he wants to do, and then one in Hernandez, whichever he wants
He
to
wants,
do.
he wants to do one colonias in
One
each
in each
precinct that
precinct.
has colonias. I don't know what those names are either, I apologize.
Yeah, we'll select one from each precinct, Judge. Make sure everybody gets a.
and a
colonial.
cap of $20,000? All right, well, that's a motion, if you don't mind making it.
So move.
All right, the
A second, and I have a
motion and
question.
second. I'll help you in just 1 second. Let him finish.
So, Belinda, I know that you've been looking at various colonias that had to have like water and I think it was wastewater components to be able to get some state funding through the self-help center, right? Wasn't there like 5 colonias that needed to be recognized, selected, and have meet those components? So does this help in any way, or do we already have 5 locations selected, or?
So there needed to either be septic or water in the colonias. And so through the help of Edward, we've identified 5 of those colonias. And so I think this would just add 2, but
That's what I
not
was getting at.
necessarily.
That's what I was getting at. So Belinda, for the court and the public, Belinda's been, along with Edward and Tyner before he left, was locating various colonias with the House and Senate bill that was passed during this last session and signed by the governor to allow for a colonia self-help center here in Nueces County. And so we found that there is some state funding that can come to us, but they had to meet, these colonias had to have the septic or the water provided to them. And so if we do additional work on 3 or 4 additional colonias as Commissioner is suggesting, then this could help add to our list, because the struggle was, we have a lot of colonias, but they didn't meet the state
The
standard.
criteria.
And by doing this, we're gonna empower them to have that, so then we can actually connect them with additional money, like next year, because every
Yeah.
year it's like gonna be a
But you
different
know,
set
this
of
is gonna
money.
be the ones that already have the septic tank, right? You know
Right.
that.
And I mean, I'm gonna tell you that it seems like it fits the eligibility perfect. The only thing, I had asked Haggerty, and I believe the answer was yes, that we can assist private households, and that it would fall under the stormwater, the infrastructure piece, right? The drainage, stormwater, what was it, see, water, sewer, stormwater, right? Water, sewer, stormwater, broadband, it's that bucket. And so, we've got a motion, and it's obviously subject to the eligibility, but I'm certain it will pass muster. And it's up to $20,000 to be represented by each precinct that has the colonias. And maybe it would be nice next time to come and actually give us the name, so that we can put it on the record once you've
Sure.
made your decision.
Is it $20?
Judge, I apologize.
Total.
So for all 4,
Yes.
it's just to inspect the
It's to create an assessment for the septic gauges.
Okay, because that's different than what the agenda item has.
It is, but,
I'm sorry, but my.
but he's,
Judge, I apologize for my situation. Judge, I apologize for my situation, but the volume here that I'm getting is not very,
Okay.
what's the motion
the
on?
motion is to approve up to $20,000, funding source being the American Relief Plan Act, for the purpose of assisting households in an assessment inside 4 colonias, 1 to be represented by each precinct, the assessment would be to assess whether or not to replace their septic gauges as required by Chapter 285 of the TCEQ's Safety Code. And my recommendation is, please, next time, so we can put it on the record, tell us which one you've chosen once you've chosen your colonia.
Why don't you give me yours, Commissioner, might as well give me his, and we'll go from there. And Chesney can give me one too, if he's got one. Chesney. You got one too, you can give me one too.
Oh, you
Okay.
know what, I might have one I might
Were
have
you-
that Santa Maria.
Were you able to hear?
Maybe in mine.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so that's the motion, and Commissioner Gonzalez made it,
I
and
think it's gonna
Commissioner.
include one in mine too, Judge.
Yes, I think I said every
No,
precinct.
I think I didn't earlier and I
thought
forgot
the money.
I have one
You
out
forgot
there.
you had a colonia?
No, I-
maxed out the money on
yeah.
that one.
Okay,
I put all my money if I have to. Don't worry.
all right. So, motion and a second.
And can we amend that to include Bluebonnet?
Okay, so
Bluebonnet.
including Bluebonnet.
So is that?
What, no, these,
This'll be
so the
yours.
list I have are the list of the names that we have
Okay,
already, Belinda, is that right?
Those
They're
Tierra
already on the
Grande.
list
those are the ones we've identified to
That we
be
have
able to
identified,
use.
oh, okay,
That do qualify.
that do qualify. Okay, now then I'll give a list, I'll give mine one the next time.
Okay.
on November 3rd, just
Yeah.
place it as an item on consent that we're, listing the names so that people,
Updated.
and it needs to be, articulated. Okay,
Did Commissioner Modis second?
yes, he did. All right, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all right, so that was item number 6. And I need to take a 10-minute, just a bathroom break.
You too.
And I think the ladies up front are also appreciative of that. I can see the crowd happy with that decision. And maybe you'll grab your sandwich or whatever nourishment that you need from your desk and come right back. But we're going to be off the record. Connie, please take us down at 12:45 PM. Please be back here at 1 o'clock. Okay, we're going to come back on the record at 1:08 PM. And we are going to go back into regular items here. Several of which, so we've tabled item 3, we've tabled item 4, we're going to go to item 5. And then item 8 is, we're gonna pull into executive session. I tell you what, let's do the calendar real quick, before we get into anything heavy here. How about item 7? Remember, you were gonna visit with Commissioner Hernandez, Commissioner Chesney?
I did, and I totally didn't, so it's on me, but I'd still just like to have that discussion about going ahead and deciding if we can change the Commissioner Court meetings for the remainder of the calendar year to 8:30 a.m. If that would be okay, I would still like to do that, and I apologize, I did not get with Commissioner Hernandez.
Get out earlier?
Well, I don't know, just start earlier.
How many more meetings do we have for the remainder of the year?
So we
Well,
have
and
4
actually,
more meetings.
My apologies.
But,
2 more November and.
yeah, but we should be bringing you a new calendar for the next year
Yeah, I was gonna-
sometime next
It's on
month.
there.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest it for
So-
permanent,
It's on
so.
there. It's on there.
I'm sorry,
It's on
Commissioner?
here.
The attached is your current calendar list for the remainder of this year.
I thought that was for next year.
Yeah. No, it's the current one for this year. But then depending on what y'all decide today, we'll adjust the calendar for next year when we come present it to you.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes, ma'am, here.
is, the issue is item number 7, discuss and consider the start time for Commissioners Court meetings for the 2020 calendar year. Have you given it some thought? Are you amenable to changing to 8:30, or do you still wish to have it be 9 o'clock?
I like the idea of 9 o'clock to whatever.
Commissioner, I was just
Okay.
trying to get it changed to 8:30, so maybe we could get started earlier. So, I'm gonna put that forth for the court to consider for the remainder of this year and eventually as a policy change for, just period, just to get started earlier, so.
Okay, so is that a motion then?
Yeah, I would still, I'd make that motion.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. And this would be, just for clarity, for the clerk, it's for the rest of the calendar year. Is that correct? And then we'll do it again?
Can you hear that, Commissioner?
What's that, I'm sorry?
I know you can't hear. That's why I was talking to him. Can you hear? What would- Think
What was the
Chesney
motion,
make-
Judge?
The motion is to, made by Commissioner Chesney, is to have the calendar reflect our start time at 8:30 a.m. And there's a motion and a second. And I was
Oh,
just,
that's fine with me.
all right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all right, so
And
we've
then-
got that one taken care of.
And then I guess I would just ask that that be put on for next year's, and if the court, and for the court's review and approval.
Right.
And I meant to put that on for the permanently, and it just didn't, I didn't put it on right, that's on me.
Okay, so we'll have that done, I guess, for next time?
That's my hope. Yes, ma'am. Do I need, can you put that on, Belinda, or do I need to get Paul to put that on? Will you put that on? Okay, thank you. Then that'll be done.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, and then, all right, so let me back up to number 5, and then we'll go to some of the other ones that we haven't discussed here. Although, Juan, you've been here waiting, do you want to do your ADA right now? Yes, ma'am. Why don't we do that? That's Public Works C1, it's a change order number 1 for the Robstown Community Center ADA improvement projects. Go ahead.
Judge, Commissioners, this is for some additional work at the community center. It's for ADA, and the total change order is for $6,594.76, and the monies or the funding source is 2016 COs to cover the cost. And there's 2 COs that are, or 2016 and 2019 CO monies.
Okay, what's the timetable? When will it be complete?
Judge, hopefully we'll be done in the next month or so.
Okay, and who's doing our work?
The contractor for the, you're talking about on our end, Commissioner Judge, or?
Yeah.
On our end, it's our staff. Our staff is overseeing the project.
I guess I meant on the other end. Now, who's actually doing the work?
If I'm not mistaken, it's Gurley, Judge.
It's
Barcon, no, I'm sorry,
Barcon,
Barcon,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, are there any questions for Juan on this project? Okay, well, hearing none, is there a motion? You recommend this approval?
Yes, we recommend.
I've got a
Public
motion. Is
Works
there a second? Okay, a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving the change order number 1 for ADA improvement projects signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Yep.
You're welcome.
And Dale, so you're not last and nobody pays attention with the movement here of dollars, can we go over the budget change order number 1 and then the capital one as well?
Yes, Your Honor, we have one, this is the very first budget change order for fiscal year 2021, 21-22, I believe, excuse me. And the one issue is our coastal parks, because we had the tropical storm Nicholas come through, and it really didn't hit us, but it did affect the beach, where they were required to do some sand movements and other stuff, so they needed some equipment to move and some rentals to approve. We know this will not be reimbursed, so it's a departmental expense. Therefore, they're asking to move the reserve appropriations up to these particular items to cover that cost. So submitting budget change order number 1 for your approval.
Okay, and this is basically to berm up the access roads to
That's correct.
protect?
That's correct.
Okay, are there any questions regarding this? Okay. And again, these are all emergency protection measures, right?
That's good.
Commissioner Chesney, you have any issues here, or
No, ma'am.
concerns? Okay, well then, I'll take a motion to approve the change order number 1 from Gonzalez, and is there a second?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
Yes,
Okay, I
ma'am.
couldn't hear you.
I'm
All
sorry.
those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, how
Aye.
about our capital project budget change order? That's number 101.
Yes, Your Honor,
A1.
we have several projects going to be created through several of our capital funds, our 2015 COs, 16, 19, and 21 COs. The funds are available for all this. There is one amendment I'm going to make to this, if we can do this, on the 1925, which is on page 2.
Okay.
We're trying to create multiple project codes for the courthouse security event that needs to be consolidated to one. So we're going to bring this back as a consolidation. So all the ones you see, those 4 that are new for $50,000 each, I'm gonna bring them back to one because the accounting nightmare trying to allocate this cost between 4 or 5 projects in the same CO is impossible and shouldn't be done. So I'd like to make that one amendment to the 2025 series COs where all those new will be consolidated into one.
And that's for night systems. That's our,
That is
that's our
correct. That is-
security
that is-
access controls that we voted on last time.
That's correct.
I'm getting the shaking of the head, yes. So you just want to do a consolidation, make it easier for the accounting and understand where all the dollars are
That's
coming
correct.
from. All right, does anyone have any further discussion for Dale on that item?
It's just,
But it's coming from each one of them.
this one got to be mine, right?
It is, he's just going to bring it as one,
You'll see the subtractions from each of your particular unallocated funds going into, they were creating one project for each. The accounting nightmare for our outside auditors are as well. It all should be consolidated in one because it is one piece of equipment, or not one piece of equipment, but one piece of functionality and one courthouse security. So theoretically, accounting-wise, it should be consolidated into one.
Can we just clean this up and bring it back?
It's okay, it's just, instead of the individual projects, he's just gonna create one project.
No, I'm talking
Now,
about.
Commissioner, for you, yours is by itself on 2016.
yeah, yours is not,
Right, I just need to clean mine up, because the one that's in here, Teresa and I talked about this morning, do you have a new one? Or do we just need to, do I need to, I think I should just table this and redo it for the next week? Let's just do that, because yeah, there was just some.
well, he's going to fix it anyway,
No,
so
no,
that
no,
makes sense.
Just mine, I'm sorry, which is one of the.
Oh, I see, I see.
Yeah, it's a
Just
recommended
yours.
CO project change. order.
Okay,
50, right?
What's that? Yeah, I'm just,
fine.
there's just some of this that's not.
So Dale, is that all right? You're going to consolidate everything, but his will be from a different source?
His will be a different source, and we'll bring it as a different change order, so there's no
fine?
unclarification. So we'll just approve this with the amendment to the
Okay.
2025s to consolidation, and then we'll bring a
Got it.
new issue with the correction of Commissioner Chesney's reviews.
Okay,
Right,
that
and
seems
And I'm just gonna
good.
actually, ask that we pull mine out, because Teresa and I went through this today, and I think we can fix it pretty quick, but to try to amend it, I'm not sure it'll be as clear as if we just redo it. So I would just ask that this one be pulled out, which is page, it's recommended CO change, Commissioner Precinct 4, which is part of this one. I would just ask that we pull that out and put it back on for next week,
Okay?
please.
Okay, so let me
The
get a
money's right,
motion
but
for the
code's not.
consolidation and the approval,
Except for mine,
except for the,
right?
go ahead, Teresa, take the mic so you can help unpack
You
that.
wanna?
So Commissioner Chesney is only referring to his 1901 capital projects and the 2015 capital projects where we're gonna make some changes.
Right.
And then his one project under the 2016, so just anyone that's referenced to Commissioner Chesney other than the 1925 COs for the security is okay.
Correct.
Got it.
For the 1921, it starts with the 7,000 number, so anything with a 7,000 number is Commissioner Chesney's.
That's correct.
Okay. Will this delay the access control, the order of it, or?
No.
Okay, great. Well, then let's go ahead and get that taken care of. I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And you'll see it on next agenda
And that would
for
just
you.
be, yeah, and I would just.
Aye.
As amended to pull mine out.
Right.
Okay, just to be clear.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we have an asset forfeiture report for 2021. It's for Constable Precinct 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, all the 5 constable precincts. We need to approve this forfeiture report for the fiscal year.
Do we have one or what?
Dale?
What was that on your, sorry?
Oh, just saying that the asset forfeiture reports, you ask for approval for these?
Under Chapter 59 is required to file our asset forfeiture reports for anyone that receives funds from the state. All of our constables, our sheriff, and our DA do receive funds. We've worked with all the departments. We received the balances from the 5 constables, and they are in compliance with what we have. We have not yet received the balances from the sheriff or the DA, so for this particular item, we're only submitting the asset forfeiture report for the 5 constables. The other 2 will come in next court.
Can we get a copy of that, Dale?
They should be in your agenda.
They're in the back of the book. They're in the back of your book. All right, so I'm going to make a motion then to approve them per the recommendation. You do approve of them, right, Dale?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All righty. Okay, that takes care, and we already took care of human resources, so backtracking
I'm
to
sorry,
item
Judge.
number 5.
It-
Yes?
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes,
in
ma'am?
order for his vote to count, he needs to be visible.
Okay, Commissioner Hernandez, you'll have to get your video back on. There you
Okay,
go.
I'm sorry.
And just say aye, just for the record.
Aye, please.
Okay,
We just want to see your pretty face. That's all.
okay.
Everybody.
Okay, and so we'll go to item number 5 at this time, and this is discuss and consider approval of finding a method of procurement, request for qualifications, otherwise known as an RFQ, for licensed professional engineers for engineering services to provide program management to oversee projects, manage resources and teams to successfully execute CIP, and then authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice and adopt an order. And in your books, you should have a listing of those that are available that have not been already assigned. And my, my question is there one in particular that, that has a funding source that we're concerned about? In other words, you'll see your list, and then you'll see the highlighted yellow that indicates where we already have program management. I believe that's the highlighted yellow.
Man, I can't even read it.
And so my question is, you need it bigger? I could have them print it.
That's pretty small.
Yeah, that's for the same thing.
Well, we can, if you get it digitally, you
That's
can open it
better.
up better.
Is it better?
Just highlight them.
And so the issue is, and Michael, would you just brief us, when we did program management before, did we do, you want to tell everybody how, oh, that's much better. Look at Sandra, she gets the winner here.
It's just highlighted.
Can you tell us how the process went before?
I believe the court had a lot of workshops to identify, I don't want to go all, I guess I'll
Well,
go
I
all the
just
way
mean,
back.
is it the same process? Like, it's a request for qualifications and
this
just,
is-
all I was just doing
Okay,
is
sure. So, yes,
validating.
this is the exact same RFQ. The fact the language is almost verbatim, except for, I think, Commissioner, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like this wording is worded so that there would be possibly a multiple award. Is that true? Because I saw there were some IESs and some S in parentheses to indicate that there might be multiple folks that would be awarded. Is that?
Didn't have to be, it was just kind of, I was just trying to be broad.
But yeah, right, like it could be.
Right.
And so that affects the way I write the RFQ in this case.
And also, there's some items on here, and I'd have to go through them with you one by one, but some, for example, are software, where program management, you wouldn't need a program manager to buy SaaS software, right? Even though it's in here, because we keep updating the SaaS software. But then, for example, let me pick one that would. Countywide Wi-Fi and communication upgrade. Maybe that's a good example. If we were to embark in a countywide communication and upgrade, and it involved, let's just say, a lot of work with engineering and the like, contracting, that might be an opportunity to have program management be assigned to a countywide Wi-Fi and upgrade,
I think, yeah, I think,
technology
Judge,
upgrade.
it was more, the intent was simply to not assign any more that hadn't been assigned without doing this. And then actually, I thought about this today too, when we were doing the military, the IGSA, you could actually potentially put this particular, the IGSA potentially under
Yeah.
the new program management too.
Yeah.
That could be something that the new, whoever takes on. So the intent was just to have someone else available to do it.
Yep.
Again, let me say, I've said 6 times, I have no dissatisfaction with our current program manager. I think they've done a great job. I just think it would be good to have an alternate source to spread the work, a little bit. As long as they're qualified and capable, good folks. So the intent with me putting it on was simply to do it that way, was to say, not, anything that hasn't been assigned, we don't assign until we go through this process and then select someone or two, but I don't know if we have enough right now but I mean, we're gonna have a lot of work whether it's now or later. I mean, we're always gonna have stuff coming down
Yeah.
the pike with ARPA work and, you know, I think there's gonna be lots of potential projects that are gonna come up that to have another vendor online would be good to have, an advantage to the county, which then would free land up to apply for engineering work that they can't currently apply for on other projects potentially. So doesn't eliminate them in any way.
So,
And-
would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I would just, did you want
Go ahead.
Can I ask a
I like-
question
it-
too?
it's a
Sure,
good-
give me just 1 second, Mike.
You know, I think if I understand you right, Commissioner, because I kind of agree with you, I guess, halfway anyway. We're looking to have a pool. I'm looking to have a pool. We would do a RFQ and we can select, say, 5 agencies. I mean, from that RFQ, and say, out of those 5 agencies or 6 agencies and say, the public works going to rotate working with those agencies, right? And bring them back to court and say, we're gonna select this agency to work this project. You know, this type of deal.
on program management?
With program management,
And-
yeah.
and I-
And, you know, I'm just saying because this way, having a pool creates more competition, you know, some of the agencies are gonna compete and say, we're gonna do a better job. Because I wanna be asked again to be, you know, to be part of that. You know, and in order to provide the county with the best tools, and we said it earlier today, you know, I think the opportunity for professional services consists, and we talked about it today too, of maybe 3 large businesses, small businesses, veterans-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, you know, and also disadvantaged businesses that are owned by people with disabilities. I think we need to open it up to try to get those type of selections, so we can try to reach out to everybody in this community that's willing to do some kind of work, you know, and I'm not locking things in for 1 or 2 agencies, only companies, and say you're gonna do 20 million, or you're gonna do 10 million, whatever. But I think it's open, I think it's a rotation thing that Public Works can handle, you know, with the approval of the Commissioner's Court, of
Right.
course.
The problem is with the theory that you just outlined is that anyone who's doing program management would not be able to bid on work. And if you're rotating it, they're never gonna know when it's their time. A program manager, maybe what you're thinking of is a project manager, because a program manager is managing a program. If you put a rotation in, that's gonna have, you could have potentially 5 different softwares that are used.
And if
It just doesn't make any sense at all.
I just want to also make sure we're clear, we're talking about the same thing, because I think we're talking about hiring professionals, and so we would be bound by the Professional Services Act, which would be a request for a qualification.
Right.
So y'all would be choosing based off of qualifications.
Right, which means they have to have a program management background. Not everybody has that, but if they
But
do,
you select one agency, let me finish here, and that agency's gonna be the program manager or project manager, whatever it is, or program manager really, then the other ones are open to be selected as engineers.
But you'd have to come up, I think what she's kind of, what I would think is you'd have to have some system to where you don't pick them and then they're eliminated. So
That's
we have
right.
to be able to say, we're gonna assign this to you and this to you and this to you, and then they know they're assigned to a certain thing, so that then that would be the only way. Then they could go and bid for engineering work if they knew they weren't gonna be involved on the program management side. So, I mean, I'm okay with multiple. I don't know if 5's a lot. I don't know how we're gonna keep 5 busy. I don't know how we're gonna get 5 that are qualified. I'm not saying we can't, but
Well,
maybe.
I just threw a number out.
Yeah, no, I know, I'm just saying, but maybe we say we're gonna pick 2 more, and then we start assigning them in advance, the projects that we know of, like the IGSA, like some of those things. that's
that
not
makes sense.
Yet assigned, and then that way, then if you didn't get assigned it, then you know you could apply for other things.
That's right.
You can be selected for the.
Yeah, so I would.
That's
I would
right,
think
but
maybe
just so
we-
you know, the difference between program management and project management, and most program managers want more than one project. That's how it becomes a program. So under your theory, what we could do is authorize the procurement to see who's out there that would like, who knows our list, right? This is our capital improvement plan. That which is highlighted has already been assigned, and they can apply. And then as work also, nobody wants to do program management for projects that are not funded. So you have to have a funding source for them to start working on it. And that's another thing. So again, there's no, if the motion is to issue an RFP for program management and then work with Michael to list those projects that would be eligible, like IGSA, like, what was the one I used as an example?
The countywide Wi-Fi.
Thank you, countywide Wi-Fi.
Yeah, there's a couple of road
And-
projects on
Right,
here.
there's several
Yeah,
on here
right.
that you could do.
There's-
Then I don't have a problem, with that motion. But just remember that program management, the whole concept is you get in from the beginning to help write the scope for the projects, right? And by doing that, what you're talking about is having literally, let's say you have 4, like you suggested, you would have 4 master services agreements. And you would also have potentially, not every engineering firm uses the same tools. You could have Public Works dealing with 4 different types of softwares or.
Yeah, if I may, just comment a little bit, just re-clarifying. The way I understood it is that program management occurs at this level, and then there's architects and engineers that get hired by the county to do the drawing and plans, right? And then when those drawings and plans get done, I can then bid out that work.
Correct.
And so there's like 3 layers, and then in some cases, like in coastal parks, we have another layer even, which is like our construction project manager. That's like a 4th layer. So
It's a lot of layers.
that's a lot of layers, but also I thought the intent was of program management was to ease the burden on Juan and not have him talk to 20 people. But I mean, I'll provide whatever support I need to help get this on the street. But I will need at some point a list of what the projects are and what the funding source is for each one, because I know I think I came in here with something for the sheriff that didn't have funding and it got shut down pretty quick. So.
Yeah, and let me just give you, I'm gonna go back to my same, the same particular example I use, because it's actually a very viable one. And that is the countywide infrastructure for IT improvements. So it has been suggested by our CIO that the court consider, and it's, if you've attended any of the forums, we always talk about it, that we make an investment. He suggested $3 million. It'll come to court with a formal presentation. But in that case, ARPA, American Relief Plan Act, would be the, funding source. And therefore, that one would be ripe or ready for program management. Why? Because it makes perfect sense. It's a program to put IT all over the county, different buildings. That's a classic example of really having a company oversee it all, which would be a huge benefit to Public Works. That would be a great example, but it would have to have the funding source, and in this case, the funding source would be ARPA. So I throw that one out because that one makes sense. IGSA makes sense because your indirect costs, whatever it costs to have that program manager for IGSA, you would recoup it in your contract with the Navy. So those are 2 excellent ones, and
Right, and I would put IGSA immediately on the list. And
I
just
agree.
kind of thought about that this morning.
And I think it might be helpful in this process, because this is a little different than what we did the first time too. When we come up with the list, and maybe that's me working with Juan and with the court to find out what that list is, that we come back to court and say, hey guys, here's the list that we think we're ready to go out on the street with, and y'all bless that list before we put it out.
Yeah, why don't we just memorialize the intent today, which is that's what we intend to do, and then you can bring it back with that list.
And then I wanted to
Excuse
clarify.
me, Judge, I have a comment.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Michael, just go ahead and finish. I'll be right there with you. Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify also that when we put a bid out on the street for this or an RFQ, that is open to all businesses. It's not restricted to just big companies. It's whoever wants to bid can bid. So that includes all the ones that you mentioned, Commissioner Gonzalez. They are included in that ability to participate in this process.
Great.
Judge, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to see the county being represented by maybe 2 of Public Works engineers or employees, maybe 1 commissioner, from a commissioner's court, and then whoever else it takes to
Yes, sir.
to get it done.
Right, you're talking about the selection committee. That's exactly
Yes,
how
ma'am,
the,
yes,
that's exactly how it works. All the time. We usually have Public Works is represented, one commissioner, the county judge, procurement, and typically court administration. If there's some sort of a nuance, like in IT, I would want my IT officer there, my CIO there, right? So depending on what the
But I would,
project is.
I would like to see two Public Works, employees, represent us.
You know, that's a good point, Commissioner. I mean, the judge.
I need to interrupt right
Commissioner?
now.
Okay, hold on one
guys,
second.
Because as the county purchasing agent who represents you guys, I want to protect y'all from any kind of
And that's what you do, Mike.
stacking of a committee. The committees should be structured the way we have historically done them.
Right.
We shouldn't be increasing quantities in any one department. I think the way we accomplish that historically is a member of the Commissioner's Court that is interested in that project gets assigned. And that's where that extra weight, I think, is brought to bear from the court's perspective.
And what about, what's the rule on, I know what we've done, but I'm only asking this because someone actually asked me, does it put you in a conflict position to be the facilitator and be on the selection committee? I mean, I'm kind of wondering if that should be, and I'm not meaning you, Michael, I'm saying the purchasing agent, right? This is
Yeah,
not
so I'm the purchasing agent for the county. I'm required by law to be a
statute.
participant.
to be on the selection committee?
Yes, sir.
There's a requirement for that, okay.
In fact, it requires me and one other individual.
One other individual.
So if we have 5 members set up and only 2 people show up, as long as one of those is me and somebody else, we can continue to do the business of the selection committee.
Okay, so
But
it's
if I'm not present, you can't have a selection
Hold
committee.
on one second.
That's the way I can
Let-
answer the question, is because someone was answering me, and I said, well, if it's statutorily it's done, because I think it's always been that way. So you've answered that question, I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Okay, Commissioner?
Shouldn't a purchasing agent be, independent of this committee, Mike? As I recall,
Yeah, so he
There's,
just answered that. He said by law, he has to be on there.
No, but I'm coming to something else. As I recall, Ms. Elsa Science, I don't think was involved in doing things like that.
That's factually inaccurate.
mean-
Elsa's been on every selection committee since I've been with the county in 2008.
Okay, so thank you.
If it's statutory, I don't know what we can do about it, because
Yeah, if it's by law.
And to reassure the court, again, my mission statement is to support the initiatives of the county's elected and appointed leaders. And so my role in that committee is simply to make sure that the vendors who are participating in the process get a fair evaluation, and that is it. So that's my role. I don't have a vested interest in these projects one way or the other. I don't really care who gets them one way or the other. As long as it's in the best interest of the county, that's what we're trying to do from where I sit. I'm not biased one way or the other.
Okay, see, by law, we gotta have the person agent, which is okay, usually by law. So the person agent, the judge, commissioner, because what, you know, you said commissioner a while ago, we never had one, but, Public Works.
Yeah, there
So
are
that's
some,
4.
there are some counties that have, by their own policy, 0 members of Commissioners Court or the county judge even on any of their selection committees.
maybe
And,
that's.
and that committee operates independently, and then they bring that to the court, and the court still makes the
I can
ultimate
understand
decision.
that, because then you gotta vote on it when you come to court,
Yeah.
right?
Well, that may be, because I was gonna.
So,
I was gonna be asked to be
that would
on
be a
this thing,
huge
but maybe
paradigm
we
shift
should
for
be on
us.
it. Maybe, it's a good point, maybe none of us should be on it. I was gonna ask to be.
So, Mike,
But
Mike, if we wanted to work a different way, instead of having the purchasing agent there, what do we need to do? Just change policy?
He's
No,
telling you it's by
a statute.
law.
It's a law,
It's by
Commissioner.
law.
you can change the policy,
That's by law?
Commissioner. You can change the
Yes.
policy on who's on it, other than the purchasing agent is statutory. So we could come in and say, it's the purchasing, he has to be on there, and then whoever, however else we want to make up the committee, we can change that. We can't change the purchasing agent as what he's representing.
Yeah, and
Is that
although
right?
all these are interesting, we really need to stick to our agenda item, which is, if you want to have this accomplished, why don't we go ahead and get that agenda item?
So, Judge, I would make a
Done.
motion.
Thank you.
That we approve a method of procurement and request for, that we, I can't talk, that we approve a request for qualifications for a licensed professional engineer for engineering services to provide program management to oversee projects not yet assigned to LAN, including but not limited to the IGSA projects and the CIP projects that are in front of us,
Not yet assigned.
not yet assigned. Yes, I think it's, yeah.
And there's a motion and a second, and Michael's going to advise us and all, and, but one of the things that I know everybody knows on your side of the fence, but when we create a rubric that has like a maybe weeby DB policy or, you know, a local policy, just, you know this, but it's important to say, you can't just use that as your only criteria. That's actually not allowed. And so I just want to make sure that people understand that you don't have, you can't choose based on just a maybe weeby DB, okay, or a hub.
Okay.
That's the minority-owned business,
right,
the
right.
historically owned
Right,
business,
and I
the
would think
women-owned
the
business.
county's not under that requirement.
Right, we're not on that requirement, but
That's
I'm
a
just saying to you, but
municipal.
we couldn't establish that, just as they say, follow the law. We don't want to have, because there was some discussion here earlier about, I want to see this done, and we can't do anything that's not allowed under the law.
And I was going to add in the motion that it's up to 2 additional recipients or being 2 additional
Yes, I
program
know.
managers being awarded, up to 2. And that gives that gives them flexibility.
If, just say if needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's not 2
All
good
right.
ones that
Okay,
they
so,
pick, then I don't want you to.
just so
yeah.
I'm clear, so we want to write it so that we're going to award, there will be 2 awardees? Is that what we want to say?
Up to 2. And if the committee or, and the court says.
Up to 2, okay.
We don't feel like there's 2 good ones, that there's only one that's great, then that gives you a little flexibility, but provides us a little flexibility either way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Up
Thank
to
you so
2, but
much.
not guaranteed, however you want to say that.
And can I just get a clarification on the
Mm-hmm.
IGSA? Because I know that this morning, I think what was being presented was that a project manager would be. So
Correct.
this would be in addition to the project manager.
Right. In other words, a
thank you.
project manager might be,
You talk about IGS, oh, you're talking
yeah,
about.
on IGSA, for example, let's say you have a much larger project, you might need somebody on site.
Right.
Whereas the program manager would be doing program management, which would be the
And
whole
you might-
program.
And you might need both, depending on the size of the
Right.
scope
Or
of the
not.
project.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Correct. Okay, all right, thank you,
Okay.
Michael, very much. I actually, forgive me, for the clerk, I need to vote.
Right, but are you gonna add about the committee, the selection committee?
No, because that's not,
No, but
he brings that up to
on
us.
the order.
And I'm gonna
No,
actually.
we're gonna have to
No,
bring
it's
it up.
already on the order.
I'm gonna, I'll bring that back up under separate policy discussion, because I've got a whole bunch of.
She makes a good point. What's on the agenda isn't, every time that y'all ask
Okay.
me to go out for bid, and I have an order for a selection committee, I have to put that
Adopt
in the
an
order.
order.
And so in the order that y'all all have, it has the selection committee that we used last time when we did the
Would you
award that
read it,
went to
Kara?
LAN.
Yes, so right now, he has the designated representative shall be a committee comprised of those who occupy the following positions: purchasing agent, county engineer, commissioner's court admin manager, and the county judge or her designee.
Okay, so
I'd
we'll
like
add,
to, I'd
And
like
that's
to
the
add a
same-
commissioner.
That's the same one we
and we're
used.
gonna add Commissioner Chesney for IGSA, because
don't-
it's in his
For all
precinct.
of them.
Or for the CIP.
For, you know, you don't have to be just in for
Well,
somebody else.
earlier today, we said
I
that
don't
he
care,
would,
but I'm saying for the other selection committee.
For the program.
just
for
say a
this per-
commissioner, Kara, add a
Yes,
commissioner.
Yeah, we'll add a commissioner.
Well, you need to specify
I don't care
right
if it's
now.
me or Commissioner Gonzalez or Commissioner, whatever. I think
I'll just, okay, well,
whatever
Commissioner Chesney, would you be willing to serve?
On the choice of program manager?
Yes.
Yes, that's fine.
All right,
I'm happy to
fine.
do
So
that.
Commissioner
That's okay with-
Chesney
that's
is
okay
gonna serve.
On that particular one.
Yeah, apparently you have to add it in there, Kara, if you don't mind. And then we'll initial it,
I'll gi-
okay?
I'll give you a clean copy, Karen. Yes.
Got it.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay,
Aye.
all righty. Okay, let me go into, the next one is, okay. Okay, item 8 is going to be taken to executive session. And item 9 is left. Discuss and consider approval of overtime pursuant to the county policy. Dale, usually you leave it right here on my desk. I've got it. This is pursuant to county policy for essential exempt employees during declared disasters and storm preparedness and response, severe weather preparedness and response. In addition, authorized payment of overtime essential exempt city county health district employees per our contract.
Yes, Your Honor, you were provided this morning. This is from the last time we started, it was back in September the 4th to October the 27th. You have several items for testing as well as many of your vaccine locations. For this particular time, there was only 2 individuals that were exempt, that qualified for overtime at this particular time. Mr. Herrera, the Director of Inland Parks, and Mr. Wilmot is the waiver administrator for the city, for the county as under 1115 waiver, currently working as in the Health Department. You'll see on the last page, you'll see that Mr. Edward had 73.33 hours at $3,376.11, and Mr. Wilmot was 8.65 hours at $828.58 for a total of $4,204.07.
All
Now,
right.
is this left over from the last meeting too that we didn't?
Yes, because we did not get to it. All right, so I've got a motion to approve and as presented by,
I'm second it.
okay, motion and a second,
Just the first part, right?
right.
Wait,
Yes.
what's the first part?
First part is approve the overtime, second part is if you want to continue monitoring the overtime.
No,
Okay,
no.
so motion to approve what we have here, and
Approve what's already spent, right?
Pardon?
that's
Approve
correct.
what's already done.
Yes.
That's correct.
Correct.
And the dates are on here.
Right.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
No.
Okay.
Well-
I heard Commissioner Hernandez with a no and Chesney with a no.
Correct.
Okay. And so,
Judge, while we're still on item 9, I do have
So we
some,
got to part 2 now, right?
yes, just hold on one second.
but that was approving,
No.
That was approving that which has already been,
right, that was approving overtime.
right,
Right.
but
I'm not approving.
You're not approving
I'm
what
not.
has already been worked under the disaster,
I'm
comprehensive
not, and I've
disaster
got a
finance
motion to
policy?
make related to that as well, so, but I'm voting no to the approval of the overtime that's been put forth.
That's been
Yes.
put forth for the public health emergency.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, voting no. All right,
You know
all
what, I'll
right.
change my vote too, Judge. I'll change my vote.
You'll
Yeah,
consider,
let me just tell you why. I got an issue here I'm looking at this now. And one's being paid straight time and one being paid time and a half.
that's correct. That's by
So,
contract.
Well, you see, this is not fair to me. I don't think it's fair to the employees when one is paying time and a half, one is paying straight
Right.
time. So, I mean, either we pay them all straight time, we pay them all time and a half. But I think as far as now,
Commissioner-
I'm voting no.
Commissioner, let me answer your question. On the time and a half, that is not our decision. We have a contract with the city under our city-county health department to follow the city's policy, which is time and a half. So we're contractually obligated. So your vote no, honestly, they'll just send us a demand letter. We have to pay the overtime. Your vote is going against the contract that we've signed with them and that we have. I know what you're saying is true, that time and a half doesn't seem, that some get time and a half and some get time, but that's by contract, and that's nothing that we can change right this moment. And so by denying him his overtime, the truth is, he's entitled to it by law. He's entitled to it
So that
by
one comes from the
contract.
That comes from the city?
That's correct, sir. For Lewis Wilmot, it
We don't
does.
have no say-so if it comes from the city, if it's paid by the city.
It's
So-
paid by the county. These are the county employees, and we have to follow the rules of the city because of the MOU agreement we have.
County employee, that's correct, forgive me, that's correct. But we do have an MOU, and that's so everybody gets treated the same over there. And so, and so I think that, again, we have a comprehensive disaster finance policy, and we're inside a public health emergency disaster. Actually, we're inside lots of disasters still. But the one that this one applies to in both cases is inside a disaster. So you're,
Well, I think that management, we need to work on management. We were talking about an hour, or half an hour. I think management has gotta be a problem there, you know? I mean, how can anybody just be working 30 minutes or an hour? I mean, somebody needs to be looking at that and saying, you know what, come in later. Or you know what, have your assistant go out there for you. I mean, there's gotta be more than one way to be able to do this. I mean,
well, again, I think Garrett said it best this morning. You have an unprecedented emergency. It's not like any other emergency, and it's not like any other scope of work that anybody's done. And in order to fulfill the hours that we perform these vaccinations, it does require from time to time in over certain periods of time, It requires hours to be worked. And again, you've got two different individuals that have huge roles in our emergency. Edward has overtime because he is the logistics section chief. I'm sorry, he is the operations section chief. And that is why he winds up being in the forefront here. And again, these are hours that are contemplated under the federal disaster and have been, have been worked. So I don't think it's prudent, we can talk about it if you want with our attorney, but I don't think it's prudent not to pay people when we're contractually obligated to pay them. I don't. And I also think that they've worked the hours and they deserve it. And when it's your family on the line, you better hope that somebody's working overtime on Saturday and on Sunday, and it's 6 o'clock and it's 6 a.m., because that's what it takes to protect a community. And if you look at the hours or the times, this is when we were in our major, we were still in our surge. So,
Judge, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the current policy on paying overtime to exempt employees based on the request I'm also going to make to have an audit done on some of the overtime hours put forth, because I have a hard time
paying people?
no believing that we need this much overtime now. So I voted for overtime.
Well, remember, look at your
No,
dates.
I got it. I know, but it's
Well,
within
why
the
don't-
last couple of
why don't
months.
we
So
do this?
I'm making a
That which
motion to
is-
suspend the policy.
But we need to vote on this first, Brent. We have to vote on this, and we
We
don't
already did-
have,
We already did vote on this, so I'm making another motion related to this item to suspend the policy of paying exempt employees overtime. That's what I'm making a motion for today, going forward. So that's my motion. If there's no second, then there's no second, but that's my motion,
Right.
because these are exempt
Okay,
employees. I don't think there's a time now where, there's only one or two of them, they're doing it. I don't get it. So I'm just tired of watching it and seeing it, and I don't want to continue doing it. So that's my motion to go on record.
I understand. I need to get some legal advice,
The only
because
problem-
honestly, we have a comprehensive disaster finance policy. And if that's what you want to change, that was not noticed here properly.
Just let me say
And,
something before I change, I'm not changing my mind.
okay.
Jenny, when we went back, we made just two items here. We said if they work it, we pay them, right? Because we voted before, I guess, last time, to pay them the next 2 weeks. So we agreed to pay them, right? So really now it's only from here on forward, we can decide not to pay them, right?
Well, no, but we can't, because every time we get it, they've already done it.
No,
So
no,
we're
no.
stuck in a
No,
cycle.
but today we're saying we're not gonna pay them the next 2 weeks. Today say we're stopping it, right? So this is what I'm saying, I know I voted for it last time, to continue it. So I guess I need to vote for it, because I've already voted for it to continue it.
To pay it for
To
what's
pay-
been worked already.
Right.
And then regarding going forward, I'd have to look at the exact wording of the MOU to see whether we follow the city's current, so I have to do a little
That'll be
research.
his motion to stop that policy to.
Well, that would be, okay, so what you're saying is you're changing your vote to yes, so that takes care of, I believe, Judge,
This-
paying the
this
overtime.
piece.
Paying the overtime. And then the next part of the motion, but I'm still staying on as a no, but the next piece is to approve it going forward? Is that
Right.
what you're saying, Dale?
And
Okay.
what I want to make sure is everybody understands, it's bifurcated. In other words, we have a policy for our employees here that are part of our write-out team and our department heads. We call those the exempt employees. We have an employee policy, we have a comprehensive disaster finance policy. And we use those policies, okay, in disasters when we have work inside those disasters, and then we use that policy in order to go seek reimbursement. And what we do here is do two things. We did regular employees, that's what it says here, authorize the payment of overtime. Oh, wait a second. No, the second piece here is authorize overtime to exempt city, county, health district employees. And what I'm telling you is that is totally different. That is by agreement, by contract, and by MOU. And I don't think you can suspend that, Brent, but that's something to
Well,
talk
okay,
to our
but it may
lawyer
be-
about.
It may take care of it with the next thing, because if Dale's, so now we have to vote whether or not to do what?
Our own.
The personnel policy and the disaster policy says that the policy carries for 15 days, and then it's up to the Commissioners Court to continue it forward
If we don't vote to continue it forward, then there's no more overtime
for exempt employees only.
for exempt employees only, which is, that effectuates what I was trying to do. It just does it within the agenda, the way the agenda is posted. Okay, that's fine. So then,
I just, it says here, discuss and consider approval of overtime pursuant to the county policy. And that's what we just did here, right here. And then it says, in addition, authorize payment of overtime to essential exempt city, county, health district employees. And what I'm telling you is that, where is the, do you feel, Jenny, that it's noticed properly to talk about changing our policy?
No, no, no,
Because
no,
I'm
we're not changing-
confused.
No, I'm withdrawing what I'm saying, because this is what we've had to do every day. This is what this agenda item has dealt with for the last year and a half. We have voted to approve or not approve overtime, and we voted to continue to go forward for the 2 weeks or not. So this is, so what
For
Dale's
our own,
saying is,
for our own folks.
well, for what he just said, for the exempt employees.
Right, for our folks.
Correct.
County exempt, right.
Non-health district. Our folks, like
No, and it's-
Edward.
No,
like-
and it says essential exempt city, county, health district employees.
Yeah, I'm telling you that we have an obligation by contract. Our comprehensive disaster finance policy, I'm saying that if you want to do what you're doing, make it bifurcated. Because the contract,
I'm not doing it. It's Dale's telling me what we have to do, as we've done every day for the year and a half.
well, if we don't approve
But we can't,
the health district's employees for overtime,
not the exempt ones, we're not talking non-exempt here. We're talking exempt ones. That's what he's saying. So we're not doing anything. Non-exempt employees, we can do nothing about that. That's the labor laws. So
I
they get
understand
paid
that.
there. No, I know you do. They get paid there. So he's just saying exempt employees. So whoever exempt employees are, we either have to say we're gonna continue to do it or not, is what Dale's telling us, and this is what we've done for the last year and a half.
I think that's correct as to ours, but I think the health department, we need to have a legal analysis, because I don't believe that we have that choice. I do not believe we have that choice, because there is a standing order under the Emergency Act, okay, that came down from HHS that we followed here, which we executed back in March of 2020. And we need to hopefully get some guidance on that, because that is what allows those exempt employees to keep working. And Brent, the reason that happened is because Dishes and HHS wanted public health to be operational 24/7. And throughout the pandemic, even though they've been having, I would say, ebbs and flows, at any moment, you want to be able to make sure that you can compensate your public health employees, because it's not just Lewis, Wilmot. There are
Right,
other
but
people
then-
that are exempt, like Dr. Onifrak. Let me give you a great one, Dr.
But that
Onifrak.
means this agenda item's been wrong for 2 years, because,
Well, maybe it has
well
been.
then, which I don't think it has, because we've been.
Well, it's never
we can't-
come up before as an issue until it came up as an issue to deflect from the real issue a week ago.
Because we didn't see the health department director's overtime in this court. That's why it didn't come up as an issue, for me at least, is that was not being sent to the court. That was being done
Because,
between you and the city. And
No.
and that
No. It was being done
Someone
because
authorized
we're obligated under a memorandum of understanding to pay that. Dale's always saying that in court. It's not about me, Brent.
We're not
It's about,
authorizing, we're not, we're
Can
not.
we just
we're-
give them a stipend or a
we're not-
bonus
wait, wait,
every
we're not-
quarter?
We're not
Pardon?
obligated to
Huh?
pay the
What?
health department
give a
director
stipend?
Yeah.
overtime.
Bonuses are illegal.
yes, we are.
Bonus?
Bonuses are
That's,
illegal.
that's the legal question of the day.
They're
Why
legal.
why don't we go into executive session and discuss those legal issues? Because that is absolutely the legal issue of the day, is we are, I believe, obligated to pay that once the emergency order was given.
And so you're saying our emergency order? Or our emergency, because.
Yeah, that's right, the health district,
We had to pass a policy to even allow for exempt employees to be qualified for overtime. So.
That's
if we
right.
If we no longer have that in place, then there's no order from Health and Human Services that can make us pay someone overtime.
No, it wasn't that.
So-
It was a reference to that. Basically, when the pandemic began in March of 2020, there was an emergency order that was issued based upon the direction of Secretary Azar and Dishes, who encouraged us to set up our public health facilities 24/7. The city manager and myself signed that order back in March of 2020, 3 days after the governor issued his declaration. That is what gave rise to exempt employees being eligible for overtime. Again, why? Because we had to run public health 24/7.
It gave rise, but we still had to come through, and what we were told was the only way that this happen would be that if this court passed something that said, during a pandemic, when people are, in the situation they're in, that exempt employees were able to. So if we don't have that policy in place, or if we don't vote to do it, and I think it's germane to make a motion to suspend that policy, because it's exactly suspending the policy that I'm talking about, which is, it's on the agenda. It says, in addition to
Yeah,
authorize payment of overtime
Right,
to the.
but let me just
hold
tell
on,
you,
hold on.
if you suspend the policy, you risk any FEMA reimbursement completely. And that is why the policy is
No.
so important. If you
Not going
suspend-
backwards, we don't. Going forwards, because
Well, going forwards.
I don't believe anymore we should be paying exempt employees overtime. I think it's way past the time. I think it's way past the amount.
Well, we could
And so I
discuss
think-
that as a
and we
policy,
never-
but
like I
you
said, we
can't-
never saw that overtime coming from the director, or I would have raised this a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is, and so now I'm trying to fix it to where it doesn't happen again. And so if that means that I have to vote no to change, or vote no to authorize the payment of overtime going forward, because you've already taken care of the backward, the essential, I'm saying I'm gonna do that, and then I'm also gonna make a motion to suspend our policy so that there's no way anybody can say that we have to pay people overtime, exempt employees overtime.
Okay.
Not the
And what
non-exempt,
what
but
I'm
the
saying to you
exempt.
is that I would like to discuss that before you vote, the legal ramifications of that. Because if you put that policy in place, and this afternoon, a tornado comes through here.
And then we can revisit it.
No,
If-
you
if-
can't. That's
yes,
what
we
I'm trying
can.
to.
That's why I said
But let me
suspend.
explain it to you.
That's why I said suspend.
FEMA doesn't let you come back. That's why it was so important to establish the policy. If you want a chance for FEMA reimbursement, the policy has to exist.
But that means if we pay them, I'm saying
don't
I don't
change
believe
the
we're in the
policy.
same position we're in anymore, because I think the situation is such that it's gotten so out of hand with all that was paid to certain exempt employees that it's messed it up for everybody. And I think we've got to stop that, and we've
Just
got to put a
people were
stop to
paid
that.
the hours they worked, Brent. They were
And
paid
you know
the
what?
hours they worked.
Maybe they were, and I'm gonna, that's another thing I'm gonna ask for, is I wanna see all these hours and activity logs and sheets, because I never got to see some of that, especially regarding the health
Well,
department.
we can
and I
ask the
wanna
city
see
to
'em.
provide it, because they're the ones that have, they have
I
it.
get it. I'm looking forward to seeing all of them, on all exempt employees.
Right.
So I'm not picking on anyone. I want to see all exempt employees that we had anything to do with in paying overtime, all of them. So I'm not picking on anybody. I want to see all of them. So whoever gets that, whoever does that.
Right.
I'm just asking to see it, because
But-
I no longer want to pay exempt employees overtime, because I think that it has to stop now. It's got to stop. And I'm sorry sometimes when a system gets abused necessarily or unnecessarily.
Well, I
or
hope we
by
can-
accident, or whatever the case may be, does it bring things to attention that we didn't know about? It did, and absolutely. Is that the reason that's
Well-
brought my attention? Yeah, because I never got to see it before.
Right, but
So-
I just, again, I want to caution you and the court that the policy that we have to pay exempt, if you change it, you place at risk FEMA reimbursement for all disasters. It is super dangerous. Just so you know, we were not able to recover. As it is, we have a quandary on some of our reimbursements because the court was not clear
But Judge,
before.
we only face that danger if we pay exempt employees overtime.
But-
If we
but
no
sir-
longer pay them overtime,
but-
there's nothing to get reimbursed.
Right,
And
but-
I'm saying, I no longer
But
believe
that's,
at this
that was the.
time that should happen.
Right, but that was the
That's just
whole
me.
thing, is after Hurricane Harvey, the reason all of this came up is, and we can get out the archives, but after Hurricane Harvey, there were people who worked up here 24/7 and lived up here. And the concept that the court came up with, that other communities do to protect the county's interest, is that when you're up here, when you're cushy and happy in your home or in your hotel room in San Antonio, there are people here that are working round the clock, and they're away from their families, and it's outside the scope of their employment, because they're doing jobs that are not their job. They're the logistics chief, they're the section chief, they're the policy chief, they're the finance chief. This is above and beyond their work, even though they're exempt. And that's because we run a very lean and mean county.
I get it, Judge,
And
but
as a
so many,
result,
but so many people worked so many overtime hours in the real world and never got this kind of payment. And so many people didn't have jobs and so many people suffered.
Well,
And if, and it,
Brent,
and it is an optics
we're
problem,
getting
in
off,
my
I'm
opinion.
trying to
Well,
stick
no,
to the
but you're
policy.
saying, I get
I'm
it.
talking about the policy that
I am-
protects the county.
I-
You
I-
are,
but
as
if
a
we don't pay it-
conservative, you need to worry about the money that we will lose
But we
if you
won't
do
if we
not
don't
have a
pay it.
policy.
If we don't pay it, we
Yeah,
don't
if you don't
lose
pay
it.
your people,
If
you
we
will have
don't pay-
nobody, you will have nobody to work, because in a public health emergency, nobody wants to work 24/7 when they can die from exposure to an insidious disease.
But
So
Judge, a
that
lot of
is
these people
why-
worked from home when they were doing this
No,
too.
sir, no,
Yes,
sir.
it was.
None of the public health people worked from home. They did not work from home. They did not. The problem is that it's the outside looking in. What I want to talk about is the policy that protects the court. And I would ask if you want to table this or suspend it, but you need legal advice. This court needs legal advice, because what you're doing is putting this court and county at risk for a lack of reimbursement from FEMA for all disasters. There's a reason we changed the comprehensive disaster
Is there,
finance
a-
policy.
given us
is there a
reimbursement?
motion?
Yeah?
No, not yet, sir.
Ever gotten reimbursement from FINA for overtime?
We have on some issues, yes. We're still working on several issues on some others, so.
Have we gotten a lump sum from FEMA?
You know, Commissioner, but you don't understand the process. The process does
asking a
not,
question.
I know, sir, but do you remember this morning when we talked about, you have to understand what you're talking about in order to ask a good question. So the scope modification that we talked about is in process step 8. So we will be submitting there, but the reason that our policies are so important is if we don't have it written, they will deny it.
Well, we had it to this point.
Excuse me, Judge, is there a motion on the floor?
Saying that he wants to suspend the policy, and I want to see if we can limit that to a cap on our own county
At
folks.
this point, all I'm saying, at this point, and what I'm saying is, whatever Dale needs us to do today, I'm not supporting. So that's what I'm saying. What I'm also saying is, now that I will be happy to listen to Ms. Dorsey, not today to give her time, but at the next meeting, on whether I'm gonna suspend that policy, or not me.
Well, not
but
you
whether-
individually or
I just said that. I
unilaterally.
just said not me.
We-
I just said not me, that I'm gonna make a motion to suspend that policy. I will wait 1 week on making the motion to suspend the policy to give Ms. Dorsey the opportunity to tell me, because I believe that if we don't pay the overtime to exempt people, we don't lose anything, therefore we don't lose anything from a risk standpoint.
You
So,
lose
but-
people maybe working for you, Brent.
Maybe you do and maybe you don't, because if you get in the game of emergency management, you know you're gonna be working emergencies, and you know you're gonna be working overtime, and you know you're gonna be doing things at certain times. And then there's other times where you're not gonna be, because there's not gonna be something you have to do all the time. That's part of it too. So the point is, I'm not supporting whenever we need to make that motion, to authorize the payment of overtime to essentially.
For the next
I'm
2
not-
weeks.
Right, whenever we make that one, I'm voting on that one, and I will gladly withhold and put it back on for a week to Ms. Dorsey can
Well, and also,
adequately do
I
it, but-
personally think we need more than a week, because I'd like to bring in experts from Haggerty. I'd like to bring experts from Tatum to make sure that if you decide to take away a policy that protects this court and the taxpayers and the tax base, that you do so consciously.
Well-
Because we corrected something
Judge,
that went wrong, and I'm very worried about changing a policy that's good for the county and good for our fiscal health. If you don't want to approve overtime, that's something different. But please do not change a policy that protects this county's finances,
Well,
because
and
that's
I-
what
and
would
I-
happen.
and again, I
From a
disagree
lack
with
of
your-
knowledge.
I disagree with your assessment.
Well, I'm gonna bring the experts in.
I disagree with your assessment, and I have a great deal of knowledge, and so I disagree with
Of
that
FEMA?
personal attack of that being the case. That being the case.
Not a personal
what
attack. I'm
saying
very
is-
concerned
no,
about the policy,
and
Brent,
I'm
that's
very
all.
concerned about the fact that we are paying so much overtime. So, to figure out a way to come to if there's a reasonable solution to that, I'm willing to put it back, and because depending on what the court does, if the court doesn't support paying the overtime for the next 2 weeks, then I can wait the 2 weeks. And if the court doesn't want to do what any of this, that's fine. I'm just putting my position on the record. If the court votes me down, I'm done.
Yeah, no,
I'm
we're very clear. We're very clear. I think what's at issue here is taking care of, as I said, the policy and giving adequate time. It needs to be briefed, and we need to have experts. because the comprehensive disaster finance policy, counties that do not have one in place that includes exempt are risking in any disaster not getting reimbursed. And it's impractical to have people who are procurement agents who are also going to be logistics chiefs. It's not like we have a full court emergency management team here. What we have are people who are doing one job, and we ask them to do another job inside of disaster. And when that job becomes so 24/7, that policy protects them so that they can have the hours worked compensated, because that requires extra childcare. It requires away from your family. It requires sleeping up here. It requires things that are not in your job description, exempt or not. And that's where we find ourselves in an unbelievable and unprecedented time. I think that we need time to bring in the experts, because we finally cured something, and now we're gonna, potentially risk undoing it. For this moment, the question is, so that you can vote on, so you can vote no on it, is the authorization of payment for the next 2 weeks. And it's really not even on here, but again, I'm not gonna argue the notice, but I don't think it's properly noticed, but we understand what it is because we've done that the pattern and practice has been that. So I'm okay with it, Jenny, but it's really not clear to any member of the public nor our department heads who have a right to come in here and talk about the value of their work and why it should be extended. For example, we don't even know tomorrow. The CDC's committee, I think, is meeting today. And so if tomorrow we're ready to boost children, we might have to work all night long to get ready. But I guess that's not important, because we don't want to compensate those people for their time. So to me, you're making a decision from just this concept of somebody doesn't deserve it, which is weird.
No,
Because
Judge,
what they're
it's
doing
from
is
the
protecting our community
It's from
in
the
public.
concept of too much has been paid out in overtime. That's the concept.
It's
And
just-
something has to come into play that will make because it's not just taking care
Well,
of
you
the
could create a
hold on.
cap.
It's not just taking care of the employees. It's taking care of the constituents that we serve. And if you don't believe that people out there are really concerned about the optics, to how much overtime that this county has paid, then I apologize, but I do. And I am hearing from them left and right. And we have to be more accountable. And so the issue is, we have to make sure that we can reassure the public that this is fair and reasonable. And so far, to me, it looks excessive, and therefore I am not going to continue.
But you have no
I'm not gonna
proof. You have no
continue,
data.
and
You have
I'm
no
not going to
proof. You just
continue
you have a hunch.
I'm going to I'm not going to continue being a part of it until I have proof that in fact it is fair and reasonable. It's, in my opinion, at this
Mm-hmm.
point, no matter what someone shows me, it's excessive in regards to what the rest of this world has had to go through.
Well, let
And
me tell you-
I think that's where it comes from.
I hear
is We
you.
don't just have an
I
obligation.
hear you. Are you
to our
aware that
employees.
are
We
you
have an
aware that
obligation
nurses?
to our constituents to represent our
Right.
constituents.
Are you aware that a traveling nurse has literally tripled their hourly rate because of the supply and demand? At BCFS and all of the major
That's not
companies.
overtime, Judge.
No.
We're not
That
talking- that's-
they,
don't
but
get
they,
off-
that's
but
not
you're
even
deflecting.
considering
That's not
overtime.
overtime.
The point is that the market
Overtime
forces
for
have changed.
Taxpayer money.
Right.
We're talking about taxpayer dollars, what the private
No,
sector
we're
pays
talking
for
about a
nurse.
public health emergency and doing whatever it takes to keep that lab running 24/7.
Right.
It's not like we're running around with an excessive amount of people who are, skilled in those particular types of jobs. We're talking about, what's excessive? What's excessive is COVID-19.
Judge, we're not
It was
talking about any
excessive in our
nurses. We haven't
community.
had any nurses get overtime because we don't have any nurses on staff, so I don't know why you're talking about nurses.
Well, that shows you how little you know.
They
We
get
have
ra- I mean,
nurses on
but
staff
we
at
don't
the
have
health
any nurses
department.
getting overtime
Yeah, we do.
that have come through us.
We have
Not that have come
doctors.
through us.
We also have doctors getting overtime
not have
too.
come through
We
us.
have doctors
The
getting
count-
overtime.
The county,
The
city
problem is
county
there's a
health
lack of
department is different.
information.
The city
Let's
county
get it
health
to you. Let's take the time
The city county
to
health department is
brief
different than
you.
the county of Nueces, Judge. So the
Let's-
city of, county
so
of
the
Nueces
health
is different,
district-
but it's different. We're the county, that's the health district. You have to separate the two. You can't keep saying that the county has nurses and we have, The city county health department has those kind of things, but I haven't seen the overtime from the city county health department because that has never come through this court. So you're right. I'm looking forward to getting the data.
Right.
I thought
And again,
Dale told me he
let's
was
get
bringing
some
that to
legal,
us
let's get
today,
some
but I
legal
may have
background.
misunderstood him.
Let's get some legal background for you so that you can have all the documents and the data, so that your position can be backed up by information that you asked for. And so we will get that to you. But we need to absolutely have a legal discussion, which we can't have right here in front of, without going into
I said I
executive
was going to
session.
wait till the county attorney had the opportunity to do that about 20 minutes ago.
All right, so in that case, what I'm going to do is take us into executive session so that we can discuss all of those items and then come out and make a decision.
Judge,
And,
I'm not, because you said we were going to wait? I thought
well, don't we
gonna-
have I have executive session next.
But we also have the health district, including that, we've got
Well,
that one.
didn't we do,
No, we were on
right,
9.
item number 8 is going into legal. We're going to ask legal questions in executive session and then come out and discuss it.
Okay.
Now, that Ms. Schutz is here in case y'all
Oh,
want
that's
to,
right.
to bring that, to take care of that.
Thank you.
Right. In other words, the items that are remaining have legal ramifications and consequences. Do you object to that?
No, if there's legal questions that someone needs to ask, but I think.
Well, I mean, there's huge legal questions.
Right,
there's-
I just would like to have the policy discussion out here and.
Oh, I have no problem, but
No, I know.
every time you've wanted to discuss something legal with your attorney,
I just
with the
said I have no
county.
objection if they're
All right,
legal
I just want to
issues,
make
Judge.
sure the insinuation is that we're not going to come out. We absolutely will
I didn't
to
say,
discuss it.
if there's legal questions that you have that you want to ask, then you have every right to
Well,
ask those.
I would hope you would have a legal question as a lawyer as to the validity of all the things that have transpired in the last week. To not have one legal question would be odd, to say the least. I mean, it's all legal. Everything is legal about what we're going to be discussing,
No, no, I don't think so. I think 90% of it is where do we go from here? Because.
which is
what-
legal.
No, well.
It has a
No,
legal.
It's policy. It's how are we going to form it? What are we going to do? Those aren't legal questions. Certainly, there might be some legalities involved as to how we form it, but I mean, we have to figure out what we're going to do. That's policy. So 90% of the
Okay,
discussion for me
I
is policy.
I
and-
disagree.
But I'm.
But I hear you. We'll
But I-
have the
'cause I-
legal
yeah.
and the policy discussion. How's that? All in one this afternoon. We're going to move to, just going back to, which was the item number, do you remember? It was 1. It was 3A1. So Katie, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Earlier this morning, the court had a presentation given by Steve Bonner, and also we had with us Captain Jason and members of the task force, all to discuss the intergovernmental support agreement for the purposes of water line and repair maintenance at NASCC. And there was a question regarding liability. I know I introduced to the court that you had been working on this through the working group for over a year and a half, and we finally this morning approved the IGSA, but we said we would like to visit with you. I have it here in front of me. I haven't, I have the document here in front of me, but would you mind addressing for the court your role and how you can help best put the court's mind at ease with regards to liability?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm Katie Schutz. I'm with the law firm Welder Leshin, and we've been acting as outside counsel for the county in this matter for, as Judge Canales said, about the last year and a half now. And so I understand one of the questions that was asked was whether there's a hold harmless clause by the Navy. And there are no hold harmless clauses in the agreement, not by the county and not by the Navy. So there's no shifting of risk to either party. However, both parties' immunities do apply. The county is specifically authorized to enter into IGSAs by statute. It's the Government Code Section 793. It provides that local governments may enter into an IGSA with a branch of the Armed Forces of the United States in accordance with provisions of Section 791 that apply to interlocal contracts. And so these IGSAs really are similar in nature to interlocal agreements, and your immunities still do apply there. Does that address your questions as far as the liability goes?
Yeah, I think a little bit. Let me just walk through a little bit. In regards to the county procures or however that happens, we procure the vendor.
Right.
Because that's how it would work, because it's on our buy board or it's on our procurement system. And then we say, okay, you're gonna go do this project over at the naval base.
Right.
And they go over there, and obviously they're gonna have the contracts are gonna be bonded, and they're gonna have everything that they've got, in place. But obviously something could go wrong there,
Right.
an accident occurs, or whatever the case may be. And obviously we have sovereign immunity, or, that goes as well. My question was really just, you as outside counsel have been on this for a long time. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. You have a level of expertise in this that we're relying on. Your firm does, well-established firm, in this, is just to make sure that you believe that this county is legally as protected as it can be with the contract that's been presented before you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And in regards to, if the county wants to ever, because it doesn't go right, there's out clauses in there that allow us to say no to the project, or to get out of the contract in general if we want to, and we hope that never happens, and this is a wonderful, beautiful deal. But again, just crossing the Ts and dotting the Is, you feel like that's all properly covered as well.
Yes, sir. So the county would be, if you had already entered into a specific task order under the IGSA, the county would be required to complete the specific task at hand that had already been started, unless there was something else in the task order, that provided otherwise. And that was another thing that I wanted to mention, just make note of, is that this IGSA is intended to provide a framework for the agreement between the county and the Navy. But as the Navy reaches out to the county with these proposed tasks, the county has no obligation to accept an agreement to perform a specific task. And any specific task-related concerns can be addressed in these future task orders.
Great. Okay. That, I believe, was pretty much the bulk
Okay.
of mine.
Excellent. And
Thanks for coming by and helping this afternoon.
Absolutely, and I apologize greatly for not being able to make it this morning.
Totally understood your
Thank
schedule
you.
conflict. Thank you. All right. Okay, thanks for that update there. And so at this time, I'm going to give a notice that we are going to go into executive session. I can go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere in the agenda. And we do so authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and authorized by Vernon's Sections 551, 071, 072, 073, 074, 745, 76, 86, 87. We're going to consult with our attorney, including matters related to litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, and any other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of executive session, we will come back into open session and take such action as appropriate on items discussed. So we will do this at this time. I'll ask everyone to clear the courtroom. It's 2:22 p.m. And if you'll take all the mics off, take us off the record, and Commissioner Hernandez will have to call in. Okay, we're going to come back on the record, and the time is 3:30 p.m. And we do have, I think, a couple of cleanups to do on the agenda. One has to do with the agenda item, and give me just a moment. Commissioner Modis, will you let me know which one it is?
Judge, I believe it's 3A6.
3A6, and it was the item dealing with appropriating some ARPA funds for the purpose of assessment of septic gauges as required by Chapter 285, and we said that we wanted to name the colonias, and we actually have some of those to add as a supplement. And so I'll let Commissioner Modis talk about that now.
Yes, Judge. I do have a name now, so I just wanted to add it on for the record. That would be the San Pedro area, or San Pedro Colonia.
Okay, San Pedro. Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez, did you have the names, or do you want to? You had a couple.
Yeah. I'll put the.
Okay, you'll just give it to the clerk.
Tierra Grande.
Okay, Tierra Grande.
Yeah. Now ask Commissioner Hernandez which one we can work on. Commissioner, you have one, a particular colonia you want to, or you want to wait to see what you got? Huh?
You unmute him.
I'm gonna wait and see what I have.
Okay.
Okay,
Commissioner?
great.
Wait.
Okay.
All right, super. Well, thank you for that supplement then on item number 6.
I mean, it can change.
And on item number 9, that's the one that Commissioner Chesney?
Yeah, just some discussion, Judge, if I could. I think, obviously, we had some legal issues that were brought forth that we would not bring out in here. But I think a lot of the discussion on this item, we kind of had on that other item in regards to some of the fringe issues and some of the things that are going on. And I think there's just a lot that has to be done on this. We've got a lot to figure out, what direction to go, how we do it, whether we decide to, I don't know. We just have a lot of decisions to make, and I think it's kind of early. My hope would be, honestly, that we can have some more time, because I don't see how in any way, shape, or form we can figure this out in the 90-day period. So I would really like for.
Commissioner, I think it's number 8. I said 9, but I meant 8.
I'm sorry, you did. That's right. 8's right. Sorry, 8. What I would really like to do is get the court to instruct the city attorney to go and meet.
The county
with-
attorney?
County attorney, man, I am, sorry, my bad. The county attorney to go meet with the city attorney and the city manager in regards to the items that are important to Nueces County to see what we can do. Because, I have, and I know many people on this court in this county have always had positive relationships with the city. I don't take anything they've done, personally. I get that they've made a decision, but that decision affects us, and it's a pretty big effect. It affects our employees, it affects the people we serve, and so I think, in the better part of valor, we would really like to see if we can figure out how to get some time to kind of sit down and see what we can work out on these things and which direction we'd like to go. So I would like to make a motion that we direct the county attorney to go talk with the city attorney and the city manager, and I'm not trying to tell the city who to, but that's just, if they want to send somebody else, it can be, but that would be who I would think Jenny would go talk to, and see if we can't get some dialogue going and figure this out, work together.
Motion and a second, and any further discussion? The only item that I would add is, besides the concurrence, is that to direct the city attorney, and look, I'm doing it now, darn it. I would like to direct the city attorney, but to direct the county attorney to, employ any specialists that she thinks might be needed, because public health and these particular arenas are very specific. And so while she's got a great command of the civil litigation world, there's going to be nuances to some of these items, and to whatever extent I know that she can, find those experts and bring them back to the court for next week's consideration. I know that's a lot to ask in 7 days, but if there is somebody out there that could assist, that would be great. And with that, if there's nothing further, I'll go ahead and call that vote.
So just to clarify, so.
Can you use your mic?
Yeah, instruct the county attorney to reach out to the city attorney and city manager
Correct.
using any
That's fine.
resources available.
And to use,
just
her
to-
best
just to-
judgment.
just-
Okay.
Yeah, just
Into
to
what,
begin,
but-
it's really just to begin discussions on how the best way to handle this is.
Okay.
And really to ask, for some more time, for
Okay.
some more time and whatever else they need to talk about.
Right.
Okay.
Just to talk about, and, yeah, that's right. Just to as they say, just to discuss the matter. And so I think that this is important, because we really haven't had dialogue at all. And that's because there had to be a process. And so I just want the people to know the reason we haven't had a dialogue is because the county attorney wanted to come and get our input. And that's where we are at this point. So I think we're in a good spot to move a little bit forward and to bring back new information next week. And so,
And Judge, can
I'll
I just
just-
say, too, and I'm sorry, I just want
ahead.
to say, especially while there's a camera here, I want to reassure the public that, and I know it's always kind of nice and fun to, not nice and fun to perpetuate it and make it sound like, but it really isn't. This isn't a war. This is really just, the city's doing what they need to do. We're going to do what we need to do. We're not at war with them. We're going to figure this out. I want to reassure the public, we're going to figure this out in a positive manner. We're going to maintain a good relationship with the city, and we're gonna serve the people that we have to serve, which are first and foremost are our citizens, and second, our employees. And I just want to reassure people, this is not a war. This is just, it's growing pains, and this county has grown, this city has grown, and we're going to go figure it out somehow, one way or the other.
Well, I think that inside a public health emergency that's lasted 2 years, it's always the desire to work together. That's been the mantra from day one. And when we said we're all in this together, that's what we meant. And if it strengthens public health at the end of the day, that's going to be a good thing. In the meantime, there's too much to unravel and unpack without having a framework and a set of rules and the right voices.
Well, and I think it's really important to note that we only have a limited amount of information. We were just given a legal document of 40 pages by our county attorney that we've got to review. There's just, this isn't a lack of, nobody wants to rush into something and do the wrong thing. And I think a lot of this it's going to take a little more time to unravel this or to figure out what we're going to do with it, because there's just a lot to digest here, and we just learned of this last week, and I barely got it on the agenda for this week because I'd missed the deadline, and they were nice enough to put it on and kind of as an urgent matter so we could talk about it. But there's going to be a ton of discussion on this, and I don't want people to walk out here feeling like, well, wait, what happened to all the discussion? Well, we had some of it earlier, and we're having some of it now, but I think we have to do some discussion with the city, and that's why we're doing this. And then we'll start really hammering down on the decision-making process in public and up front like we always do. And we'll
Divorce with a lot of kids.
do what?
You say divorce with a lot of kids.
Yeah, well, we're gonna try to make
Well,
it
and we want the coffee table.
we want to make it as friendly as we
The most
can.
important thing is that we're all committed, all 5 of us are committed to public health. And in that spirit, that's the mission, is to always make certain that we will do everything we can to keep everybody healthy, and in this case, safe. I will call on everybody I think it's important enough that we each vote on this, so I'll call that voice vote, that record vote. Commissioner Chesney, you made the motion.
I just have a question to clarify, because you're saying for more time, but more time from their
Well,
90 day?
I think that's just something that he's just,
More time to deal with it, yeah.
to deal with the matter.
Okay, so that's just to clarify, because we weren't back there with y'all.
Right,
Discussing, so you're
right.
coming back
I'm
and.
sorry, the
and
90,
it's
what I'm
just
saying
to
more
make it clear
time.
for the public.
That's a fair question.
Yeah.
That's a good question for the public.
Yeah.
We were given, as the agreement says,
Okay.
they gave us the 90 days notice. One of the things that I would really like to them to ask for is more time than the 90 days. So I'll clarify that, but because I don't think whatever we do, we can get it done in 90 days. I just don't think it's practical. Yeah, it's been a 40-year partnership, and to think we can unravel it or do something different in 90 days it's just tough. And so it's just looking for some more time to talk and see if we can figure it out, which we will.
I think there's going to be a lot of important, aspects. Time is just one of many of them.
Oh, yeah,
but-
we're just getting started. Yeah.
But we, look, public health continues. All of the good things that you heard this morning will continue while we're in this period of discussion. And that's really what it is. It doesn't become a transition until the discussion is had. So thank you very much for the motion. And did I hear a second? I would second if not. I think you already did second it. So Commissioner Chesney, how do you vote on this? Obviously, you made the motion, but
We're going to go with an aye there.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Mattis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. And I did that because I do want to reassure the public that we deal with so many issues every single day that involve so many different jurisdictions, from the federal agencies, the state agencies, our local jurisdictions, and public health has our utmost attention at the moment. So thank you very much, commissioners, for that. And that does take care of item number 8, Kara. Okay. Let me just double check it, okay? Is there anything else that you see? All right, how about adjournments in memory today? I know I've got one that Belinda's going to provide for me. Commissioner Modis, I'll let you start.
That was it.
Okay. I'd like to share, Austin Miles Sanchez passed away on October 18th. He was 12 years old. He had a long battle with cancer. And I didn't know him, but I knew his dad and his grandfather, Gabriel and David Sanchez. They owned David's Barbershop over on Norton Street, right where I grew up and not too far from where I live now. And poor Austin, he fought a good fight. And I heard from people who know him and coaches and others that say he was just a really great kid, really just special to be around. And so he was really active in sports, his family, his school. And so his celebration will be actually today, Wednesday, the 27th, at New Life Church. And so my condolences to his parents, to his grandparents, all of his family and friends for his passing.
That one's too close to home for me. Commissioner Chesney, do you have any
No, ma'am.
today? Commissioner Gonzalez?
No.
Commissioner Hernandez? Okay. Belinda, there was a
No, I
very,
don't.
Belinda, would you read for us? We were notified that we have a very special person who really has been integral in emergency management and response in Nueces County over the decades, and his name was Warren Phipps, and he passed away. Would you share what we were sent?
Deep sadness that we learned today of the passing of Warren Phipps Jr., which was on January 25th. Warren served as the executive director of Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group from 2018 to 2020. Under Warren's leadership and vision, the trajectory of the Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group changed, allowing us to help those affected by Hurricane Harvey in the Coastal Bend in ways never imagined. He had tremendous compassion to help those in need and will be profoundly missed. Warren often reminded us, it is more blessed to give than to receive.
I love that last part. Thank you. We're wishing those that knew him peace, and may you be comforted by his memory. He was just a great public servant. All right, I don't have any more adjournments in memory at this time, and so we'll stand adjourned at 3:44 p.m. And if you'll take our mics off,